Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We salute you again. We thank God that you are out there and watching Tembei TV. There is much coming as we explore another dimension of our Kenyan politics, and that is Raila Odinga'S 2022 political strategy versus DP Ruto'S schemes, tricks, and tactics. Who will win and why? Who is more likely to win and why? That is what we are looking at tonight. And we'll love to hear from everybody on what you think. There is a link right now in your comment section, which you can use to get right into the studio. Then we'll be able to air out our different views and be able to come to the required conclusion. Many things are happening on the political front. We have all oh God. All right, all right, all right. Thank you, thank you. We are stabilizing. God have mercy on me. Ta-ta-ra-ra-ra. Hello, hello, everyone. Mm-hmm. Joshua, how are you? Okay, we thank God for all of you. We are sorry there are some problem with our app. Out, so please let's stay tuned and ensure that we keep talking one to another in the comment section. Try and fix the stable studio for us to talk. We have Nicholas, we have Philip. All right. Okay, Bwana Philip, how are you? Philip, are you able to get me? How are you? You unmute and speak.
Oh my God.
Yes, we can hear you, Philip. Go ahead. How are you? Trouble. Nicholas Abey Owiti, how are you? Unmute and speak to me. Oh my God. Hello, Matthew, how are you?
I'm fine.
Oh, welcome to the show.
Thank you, thank you.
Uko sehemu gani? Toa maoni yako. Leo tunazungumzia kuhusu strategy ya Raila ya 2022 na mipango ya William Ruto kuishinda na kujaribu kuhakikisha kwamba anafungiwa nje kama kawaida. Who is most likely to win in this game politics?
Definitely, according to me, let me analyze Baba first because you know Baba has vied several times. Are you getting me?
Oh, internet yako ni kama imekwama pia.
Haijakwama, niko sawa. Unanisikiza?
Yes, you can get you. Go ahead.
I'm saying,
ulikuwa unasema vipi?
Baba started vying back in 1997, right? That was the first time he vied with wakina Ngilo, wakina Matiba, wakina Nyachae, name them. And by that time
today
also,
the net is problematic.
My net, I think, unless it is yours, my net is very stable.
No, you can't. Okay, there's a delay. I can't get you completely. I mean, I get you in bits and pieces.
I'm saying, now you are getting me.
What is this?
Are you getting me?
Yes, go ahead.
What I was trying to say that, experience is the best teacher. Like Baba has vied several times. He started buying back in 1997. He had some experience. 2002, he said Kibaki Tosa. He had some experience. There are some places where people were cheating them that, uko na watu, ground inakusema, ground yako. Then 2007, he also vied with Kibaki, and you know what happened in 2007? Akapata another experience. Pahali watu walikuwa wanamdanganya kuna watu na ana watu, alipata some skills. 2013, he vied with Uhuru Kenyatta. Same, he was the right honorable prime minister by then. Some people, when you are a politician, people can lie to you. Hapa usiende hata kukampeni. Hapa nimeshika, hapa ni yako. Last election, 2017, he also vied. Now he has the tactics where people are now you see he has come up with Azimio la Umoja, where he moved from different parts of the country preaching about unity. You see, Deputy President, when he was vying with Uhuru Kenyatta, they were vying as duo. In 2013, people were trying to vote for them to save them from Hague. And 2017, you know what happened. And now that you see, people are telling Ruto, ground iko na wewe bwana, twende. Usiende hata Rift Valley. Rift
Okay.
Valley ni yako. That is what he has to learn. So, you know, in Kenyan politics,
Hold
tactics
on,
is...
Matthew. Hold on, Matthew. General Yakub, how are you? Are you there?
Yes. I'm doing well. How are you?
Yes. You're following us from where, General?
I'm in Nairobi, you don't know.
You're in Nairobi?
Yes.
Haya mambo unayonaje? Mbona neti yako inakwama kwama na uko Nairobi?
In fact, niko kwa nyumba na neti. I know what is the problem.
Oh, good. Unmute. I think I hit your mic.
Are you getting me now?
Unmute utoe maoni yako.
Oh, so kinasema kwanza mimi ni mtu wa Tanga and I'm very afraid. I told you the last time that the way ODM are doing their strategy.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate all of you that are joining. Please bear with us. There are some technical glitches, but we are pulling through. Please keep right there. Thank you so much. Penny Nyagaka, thank you. Alfredezo Richie, we appreciate you. Kengo Omwangu, we salute you. SJ Sylvester, thank you so much. Benedek Sisoko, we salute you all that are joining fast. Thank you so much. Daudi M, Karibu kwa shop. John Mundumutengo, we appreciate you. Finken Juma,
Jackman, niko online. Mr. Bernard. Hello, Mr. Bernard.
No, you are lost.
Hello, Mr. Bernard. Hello, Mr. Bernard. Yes, umenipea nafasi. Hello, Mr. Bernard. Hello. Can somebody hear me?
Apologies once again for the troubles we are experiencing from this end. We are very sorry. I believe our technical team have sorted out the problem. Now we are back. Welcome to the show. Thank you so much for your patience. We are really sorry that we didn't start out properly. The IT stuff fell apart, but I think we are now stable. If you're able to get us, please let us know from wherever you are following. And you can also comment and tell us from where you are watching. And those of you that are interested in getting into the studio so that we dive into the subject, please, the link, I'm sharing it right now. Through that link, you will be able to get us, and we'll be able to join each other and be able to Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize. We are experiencing internet surge from this end. I don't know if you're able to get us from wherever you are. Please let us know who is getting us from where you are. Please confirm in the comments if you're able to get us. Okay, thank you, Mose Mwangi. Let's get down to, hey, there is Joe Biden. How are you? Unmute and talk, Joe Biden. Joe Biden, are you able to get me? Good God. Hanox, Kenya? How
I'm
are
getting you loud and clear.
Okay. Joe Biden, you're mute. or
Yes,
you have
I am
logged in
done.
with how many devices?
I have unmute. Huh?
Okay. Give us your view. Give us your view on Raila Odinga'S 2022 political. Ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing serious problems. I don't know whether we should call this off until we sort out the internet issues. Joe, are you able to get me? Okay. Santos, are you able to get me? God of miracles. Hi, Santos, how are you? Politics and politicians, how are you?
I'm fine. Fine. I'm getting you.
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome to the show. We are experiencing some hiccups from this end, but we believe
I am
we'll sort
getting
it out.
you. I'm just
Good,
getting you loud and clear.
Thank you. Please take it away. What do you think of the political strategies versus tactics, schemes, and tricks for 2022? Who is most likely to win and why?
Okay, once I look at the strategy of these two political giants, when I look at Raila Odinga, I find that Raila is a bit traditional with the strategies, propagandas, and everything. Unlike when you look at Dr. William Samoei Ruto, who is actually doing quite very well. Because if you look at Raila Odinga, he's trying to use what we call the king beings from different tribal backgrounds. But if you look at William Samoei Ruto, he's actually trying to consolidate various individuals from various parts of the republic. And that's why you get that William Ruto, UDA party, actually looks as if it is a national party. And that's why William Ruto is actually attracting a lot of followers from every corner of the republic. Currently, you can go to any corner of the republic. William Ruto is actually attracting a lot. Also, you can get that William Ruto, the strategy is using to rebrand his party, to rebrand himself, actually is selling out very well. But if you look at ODM, it's the whole day ODM. There is no rebranding. So are you getting me? Are you getting me? Hello? Hello? Are you getting me? Hello?
Yes, we are getting you.
So I was
Joe Biden,
actually looking.
are you there?
Hello? Getting me?
I think Bernard has
Hey,
got.
Santos, are you there?
Bernard, I think Bernard got some issues with the internet, but politics and politicians, we are getting you very clear.
So you are getting me?
Yes.
So I was actually talking from the rebranding, the strategy of rebranding the parties. You will find that the way William Ruto is using that strategy of rebranding the party is actually quite resonating well with the masses. But if you look at the rebranding of ODM, it's actually very traditional. You cannot know that ODM still is strong because rebranding is not done quite well. Also, if you look at the way William Ruto is actually bringing up what we call perception. William Ruto with a perception that UDA is the only political party which is actually unifying the whole nation because it has different people and it has a national outlook. That's why you cannot really associate UDA with the Rift Valley background because of that aspect of perception which actually William Samoei Ruto has created. But if you look at ODM, still you can know ODM is a Nyanza party because you will find most of the focal people within ODM, they actually come from Nyanza and few people from the Western. So in terms of rebranding, I think William Ruto is doing very well. In terms of creating perception, of creation of actually making the party to have a national outlook, William Ruto is doing well. Also in terms of coming up with propagandas, William propagandas are selling much far better than Raila Odinga. Because in terms of propagandas, you will find that Raila Odinga is quite down. And in politics, you must come up with very nice propagandas for you to make it. So by looking at the awesome, the way William is coming up is likely to win 2022 presidency. So Raila Amolo Odinga must know that he must attract the youths. And for Raila Amolo Odinga to attract the youths, he must do the rebranding. Another thing, he must come up with proper counter propagandas. And another thing which I think William is doing better than Raila Amolo Odinga is the strategy that William has come up with bottom-up economical model. It seems that it is resonating very well with the local mwananchi. And because of that, you will find that Raila is trying to come from behind with different schemes, but you will find those schemes are taking Raila nowhere. So that's why I think William is doing better, and William is likely to win late come 2022 presidential election. So those are the way I see the strategies William is using, which are making to attract actually the masses.
Okay,
I don't know whether
thank
you are
you,
getting
politics and politician. Let's hear from Moses Mwangi.
Thank you, Bernard. I think today we have started very, very well. At least we've started with somebody who is really making a lot of sense to me.
I
think
knew he must make sense to you.
yes. Things sounds all right now for me. Now I think as the honorable member there have said, the Ruto is resonating with the masses. The narrative is resonating with the masses. You know, he is able to tell or to say what the masses want to hear. Unlike actually he has said exactly what I could have said. The Raila is so traditional. His strategy is not yet clicking well. And actually the people who are going there, they just want to see this old mzee. But not what he actually wants to hear, because it's the same old story that he has used to campaign for the other elections. So he has not come up with a new narrative that is actually helping people, apart from the 6,000 stipend that anybody, me and you, any learned person knows that he is not going to pass. So we know that Ruto right now got the masses on his side. No matter how you look at it, he got the masses. He may not be having the accurate strategy, especially the comment he made today that he is, of course, yes, he has said he is not yet campaigning. He has not yet started. He's just supervising some national government projects here and there. Hatujaanza, my friends. So this man is coming. We have not started. And
You've been running for 4 years. You are yet to start. When will you ever start?
You are just inspecting
government
projects.
Clear.
You are just inspecting government projects. We are starting next year. So
yet your duties have been given to Matiang'i. So which is which?
But we are being paid salary, and our vehicles are fueled. So what else? You have to go. Yeah, we have to go. You took away the job from us, but you are still paying me. You are still giving me the mileage. You are still giving me the security. I can use it wherever I want. But you denied me the responsibility that the Kenyans give me. What can I not use the privileges that I have? Yani mtu amekuemploy, amekuodolea job na anakupa mshahara. It's good. It's good. And you continue enjoying the salary and by then they can't fire you because they didn't even employ you. He is an elected vice president,
so
not appointed.
Is that what you're advocating for?
No, I'm not advocating for that. I'm just saying right now he is saying what the masses wants to hear. His strategies have picked up very well. Being a first-time runner for presidency and having won the masses the way he has done, I don't think there is a first runner who has ever done that before. running for the presidency the first time and resonating with the masses the way this guy has done. It's massive.
Yeah.
Running with a party that is less than 2 years old, a single party, not a coalition, and doing what he has done so far, it's commendable. No matter how much you look at it, this guy is doing wonders. No coalition yet. And it's not that he will not pull out a coalition. He will. I told you here before, wait for the dissolution of parliament next year and see what happens. There will be massive movements. So this guy is winning, man. This guy is winning. Mzee may have the system, may have the everything. This guy got the energy, got what it takes. Like, huyu jamaa anajua cha anafanya, atashinda. That's my opening remark.
Okay, thank
Yes,
you, Mwangi. Thank you,
Jackman.
Mwangi, and the entire
Jackman.
UDF fraternity. You're doing well, huh? In defending your side. But let's hear from James.
Jackman.
Let's hear from James.
Jackman.
What do you think?
Bananda, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine. We had a rough start.
Yes.
My net has been very epileptic today, but I think we have stabilized. Tusonge mbele.
So, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, talking of strategies. One candidate started campaigns 9 years ago. Basically anchored on money and focused on regions, particularly the Mount Kenya region. That's where churches need money, not elsewhere. This has now become the burden that he has got to carry. Even where he's been going to do campaigns using money, he's leaving a trail of disagreements, fights, resentments, and general chaos. His intention of creating a euphoria, especially in the Mount Kenya region, by creating a situation or fear that if you are not with this party, you will not win parliamentary or Senate or governor positions, is a mirage, and it will soon be proved so. His use of heavy dose of rice that can be unmasked is going to become one of the greatest burden that he has got to carry, and it's already starting to show in the region. So what we have here is a person who is tactless, especially noting that our politics is tribal, first and foremost. It's not going to change overnight, and anybody telling you that it will change in the next elections overnight is a big liar. So he's exposed himself so early, and people are generally discussing what is this man, or who is he, what personality does he bring forth, something that you would have hidden until the last minute. But today people know that this is a person who can cheat you and generally use all methods to get what he wants. Not so much because he is for your development, but because he has a very personal interest in getting the position that he is seeking. On the other hand, Baba has just started his campaigns, Perhaps even he started earlier. But being the experienced political player that yes, he has had cells. He's been planting cells across the country silently, waiting for activation. And that is what he is doing now. He's telling them to come out. The harvest is just about. And this can be seen by the methodical the methodical manner in which he is going about his campaigns. If you have noticed very well, one of the greatest tools that he's using right now is endorsements by strong personalities in communities, groups that matter and that can shape opinion, like university students, business communities, women groups, youth groups. And he is doing it in a very methodical way, in a way that he can trace those groups for engagement. He is also changed his personality. The aggressive, scaring persona that was Raila Odinga'S in the last elections has been shed off. And that aggression is one of the things that kind of scared some sections of the voters. His competitors seem to have taken up that persona of an aggression, chest thumping, and all manner of of personality flaws that do not attract, especially the silent, discerning members of the community who do not attend rallies. So what is happening here is that by and large, the silent majority of Kenyans, many of who are yet to decide who to vote for, will fall in line once they start seeing the two contrasting personalities. Because finally, the question of who can we trust, in whose hands do you feel safe, will have to come into play. When you have a candidate going around ravishing people who own capital, the wealthy, people who have employed thousands and thousands of people, and they pay huge sums of money in taxes, and expects to make it in Kenyan politics, it's a joke. It's a big joke. Kenyan votes are not just harvested in the villages by you having a trail of vehicles passing through villages and exciting masses with a few tokenisms. It is a methodical system where you capture the people who make decisions in those communities. Because at the end of the day, the word will go out from the people who are trusted in these communities that we feel safe and our interests will be better catered for by so and so. And the manner in which, unfortunately, the deputy president has presented himself, being actually disrespectful of traditional leaders in these communities, calling some of them Selelak, calling others Waganga, calling others stupid, and that kind of thing, is digging his hole. And the youths that he thinks are hanging on him during the political rallies will quickly dissipate He's going to look behind and find that he has very short lines on his side. So that is my contribution for now. Bernard, take it on.
I think Bernard has gone out. Maybe you can hear now from Evans Diemo.
Bernard, I'm done.
Apologies. My end is not very good today. So, James, ulikuwa umemaliza?
Bernard, do you need
yes, I'm done.
Do you need William to give some handout for Bardos? I can organize. You say you are people of handout, so you can organize some handouts.
Give him my M-Pesa number, please. I think you should send me a wheelbarrow.
Yes, I'm done, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, James. Ruben, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you, Bernard.
Welcome. I'm having a rough start, but munisaidie tuendelee tu mbele. Hata nikikatwa munaendelea tu nasho.
Okay, pole.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, how are you guys?
We are good.
Naona mjadala wa leo. Fellow panelists.
So the advantage of this huge chunk of
it's Ruben, just go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much.
I've seen who is having feedback.
Okay. From my side, about the political strategy versus Deputy Ruto's schemes, tricks and tactics. Well, mimi kutoka mwanzo huwa ni mtu wa kupenda kusema ukweli. Because I'm not in anybody's payroll, but I always love to talk the truth. Kwa sababu ukweli ndio unaweza kusema mara nyingi na urundie anytime, as many times as possible. Kwa sababu ni ukweli. Ukweli ni kwamba siasa za Kenya sio fact, they are not factual. The biggest part of it inakuanga ni propaganda, na propaganda ni vitu inakaa kama half-truths na mambo zingine zinakaa kama counterfeits. Kitu kile kinakaa ukweli lakini sio ukweli. Tukienda upande wa Dr. William Ruto. William Ruto ako na very functional propaganda machine ambazo zinamsaidia kuweza kucapture the minds of that day. Number 2, amejua ni nini vijana hao ambao wao wenyewe wamecreate through deliberate improvisation, wamejua nini wanataka. Wanataka handouts, wanataka kundanganywa. These are the youth who are ready to gamble. They are gamblers. So they can gamble with anything. They can gamble kwa football, they can gamble kwa shule, they can gamble ile ABCD, ile multiple choice. They can gamble even in politics. Majority of the youth wale wamezaliwa after millennium hawajui mahali Kenyans wametoka. Most of them can't make very sound decisions political, kwa sababu maybe hawajaona mambo mingi. Most of them can't remember Kibaki akiingia president kulikuwa namna gani hapo nyuma. They can't remember. Wengi wale wanaambiwa wanaona kweli mtupu.
A hidden dam. This is a waterfall.
Hello.
Hello?
So majority of the youth wale ambao target hii group ya Dr. William Ruto wanamulika ni hawa vijana wajuzi ambao wanasikiza mambo ambayo ni ya uongo, mambo ambayo ni yanafurahisha masikio yao, na that is a big loss kwa upande wa Raila Amolo Odinga, the person who has decided to stand on the side of the truth. Mtu akipata kuadvise Raila Odinga vizuri, if this thing is going to continue this way, the truth is Raila William Ruto anaweza kumkamatia chini. Honestly, huo ni ukweli. If at all propaganda zitafanya kazi, Ruto ako juu sana na propaganda na tactics zake za propaganda na propaganda machine na bloggers na nini, akiunganisha hizo vitu zote ya properly working him. Kwa politics ya 2022 on Raila's part, anafaa ajue first of all enemy yule anadeal naye, political enemy ni nani. For now anafaa ajue ni nani, na akijua ni nani lazima atumie nguvu ya kumcounter equal force, kwa sababu mtu hawezi rusha ngumi na wewe anarusha bomu na wewe uko na pistol. It can't work that way. Kama mtu anatumia propaganda machine, lazima naye pia atafute propaganda machine. Kama mtu anatumia pesa, hata yeye atumie hizo pesa. Si lazima atumie pesa kumbribe watu, but there is a way you can use it. Some of us hatuna kitu tunahitaji from baba, but there are some things that he should do. Mimi sitoshei kwa viatu ya kumadvise, but propaganda machines zake za upande wa Raila Odinga, they must wake up na wafanye kazi vizuri, kwa sababu sasa story ya Mau Forest ikiongewa huko Narok na William Ruto, anaongea ni kama ndiye mwanzilishi wa mambo ya Mau, without realizing Raila almost lost his political career in 2017 kwa sababu ya Mau Forest. Actually in 2013 karibu apoteze career yake ya kisiasa. Hata kura za Maasaini alipoteza huko kwa sababu ya Mau Forest. Za Rift Valley alipoteza kwa sababu ya Mau Forest. So ona vile Ruto sahii anaongea mambo ya Mau Forest, anaongea yani mpaka watu wanastuka, wale ambao tunajua where Raila stood in the year 2008 and 9 and 10 wakati alienda kupanda miti huko peke yake. We just can't even believe mtu anadefend Mau Forest saizi, anaongea ni kama yeye ndiye mwanzilishi wa hiyo program. Na kama ingekuwa ni the other way round, saizi social media ingekuwa imejaa propagandist, watu bloggers nini wakikastigate hayo mambo ambayo the other side wameongea, lakini nobody is talking about it. Ona vile siasa ya pesa ilianzia actually 1992. Who are the steering wheel? Was it not Njirongo? William Ruto? Huyu jamaa anaitwa Sam Nyamoya. Hiyo ndio timu ilianzisha politics of handouts and the politics ya kununua, ya kutumia pesa. It began in 1992 wakati pesa ilibadilishwa tukakuwa na ile noti ya 500. 1988 kulikuwa mlolongo na ilikuwa single party. Hakukuwa na mambo ya bribing, juu alikuwa ni Moi pekee. 1980s huko hakukuwa na mambo mingi, there was no serious politics then. Lakini kuanzia 1992 when William Ruto has come to limelight, hapo ndio politics of intimidation, politics of money, politics of bribery, politics, expensive politics ndio imeanza Kenya. And if Baba wants to win politics at 2022, if at all he wants to win, he must also learn to play some nice some dirty tricks. Lazima aende kidogo, hata yeye aingie mbaru, ajue atafanya namna gani because he cannot stand on kwa mambo, hafai kucheza clean na mtu mchafu. Lazima ajue anafanya namna gani, sijui ni namna gani. I don't know where I'm hearing that guy with propaganda. Nako na timu nzuri sana ya hiyo. Otherwise mimi naendelea kufuatilia huu mjadala, nikachangia baadaye, but there is a lot to fear. Thank you. Bernard.
Bernard ametembea.
But Bernard keeps going. I think akona issues leo na net. I think maybe you can go to Ochieng Owor. I think he was the next to join maybe after Ruben.
Okay.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Mnanipata?
Good evening.
Ongeza tu volume kidogo lakini tunakupata.
Okay. Niongeze volume?
Uongee na nguvu kidogo lakini tunakusikia.
Okay. Hii ndio siku yangu ya kwanza kuingia kwa mjadala wa leo. I've been following chini ya maji with regard to the ongoing debate on the campaign of different parties. I don't think if we have already started our campaigns. And in politics, there are two aspects. The first aspect that I've seen Raila Odinga'S to have mastered very well this time is the so-called strategy aspect of it. Raila bado anatafuta jinsi atakavyopenya the areas whereby tulikuwa tunasema si ngome yake. And I'm glad that today he was in West Pokot, and I saw the West Pokot Governor John Lonyangapuo joining the bandwagon. The second aspect is the podium sloganeering, which our DP is somewhat talented. The guy is an orator. I can capture the audience. But again, the question is, what are the substance? In as much as he can express himself, what is the feeling on the ground? The perception is that the guy is a liar, and everybody is like, even if you come today utuambie kuna mazuri kuna nini, you are promised, we're just promising us heaven on earth. Being an insider, having worked with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta in 2013, 2017, the guy stood a better chance of actually demonstrating to Kenyans that the so-called system can also be inaweza bwagwa. But reading as it body language today inakwambia kwamba Ruto is a worried man. I can't say he's not coming out clearly to say that he's worried. things are not as pretty as we thought. Attending rallies and everything. There are those of us who do not even attend those rallies, but we follow them. Each and every rally we have to follow, hata kama ni kwa social media ama wapi. Kuna wale hawaendi lakini wamemakinika sana kufuata jinsi shughuli za kisiasa zinazoendelea. By February of next year or tuseme March, when now the life of parliament is coming to an end, we'll actually see a lot of political realignment. I know there are those who actually would like to work with William Samoei Ruto, but they fear that maybe upande wa serikali watasumbuliwa kidogo. There are those who are upande wa DP ambao pia wangejitokeza kufanya kazi na Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga, na wakati utafika. One thing that actually is working against Ruto is that he's not a man of his words. The guy actually, he resonates well with the youth. Look at William Ruto in a campaign trail. Anaingiana na watu sana. Wamama, vijana. He's a man of the people. He's actually loved. But he's coming, it now coming to a scenario mahali ambapo Raila Odinga alikuwa ama amekuwa kwa huo muda wote, whereby wewe ni mtu wa hasira, kila mahali umeenda ni kufoka, si kama si matuzi lazima uonge mbaya, you are abusive, insolent, attacking every Tom, Dick and Harry. So when people look at you, they say, no, this guy is a bitter man. They fear you, despite the fact that they are ready and willing to vote for you. There are people actually who feared voting for Raila because of his radical. They say Raila Odinga is a radical guy. And at some point we said, I think in 2013, people said that Raila Odinga will never be president simply because he was known to be a radical person. But he has chosen to be a statesman before ascending to power. We will wait and see how things will unfold. But I think Baba is on the right track. The hustler will might be deflated soon. I don't see if they have the energy to continue with this journey till August 2022. I'm at December 2022. Because all the lies he's been peddling, people are now coming out and saying, no, you are lying to us. Because they are now trying to juxtapose. This is what you said during the Jubilee campaign 2013, 2017. This is what you told us. What has changed? Again, before I quit, let me also thank the team for the good work you've been doing. I've been following Kombali. I like the debate. Till next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheng. Thank you for your contribution. Maybe Mike. Then we go to Daniel Oyugi.
Thank you, Moses.
My network is very unstable. I don't know whether you can hear me.
Yes,
My
we can hear.
network is unstable. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think what the observation from what people have been sharing is okay. Thank you. Uh, just to pick up from where the other panelists have been giving comments on the issue specifically on propaganda. The how effective is propaganda in politics? I think we just need to look at the last two elections, 2013 and 2017, and see to what extent propaganda played and what impact it had on the outcome. And we also need to also look at Kenyans as a people. To what extent are they willing to be, I want to use a crude word, to what extent are they willing to be lied to? And to what extent do they take those lies seriously and make a decision based?
Mike, I think we lost you. Mike, I think we lost you. I don't know. I think people are having network issues today. I don't know what exactly is the problem. Politician, you have something to say maybe before we go to Daniel Oyugi?
Is Daniel Ojugi ready?
Yes, I think you were
Yes,
the next one.
Yes, I'm ready.
If Daniel,
Yes, Dan.
if Daniel is ready, wacha achukue kwanza. Then I come
Okay.
after that.
Good evening, panelists.
Good evening.
Yeah, I just want to discuss about the topic Raila Odinga 2022 political strategy versus Deputy President Dr. William Ruto's scheme tricks, and who is likely to win. First and foremost, I want to purely talk about what exactly happened today, about the Deputy President's speech on whether he's been campaigning or he's just been going through the country as a Deputy President. Because according to me, as an individual, I think the Deputy President has been campaigning, because you cannot launch a party and you are in Jubilee. When you say that you've been going through the country, trying to understand the needs of the people because you are the Deputy President, but at the same time, you have said that you are in UDA and the presidential candidate is William Ruto, and the agenda for your party is bottom up. Don't you see that there's an element of contradiction? So I think the Deputy President is in a very tight corner. He can't move in front, he can't go back, he can't move sideways. So the only thing he can do is probably to play with the minds of Kenyans. And I think this country, we as the people, we understand the politics of this country very clear. Because you can clearly see that since 2017, the Deputy President has been traversing in the country and campaigning, actually from 2018, immediately after the handshake. He has gone even to an extent of engaging in an exercise of mockery when he said that the BBI was actually flopped and that he's going to finish the tribalism that we've had over the years. If you look at the kind of politics that the Deputy President is playing at the moment, it is purely things that are no longer selling in his political agenda. When you talk about the Mao eviction, when you talk about Raila supporters not refusing to pay rent, when you talk about Raila Odinga not able to climb the mountain because he himself has the key to the mountain, but he's forgetting that he's an outsider of the mountain. Look at Raila Odinga'S campaign. Raila Odinga, initially, I couldn't understand before he started the actually campaigning. But if you see the agenda that he has, number one, Raila Odinga is talking about rural industrialization. That when you finish your high school, you do your diploma or you graduate with your course, it is not a must that you must travel from an Arab country to come to Nairobi or to Mombasa or to some of these major cities to look for employment. The industries that is going to do will be able to secure jobs within those localities. And therefore, it is going to help even the national government not to overspend on the counties. Because when you have industries in the rural areas, then the rate of local revenue will actually be increased. You understand? The second thing about Raila Odinga is about the Azimio la Umoja, a slogan that is trying to propel to Kenyans. That in this country, we should say no to tribalism, we should say no to nepotism, we should work as one Kenya. Remember, like 2 days ago, I did say that in East Africa, I think Tanzania itself alone has got over 80 tribes, but Tanzania are not being defined by tribalism. They are being defined as Tanzanians. If you look at Ethiopia, sub-tribes are over 150. But when you're in Ethiopia, you will not say that this person come from this. This person is a tribe from this region. When you are there, they will be they only inform you to describe them as Ethiopians and many other countries. The biggest impediment to our economic growth in this country is tribalism, impunity, and mediocre leadership. That is what has been making Kenya as a country not to grow. That is what has been making Kenya as a country, economic growth, not to prosper. And therefore, one thing that I want to say is that
Daniel, you're muted. You're mute.
like what I was saying, sorry for that. What I was saying is that this country, we've had issues to do with tribalism, we've had issues to do with nepotism, and that is what has been an impediment to our growth as a society, to our growth as a country. And therefore, Azimio la Umoja is being brought on board to ensure that whatever we are going through at the moment, come 2022, we should live as Kenyans. Your name should not define you when you go for an interview. Your region should not define you when you're looking for a job. The element of equal inclusivity should be felt among the Kenyan people. I think that is the difference between what I see in Raila's campaign. And even if you look at even the kind of the endorsement that the former prime minister is getting, it is across the country. Okay. The other day he was in Ukambani, he hosted 3 governors from that region. Today he was in West Pokot, he was hosted by the governor. The trick that Raila Odinga is using is that he's trying to involve the local leaders in that region before even attempts to talk to the people. Look at what happened in Mount Elgon. Caleb Amisi, who is the area MP of that region, was actually the one who was leading that campaign with a section of leaders from Western region. When the day he came to Mombasa in Kilifi County, the likes of Akina Mungaro and Akina Teddy Mwambire, the leadership of that region were the ones who were leading the campaign. Now, what happened in Kisumu was because William Ruto never involved the leadership of that area, the local leaders. Of course, they elected leaders from that region. But you see, at least you should engage, even if they don't support you, but you should engage the local leaders. So when you go there and you want to tell those local leaders, like for example, Zakaria Obado from Migori hosted William Ruto, but Zakaria Ubado is not in UDA. He's an ODM, right? That is why there was no violence in Migori. Okay? If you go to Homa Bay, the area MCAs from that region actually hosted William Ruto. Does it mean that they were in UDA? No. They actually went as far as talking to the locals of that region and telling them that every person in this country, in regardless of their political party, in regardless of their tribe, they have got a constitutional right to campaign anywhere in this country. And that is the exact thing that the people of Homa Bay County, the people of Migori County did engage in and informed and made the ground to be very favorable for the deputy president. Okay. Finally, I want to say here today on this platform that even as we are going for an election in 2022, the question that we should be asking ourselves is that the leaders that we are going to elect, are they able to safeguard the interest of our people? Are they able to safeguard the interest of Kenyans? Will they be able to create employment opportunities among the youth? Because majority of the youth are unemployed. The rate of unemployment in this country today stands at 75 to 80%. Okay? Now, when you tell people that you go to school, you graduate, you want to come and do a wheelbarrow, it is very shameful for such statements to come from the deputy president. And the supporters of UDA, we want you to explain to us what the bottom-up economy means. Because from where I sit, I have not been able to understand what this bottom-up economic model means. Because what I see and in my own understanding, it is no much difference with the devolution. Because devolution, money trickles down, you empower the people from your county, and it is not even different with what Raila Odinga is bringing, because when you build industries in rural, you shall have empowered those people who are in rural, and their livelihood will be increased. Thank you so much, guys. I'll contribute as we continue to debate. Asanteni.
It was now my time. Can I continue?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So
Yeah.
I am talking about the Azimio la Umoja, the strategy which Raila Odinga is using. I think Azimio la Umoja kind of strategy is outdated. It's not a strategy which is influencing people from the ground, as Oyugi has tried to put it across. Because if you look at Raila Odinga, what he's trying to do, he is trying to come up with tribal kingpin, so that the tribal the kingpins can endorse him, can campaign for him. But the Kenya we need any person to campaign the all of the country and sell his ideas. So Azimio la Umoja, once I'm looking at it, because I've been evaluating Azimio la Umoja all along, what actually Raila Odinga is doing is what William Samoei Ruto maybe did long time ago. Azimio la Umoja actually is trying to come up with people who is going to do what? Who is going to do his campaign. So that's what Raila Odinga is trying to do. But
okay,
if you look at
one
William,
question to you: politics and politician.
Yeah.
What is the difference between strategy, scheme?
Can I correct you, politics and politician?
I want to hear one person, not all of you.
Oyugi, hold on, please. Okay. Politics and politician.
Yeah.
Is Azimio la Umoja a strategy, or just it's an arrangement of tribal, the way you're calling it, How is it tribal? Because it is inter-county.
Let me try to explain that. When you look at Azimio la Umoja, it's actually a strategy. Raila Odinga is coming up with that strategy. He's trying to go every county and he's trying to pick some individual from every county so that at the end of it all, maybe those are the kind of people he will use when he's going to have what we call a proper campaigning. So that's why he had figured out that I must use this Azimio la Umoja to go to 47 maybe counties and identify key individuals from those counties so that I can use them. But if you look at what William Samoei Ruto is doing, is actually that William had done it very long time ago. William had known if it comes to Nyanza and the specific counties, he has people who is going to use to do the campaign. That's why I'm saying that the Azimio la Umoja is not actually being very effective as such. Like now, when
one moment, politics and politician. Hold on.
Yeah.
I want us to understand each other here. Okay. You're saying Azimio la Umoja, Raila goes to counties to get specific people that will campaign for him. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that what you said? And then you're saying William Ruto had already gotten people to campaign for him in various sections of the country. So
yeah,
where's the difference?
What is the difference? Yeah. The difference is that William Samoei Ruto did that behind the curtain. And Raila Odinga is just doing outright. So we are trying to see this person is actually looking for people now who are going to campaign for him. While William is a very smart guy. He knows that I cannot continue wasting time going round. I can do this thing behind the curtain. So William did behind the curtain. And now when Raila is doing that in front of the curtain, and very smart people are seeing what he's trying to do. Because if you look at Raila Odinga, you will find that currently it was as if he was only having the Luo Nyanza people. If you look even in Kisii, let me assume in Nyamira he was having none. And if he was having maybe one, if you also go to Kisii County, you will find that
politics and politician. I
want to do that.
Hold on. I am trying to follow you, and you keep taking us back to where you told us. Okay. I just want you to answer me this. Okay.
Yes.
From William Ruto's campaign. Okay, since he started as early as 2019, 2018, right? How do we trace his political strategy? Because all I see is activities and some woodwing programs. No clear-cut, national-wide political strategy. If there is anything, is going to the people directly, disregarding the local leaders.
Yes. Let me tell you, smart people could not actually wait at one moment, and then you see that is the time they have started. Smart people start from a very long time. They start from where you cannot know even where they started. Because if you are a person who does not understand politics, you are the only person who is going to say, this is the time. But you will find those people who are very smart, they understand every time is politics. Every minute is about politics. So for them, they will not wait a specific time to do the politics, because they understand that once you are a politician, you must do politics at all time. And that's why William is actually being the front runner, because he had understood that I cannot sit back and I want to be the president of this republic. If I want to be the president of this republic, first, I must associate myself with the good luck of Jubilee. Second, I must be a genius, and I must know how a genius can dissociate himself from the dirtiness of the Jubilee. So that's why we are saying that this so-called William is a genius in politics. But
Okay,
if we look,
politics. Hold on. I think that point is made. Let's do it.
yeah, let me move to another point.
Hold on. Ngoja kwanza. You can look at the comments and see how people are responding to what you are saying. That's
no,
one.
I don't get worried about the comments.
Politics and politician. I am assuming you are a politician or a political analyst. All right. For us to have something called a strategy or a system, we need to be able to replicate it or trace it. Okay. So if you are political genius, yet we cannot study you, we cannot predict you, we are not able to follow you, then all you're doing are tricks, schemes, and tactics, but no strategy.
No.
Number two.
That's actually your aspect. That's actually your aspect.
Just like yours is also an aspect. Okay.
Yeah. That one I agree completely.
The formula of calculating a circle, an area of a circle, is the same in America.
But remember, politics is not mathematics. It's not the same as mathematics. It's about
here. For it to be a strategy, then it needs to be specific.
It's not about, if you look at specific.
Your understanding of politics is that we use tricks and schemes and games without underlying principle. Without an underlying principle, what you have is just floating in
principle
the air.
Politics is a mix. Politics is a mix. Sometimes you have principles with it. It does not go merely about principles.
Let's hear from somebody else. Thank you.
Why can't you give me time? I explain a simple thing.
No, it is bit.
It's not about Asmio. It's not about Asmio.
Please, I want you to understand that we are not having a monologue. Number one. Number two, we speak in parts. So you share your point, another person will share your point. You get another time to do that. You can't speak all through alone. That's why the studio allows 10 people at a time. Tunaelewana?
Tunaelewana, but ulichukua kataimu kangu kadogo.
Ngoja kwanza. Tarudi kwako.
Sawa.
Thank you. Let's get from Ken. Ken, how are you? Ken, unmute and speak.
Yes, hello. How are you, sir?
I'm well. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. I'm very much grateful to get into this show because many times I've been trying to get in, but all the times I find it occupied. So I'm very grateful today. I think that man who has just been talking there is in himself confused of so many facts. When he's saying that Ruto is a strategist, and he's failing to mention to us any strategy that Ruto is using. First of all, if we look at Ruto as a person, we want to look at the face of Kenya and look at the acceptability of a leader. I want him to show us any one place where Ruto has gone and has got overwhelming support of the governors and the people, the leaders across the board, as is happening with the Honorable Raila, because we are seeing Ruto started running long time ago, almost 4 years down the line. Raila's just come on board. And we are seeing the trend. And today I was even very much shocked when Ruto is saying that he had not started campaigning. He was supervising or going about the government projects. I don't understand which project Ruto is supervising or going through when he's going around calling the president Tapeli, conmen, and so on. Which government project is he supervising when the head of that government is the one he's referring to as Tapeli and conman? So we are Kenyans, we're not stupid. We want to tell these people that we know everything they're doing and everything they're saying. But I want to guarantee that no matter how hard it will be, it is just the beginning. Ruto will find the campaign very hard. This is just the beginning of everything. For now, that is all I want to say. Just to put it straight that whatever is happening is Ruto is lacking acceptability across the board in all the country. So that man should remain with that, knowing that his man is down on his knees already. In fact, if you talk to him right in his heart, he will tell you that he knows where he's heading in 2022. Yes. So that is what I want to leave my friend with there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Ken. Peter Ogwell, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, sir.
Go ahead, make your submission in next
and good evening.
in 2 to 3 minutes. 2 to 3 minutes, please.
It's okay. Ruto has a strategy. The strategy is very clear, but it's a wrong one because it is the one that is supposed to divide Kenyans, and is doing it consciously. When he talks about 8 million people who voted for Jubilee, he's referring to Rift Valley and Mount Kenya. So they want to form a government exclusive of other regions, and that is what appeals to Mount Kenya populace. Another strategy is that the one that was used in the Nyayo era, where you give handouts along the road, freebies to people, and then start following you wherever you go, so that it looks like you have a majority of people following you, but no, that's not the truth. Ruto is using a strategy which is not good for the country. Nevertheless, it's a strategy, and therefore we cannot say that it doesn't have a strategy. Raila is concerned, Raila and the team, and Uhuru Kenyatta, and the people who are following them are concerned about the future of this country. So they have a strategy also to unite the country first. In fact, the next 5 years, we don't expect any development in this country. We expect reconciliation and putting institutions in place to ensure that now we set a stage for future development. So after 5 years, when the Mandela effect has taken place, people will reconcile themselves to each other. Community that has been so against each other will reconcile, and now they will see that Raila was not a bad person after all, and therefore the Luos and the Kikuyus and other people and the Kalenjins and other tribes will unite, and now we'll be looking at the future with a bright prospect. But for Ruto, he's desperate, and therefore, like Hitler, Hitler was eloquent in speech, was able to move the masses, but he caused the Second World War, and that one we know. And therefore, as much as Ruto is very clever and appear to be very informed in negative things, when he talk about not campaigning for some time now, and we know he's been campaigning, I don't know who is fooling, because you cannot be lying in front of the cameras to the populace, and they have been seeing you campaigning all over. You're telling us that you're not even campaigning. And then he was chairing a government activity function and giving a statement that they are planning this, they are planning that. Which government is he talking about? So Ruto is talking with the tongue in the cheek, so to speak. He has a strategy to stabilize the system That's why he has his choice of people he's working with, not mainstream leadership in this country. And therefore, is out to achieve a certain goal, which is very determined to achieve. So he'll have to be stopped by Kenyans who of goodwill to ensure that Kenya move in a straight path and a peaceful coexistence of all the communities in this country. Thank you so much, my friend.
Okay, thank you, Ogwell. Auko. Auko Bernard, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, your remarks, please. Unmute first.
It's okay.
You unmute. Uh-huh. Hey, Bwana Auko. Auko,
I have
sorry.
learned. Yes. Yes, Auko. Yes, Bwana Bernard.
Endelea, toa maoni yako.
Yes, I think I've been following up well, and I realize, especially the youths, we are really doing a good job. At the same times, we fail to understand that the politics always, when it comes to during politics, this is where the politicians always engineered some philosophies that can engage the youth to either to disintegrate them, make them feel that one tribe is more superior than the other or lesser. So on that line, I've learned also the people who are in the government, like our vice president. I think we need to judge one another with what we have done. One of the things that I learned and the strategy that the DP is using is a very vocal man. He can speak and he can use good language, even to defeat the entire politicians like Kalonzo Musyoka and everyone. The mouth is sweet. But I believe having that in mind, you can see whatever we have achieved in the country. A lot of liars are coming in because of these politicians. And that is why you see, when you call Auko Bernard, I will always support who? You know my side automatically. But that is not the case. The case should be, I'm one of the people, I don't live at home. I live in a different county. What am I looking at that place? I need the infrastructure. I need good education for children. And we need any other development. But are we going to get that if I support my side? We are not going to achieve it. One, we must look at ourselves and we judge ourselves. I look at the Bible of some Jesus that they are reading even the Bibles. I look at the Bible some few days ago at Catholic University when he was trying to check on the Bible and express it to the people. They are liars. Just like me, I know I can't judge myself 100%. But what we are doing, and a grave mistake, that we believe in politicians more than even our pastors. Like my politician and politics and politician man, I heard the way he was expressing himself. He's a supporter of Ruto, but not knowing the other side of the story he can give, especially as we are discussing the matters which are more important to help us move from one stage to another. Raila has been in the government. What are we going to judge him with? By coming up and telling us the peace, love, and unity? Is it enough? We need to evaluate this because tomorrow we have to give something to our children. We have to give ourselves a better future. And that future, after 5 years, you cannot reverse. And we need to look at these strategies well. The scheme and what have you are methods. But the system, how the system works, are totally different. That is why they steal from us, and we always praise them when something goes wrong. Thank you, Bonaben. God bless you.
Bernard has disappeared. The politics, you might be leading the role now.
Hello?
Yes, politics, you might be taking a role of as a moderator for now, probably.
Hello?
Politics.
Hello?
Politics.
Hello?
RMJ, just hold on. I think Bernard is out. He might be coming back anytime.
Can we hear from Great Joel as we wait for Bernard? Can you can talk? Can you can talk?
Yes, I want to comment about the guy who has just talked, Mr. Auk or whatever. I think he's called Mr. Auk or somebody.
Auko.
Yes, Mr. Uko has asked some very tremendous questions that I would have liked to respond to, because Mr. Uko, while talking about politicians and asking us that Raila has been in the government and what can we judge him with, I think I want to bring it to his attention that there are so many things we can judge Raila with. We can judge Raila with the new constitution that we are enjoying now. That is a product of Raila. The evolution that currently is the appeal of the country's development. That is an idea of Raila. Freedom of speech that we are even enjoying here, to even talk all these matters freely, that is also a product of Raila. We have so many ideas that Raila has brought to this country. Even if we go to the infrastructure, we have now in Nairobi, we have the southern bypass and the northern bypass. All those are ideas of Raila. So when Auko is talking and asking that what we can judge Raila with, I think it's a little bit misplaced. You need to go back to history and know what Raila has done to this country before he comes to a platform like this and asking us what we can judge Raila with. So that is all that I would like to put across now for my friend Auko, so that he knows that when he's talking with people who have been following the history of this country, and we know what Raila has been doing in this country. So he should not take us for people who have just come from another planet today. Thank you, sir, for now.
Okay, thank you, Ken. Grape Joy. Grape Joy. Okay. RMJ, how are you?
Hello. Can you hear me? Sorry, guys. Can you hear me?
Ali vipi?
Salama, tukwema.
Yes. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, that's great. Frankie, I don't have any much remarks, but I would like to thank the ones who have been contributing regarding today's topics. The only thing, there's something shocked me. You know, we are human beings and we have our preferences. But sometimes when we're in a platform like this, we have to bring some factual stuff, you know, because when we live in this world, we need to add something to ourselves. You don't want to get some garbages and then you swallow it and you just walk out with those garbages. So it's better we get something to add value to ourselves and add value to some people who have been viewing. So I was just viewing outside, so I decided to jump here and say, let me just point out something. The point is, as I said, we are human beings. We may end up having our own preferences. So someone mentioned that politics is not mathematics. And then at the end of the day, you say politics is everything. So what's the word everything means for me? So the word everything means, it means mathematics, it should be in everything as well. So when you're trying to sell your idea, there's no point of trying to fool everyone or not bring something which is not factual here. And then at the end of the day, you're trying to force or to sell the idea to everyone. So the only thing I like to point out, even though we have our own preferences, but it's better to add something which can add value to ourselves and the viewers as well. That's the only things I wanted to point out on today's discussion.
Okay, thank you, RMJ. Okay, and RMJ, before you go, are you still there?
Yes.
Yes, I need you to be on standby. In case I drop out, you will chair the meeting until I come back. My network is misbehaving.
Okay, I can do that. No worries.
Okay. Thank you. Aya Girigiri. Girigiri upo? Miss. Yes.
Yes. Hello, Ben.
Yes, I can hear you. Go
Hello,
ahead.
Johnny.
Salama, namna gani uko?
Unasikia? Nzuri sana. Sasa strategy, tukiongea mambo ya strategy hapo, mi naona ya Raila iko sawa, sababu Ruto naona mpaka itabidi arudi kwa drawing board, sababu hiyo strategy yake ilikuwa ni kuhusu bodaboda na mama mboga. Alikuwa na target watu wa chini wenye wengine ni vijana wenye hawajaelewa politics, wengine hata kuran nchi huwa inataka ueledi wa juu, sio tu kazi tu rahisi tu. Alafu Ruto mimi mara nyingi huwa sioni ako na watu wa kufanya nao kazi pia, sababu utamkuta like hii strategy ya Raila akienda mahali utamuona anatafuta wale wazee wenye wako pale wa kitambo wenye wanaweza mpa akili ya kuendesha nchi, sababu kuendesha nchi sio kazi rahisi ya kusema tu eti tukishughulikia vijana tu hivi tu, yani na handouts, eti nchi itaendelea tu vizuri. Sababu kuna Ruto vile alienda Makueni akapatia wale wasichana commercial workers pesa, kwa hivyo anataka kubona kila sehemu like Homa Bay kuna wale night runners wako na chama chao, mbona hakuwataja pia tujue kama anashughulikia? Kwa hivyo mimi naona kazi yake ni kuhudu eti yeye nao atachagua. Sasa kwa hivyo tunaweza amini tu mtu kama huyo eti sahihi anaweza badilika mara moja. Stadium yenyewe alisema ataweka 12 baada ya zile zenye waliahidi mara ya kwanza. Sasa unaona mtu kama huyo, historia pia, hata ukiangalia historia yake, yani kuongea kwake, mimi naona strategy yake angetafuta, kama ni hajaelewa, angekaa chini tenda ajistrategize, aone vile kampeni yake itaenda. Lakini sasa kila mtu ako na mtu mwenye anampenda. Sasa huwa sio kila kitu, na kuimplement policies ndio naona ni muhimu sana. Lakini hii ya siasa hii ni kuvuta tu watu wapige kura, ambapo ukiangalia Raila, mimi naamini hata kama ni kusema, hata stenda zile vitu wanasema kwa kampeni zote, lakini kuna kiwango, ukikompea na Ruto, kuna kiwango anaweza timiza, sababu kuna watu wametulia, wamekosa kazi, sababu serikali imefanywa kidogo. Kama Ruto sasa unaona anataka uingie kwa chama cha UDA, sio eti ukuje na chama chako. Kwa nini? Ni kama anaturudisha kwa mambo ya era ya party, yani chama kimoja, ambapo mtu hatakuwa na sauti yake. Lakini tukikuwa na vyama vyetu alafu tuungane, utakuwa kila mtu analeta maoni yake kutoka maeneo yenye anatoka, alafu ataleta shida zake, alafu wasikizwe national level, alafu hiyo maoni yao itasikizwa, alafu itekelezwe. Hiyo mimi naona itafaa. Asante.
Okay, thank you. Ochieng Owuor. Bwana Ochieng Owuor, are you there?
Yes, Mr. Bernard.
Haya,
I'm very alert. Okay. I wanted to pick to pieces a few issues. The first one is about William Ruto and the bottom line, the bottom up economic model. I don't see any fault with the bottom up approach. The only problem is that the gospel is good, but the preacher is the issue here. If everything that Ruto has been promising since a time immemorial, I came across a clip whereby Ruto was invited, I think it was a graduation ceremony, and I was like, any university that is churning out graduates who end up roasting maize in the roadside should be ashamed of themselves. In fact, they should not receive resources from the national government. He's a man who is aggressive. He has the energy. He's smart. But all these beautiful aspects is watered down by the greed side of him. The guy loves himself more than he loves anybody else. And the reason why, the singular most important reason as to why he has edged everybody is saying that I don't want collision. Ruto anataka wenye wanamwimbia. If you are against him, he won't stand you. And there's one thing I wanted to say here about our politics. Majority of us, and that's the conundrum, majority of us do not understand where we are coming from. And the millennials, the youths, and that's where the problem is. Those of us who actually caught a glimpse of what the Kanu era used to be will tell you that Ruto is a no-go zone. And they will give you reasons. The issue of tribalism, I don't think Kenyans are that tribalistic. The issue here is broken promises. I think that's what actually been putting us, reminding us of our ethnicity and tribe. 2002, Kenyans were very happy, and they say, you know, this time round we've got it wrapped, hot from the kitchen. We have elected a leader who is going to represent what we've been yearning for. And for the very first time in the history of Kenya, you know, Kibaki got into power when Kenya, our budget was roughly 250,000 billion, sorry. The first budget, it rose to 50 billion. By then, Nigeria was 90 billion. SA was far ahead of us because their budget was at 1.2 trillion. In 2006, 93% of our national budget was funded locally. We only borrowed 7%. That is history, it is there. Now, when Kibaki got into power, a few clegg of people actually took advantage of, I don't know whether because the Kibaki was got involved in an accident, or it was, I don't know whether he was also party to it. Everything came falling apart. And Kenyans now thought, we are back to where we came from. That's when the Luos came to know we are still Luos. The Kalenjins knew we are still Kalenjins. Because even if you look at the way those people fought the Kanu regime, when you call a demonstration, everybody was there. And back then, they were not paid even a coin. It was out of their own volition. The politics of money. We are talking about, there's a guy who mentioned that it started way back in 1992. That is not correct. Because Moi only managed to buy a few click of people and actually sell through. The issue started in 2013. Because 2002, we voted Kibaki without even, this guy did not bribe us. 2007, there were no bribes. The bribe came up in 2013. And it was started by the duo, the Jubilee duo. And that's where Ruto got the juice of actually bribing every Tom, Dick, and Harry. And he believes that's the only way he can ascend to power. But Kenyans are saying, look, we were there before, and that's where we've been since time immemorial, and nothing has changed. Can we rethink of our next course of action? Where are we heading to? I believe Kenyans, level-headed Kenyans are saying we are on the right track. And I think the so-called Lasala narrative is going to be an ephemera. It's going to be something short-lived. You won't hear of it past February of 2022. I beg to wacha mwingine aingie.
Okay. Thank you, Cheng. Okay, thank you for your submission. Please, everybody keep your mic mute until it's your turn to speak. I want us to go straight to Mike. Mike, are you there? Oh, hold on, Ken. What is it, Ken?
Yeah, thank you, Bernard. I'm around.
Yes, Mr. Bernard. Thank you for giving me another chance.
Yes.
There's a point I want to bring out.
Hold on,
Just to contribute.
Ken, hold on. If you have a question, I would allow it. But
Not
if it's
really a
another
question, but
point,
just a point on
you will
what
come
my
in
friend has just
after.
said.
Sorry?
Just a point on what my friend has just said. My friend was just talking.
Okay, I'll give you a half a minute because the time for Mike.
Yeah, what I wanted to say, because my friend was talking and he has said that when we elected Kibaki, we didn't know about the tribe and we almost were on very straight path. We knew that everything was going to be right. But what has cost us all this is also, we have to agree with the fact, the way they stand. There has been politics of betrayal in Kenya all round. There are people who always want to do the right thing when that right thing favors them. But they will not do that right thing when it is not on their side. You remember, if Raila and Kibaki, on their agreement, they would have fulfilled the memorandum of understanding which they signed, we would not today be even struggling with this thing of BBI. We would be having an executive prime minister, which they want now, because it is going to favor them. So this kind of politics of betrayal must also be stopped so that we can move forward, because we don't only do the right thing when it favors you, and when it favors the whole country and it is not about you, then you stand on its way. Because right now we would not be talking of the executive prime minister, we would not be talking of all these things that we are talking about now. Those are things that could have been ironed out during the Raila Kibaki era. So that is the system we would be moving with right now. So truth be told, that there are people who have brought us down by this attitude of only wanting to do the right thing when that right thing favors them. That is all I wanted to say now.
Okay, thank you, Ken. Mike, you can come in now.
Thank you, Ben. I like your topic because you have been very clear. You have stated tricks and tactics, because we are discussing the tricks and tactics, and the tricks is not a very very noble word when you want to apply it to your populace or friends. I also want us to engage and understand as a country what is the power of propaganda in our politics. How effective is it, and what impact has it had in our country in the last election? We might just need to go to the maybe 3-4 elections before. We also want to discuss the level of maturity of the Kenyan voters or populace as far as scrutinizing the issues that are being propagated across by the politicians. Personally, I have a very sad feedback that propaganda plays a very big role in our country. And I'll just confine myself in the last 2 elections. In 2013, and somebody said this when I was listening before I went off, Raila's political career was almost diminished by the Mau forest. He stood firm, and he has also got a Nobel Awards because of being a great environmentalist. He sacrificed his career just for the sake of, not Kenya. Mau forest, for those who understand the geography of East Africa, serves beyond Kenya. But it's very interesting that today people are cheering the deputy president for declaring that he'll protect the same forest that he told Kenyans with his people that rain comes from heaven and not from trees. For those of you who don't have those clips, I can always get you, because I always talk from reference. There are people from Mount Rift Valley who went to the Mau forest and really cried in front of the people who are being evicted, and they are told that even if all trees were cut down, we would still get rain. Rain comes from heaven. And today people are cheering the same person who told them that we don't need those trees. Let's cut them and still have people live there because people are more important than trees. Propaganda sells because our politicians have gained the courage of being so shameless and going back to the same people they told us that 2010 constitution was bad, it was going to bring same-sex marriage, and today they send lawyers in their hundreds to go and defend the same constitution that they were saying that was very bad. For those who didn't see, Harvey was the team leader and today he has joined UDA. He was the team leader of UDA in protecting the 2010 constitution. That the same people fought against, telling us that it was going to take their land, it was going to bring same-sex marriage, it was going to bring Kadis Code and all other things. So are Kenyans smart enough to read beyond the lies? My answer is no. Kenyans are not smart enough, and forgive me for using that harsh word. We are easily lied to, and the politicians know that, and that's why they're able to get away with it very easily. How can you say something just in our lifetime, in the same generation, and you come back and so shamelessly say the opposite, and you still have Kenyans cheering you? To me, that is very dangerous. So propaganda is still going to sell because the politicians have seen that Kenyans are easily gullible. They can be lied to and they get away with it. We were told by the Jubilee government that they'll give us so many things, the laptops, the stadiums, and all that. And today somebody is also telling us something different, that we shall bring this and this and this. And Kenyans are clapping. Me, I look at people and really, I'm really disturbed. When somebody, even your personal friend, you give him 100 shillings, he tells you he'll bring tomorrow. He doesn't. The following day, he borrows another 100. You say maybe it was a bad luck. You give him, then he doesn't. Why would you still trust the same guy when he comes and borrows you another 100 after 2 weeks? I think it is now naivety bordering to stupidity that will make us make wrong choices. It's not our leaders. For me, 2022 will not be about leaders. It will be about Kenyans making a good or wrong choice. We know our leaders, so we cannot blame our leaders for what they say, whether they lie or tell us the truth. So we shall get the leaders we deserve in 2022 because we all know their records. It's not like somebody needs to bring up their record for us to see. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Thank you. Let's go straight to Waga Waga. Are you there? Waga Waga, are you there? Waga Waga, upo kweli? Hatukupati? Okay, Kosgei vipi?
Salama, mambo?
Salama, karibu.
Pole, nimekuwa mahali, so nilikuwa nimeona umeingia online saa 2. Alafu nilikuwa bado niko na shughuli mahali kidogo, nilichelewa mahali. Nashukuru. Jana ulinipea Wekesa akanisimia mataa, lakini nilifika safari yenye nilikuwa nafika, sikuweza kusungumuza the last minutes, na alikuwa na topic mzuri. Well, sitaki hata kurudi kwa hiyo topic ya Wekesa, nataka kuchangia. Nimeona swali umeulizia hapo, alafu nimepata Mike ameulizia swali ya Mau. Wacha niende kwa swali ya Mike. Chenye Mike anasahau tu ni siasa ni kujiletea. Ni kama ule mwanamke ambaye umekosana na yeye, unajaribu kuomba msamaha. Siasa ya Narok ni kuomba msamaha, especially in DP anajaribu kuchallenge. Unajua siasa ni challenge, na sijui mbona tunasahau. Unajua siasa si kusema ati mimi nilisema kusa watu, ila siasa ni kujaribu kujitoa usafi, na nashukuru juu wananchi wa Narok walirespond na good moods. the way the Mike tried to explain on it, hakuna siku mtu utafika pale na watu wa kuchea like umesema uongo ama nini, but wanajaribu kushangilia, na DP pia amejaribu kujitoa. DP ndio alikuwa wa kwanza, na anasemanga kwa kila platform, mimi napenda kuweka maneno yangu wazi. DP ndio alikuwa mtu anasema, nakumbuka kwa wakati ya ODM ilikuwa ni Ruto anasema ODM ndio ametoa watu Mau, nakumbuka if I'm so wrong. DP alikuwa anajaribu kusema Raila ni ametoa watu Mau, lakini siasa ya Kenya ni uongo. Siasa ya Kenya in general, sitaki kusema mimi ni mfuasi wa tangatanga, lakini napenda kuweka maneno yangu wazi. Siasa ya Kenya ni kusema uongo ndio mtu akuchakue na mtu akuweke kwa pale kwa kiti. Siasa ya Kenya hakuna siku utasema mimi ni mkamilifu, munichakue ndio kusaidia namna hii. Ndio imeturudisha nyuma kimaendeleo na kidemokrasia. Kwa sababu gani? Watu ya Kenya, especially the viongozi, wajai heshimu democracy. As from the way I'm beginning, napenda kusema kwa hii platform ya kuwa watu ni to let down ni DCI and insecurity in generally. Hao ndio watu ya kwanza waliweza kumess up in Kenya. Kama watu ya security wangekuwa nafuata integrity na katiba ya Kenya, Kenya ingekuwa ni nchi nyingine huru na amani na staarabu. Lakini ukiangalia ile siasa ambao inaendelea sasa, especially the narrow, in 100% DP will going to gain maybe half of it, like an example Junison ya ODM wasipokuwa very keen, DP enda ukain pale for the sake of ameanza kucheza karata yake. Ameanza kusema watu ya Mau mnapaki pale, of which iko in public domain ya kuwa DP ame-mention the way it is. Chenye Mike tu anafaa kuelewa, na nilisema juzi ndugu yangu Bernard tunaelewa vizuri sana. Siasa ya Kenya kwa sahihi, especially this 2022. This 2022 ni Raila Odinga na Mr. DP ambao wako kwa platform, na hao ndio wanaongoza kwa Kenya wa sahihi, especially the platform umesema kwa sahihi kwa nini yako umesema DP na Raila. Swali ambao umepost pale ni kati ya Raila na DP, na hivyo ndio Wakenya wako kwa sahihi. Hao wengine tu ni pushing time, hao wengine ni kusindikiza tu safari, of which oga nimeona hata imefunjika. Wao wenyewe hata wameshindwa kufanya meeting zao. Wao wenyewe mkuu yao iko usiku kwa DP, mkuu yao usiku iko kwa Raila. Maybe by December watakuwa wamewachana. Hata tuongelee, tuta waste time yetu pande ile. So siasa ya Kenya kwa sasa ni kujipanga na maneno yako. Wechefa unasema ukweli, wechefa unasema uongo. Hiyo ndio siasa ya Kenya kwa sasa, in between the Odinga man and the DP. Swali ambalo nilikuwa nataka kupost pia pale ni leo pia tumeona DP ameweza kuchea, although amechea meeting ambao the all governors wao kwa pale. But at least for the real sense ni siasa inaenda kushika waves zingine tofauti. Siasa inaenda tena ikiingia mwelekeo mwingine tofauti. Si kama tena pale tulikuwa tumefikia. Tunaangalia tena DP hata kama wao kuchea the all governors, nimeona the governors walikuwa governors 9 around 9 if I'm so wrong Bernard. Niliona governors walikuwa karibu 9. Na mimi nashukuru platform ambao ulitupea Bernard, ni tunajaribu kushare views, tunajaribu kufundisha kisiasa, tunajaribu kufundishana siasa, tunajaribu kufundishana, tunapenda Kenya yetu, na tunashukuru kwa time yako ambao ulitupea tufundishane siasa. Siasa ya Kenya ukijaribu kuangalia tena imeenda tena nje nyingine ambao hatuelewi ni nini inaendelea kwa Kenya juu. Tunaangalia leo bwana DP ameweza kujia the ministers. Pale nyuma ameweza kusema serikali wamenitenga. Juu mimi napenda kuweka siasa yangu wazi. Sipendangi upande wa ODM, sipendangi upande wa DP, lakini napenda kuweka Kenya venye Kenya iko wazi. Hatuelewi kabisa juu nini inaendelea swa Kenya. Ni DP alikuwa amepangwa, amesema waweka kando, tena tuseme ovit, tunaangalia tena ni kuna kitu inaendelea. So ile mtazamo wangu mimi nasema kisiasa ya Kenya hatuelewi ni Kenya inaendelea upande gani juu. Tukijaribu kufuatilia kuna kitu Kenya inaendelea ambao sisi wenyewe wa Kenya hatuelewi. Serikali wenyewe anatufunikia, serikali nini inaendelea. Lakini kwa mtazamo wangu mimi ni siasa ya Kenya by December tutaelewa penye Kenya yetu inaelekea, kwa sababu kila mwelekeo tunaamka asubuhi ni maneno yanabadilika. Tunaamka asubuhi Kenya inabadilika. Strategies ya Kenya ndio tupate mwelekeo vizuri ni Kenya inaelekea mwelekeo gani? Juu tukitazama pia ODM mwenyewe amesema sikombei kiti, na watu ya ODM wanajua ni baba ndiye anaamka. Baba mwenyewe hajaeleza watu ya kuwa mimi mwenyewe naamka niko kumbaa kwa debe. Sasa tunashindwa kujua. DP mwenyewe leo ameruka amesema sijaanza campaign, mimi bado ni supervisor wa serikali. So kimtazamo yangu mimi kama Mkenya mkamilifu ni sitetei ODM, sitetei bwana DP. Kenya inatupeleka upande gani? Tunajifunza nini kwa Kenya? Bwana DP anasema mimi ni supervisor wa serikali. ODM huko anasema mimi najaribu kuleta Kenya patanisho. Ni nini haswa sana kama sisi wa Kenya tunajifunza kwa serikali ya sasa na siasa ambayo inakuja pale mbele? Ni nini haswa tunajifunza sana juu? Tunasikia leo DP anasema mimi ndio makamu wa rais, mimi ndio nilikuwa hapa wakitoa watu ya mau. Atuelewi ni nini Kenya haswa tunajifunza kwa kisiasa. Ndugu yangu Bernard, nimeingia kwa sahi, nafikiri tunapoendelea maybe kwa mjadala ya pili ukinipea nafasi, at least tutakuwa tumejifunza ya kuwa ni nini haswa inaendelea kwa Kenya yetu, ambao tunajifunza nini haswa sisi wananchi na wazalendo wa Kenya.
Okay,
ndio swali yangu pia. Yeah.
Okay. Tunapoendelea waga uko wapi?
Yes, sasa mnanipata?
It's okay. My take on what Kosgei has just said is I think one person seems to have been caught into his own trap and is trying to shackle himself from the same, in the sense that after all the announcement, the government has sidelined me, I am not in the government, I am this and that. I think njia ya muongo imeanza kuwa fupi, so ni lazima aanze kujinasua mapema, kwa sababu uko mbele vile kunakaa kunaweza kumshinda. Kwa hivyo I see DP as somebody who is smartly trying to own up what he has been denying, so that Kenyans can forgive him in time and then be able to clear him as he keeps up his ambition for 2022. That's what I can interpret from the latest development. And him trying to hoodwink Kenyans by, capitalizing on their short memory in quotes, may not work for him. Because as much as you can garnish your politics with lies, there must be some underlying truth at least you can fall back to if the lies fall apart. But if it's built on lies after lie and after lie and after lie, if those lies get discovered in good time, what will you fall back to? And that is a lesson that each and every one of us as Kenyans need to appreciate. We can't build our life on lies all through. As much as we say that politics goes with lying, you don't have to become a liar to be a politician. You can be a truthful one. And if you can't, at least be 50% truthful, not 100% lying. All the same. Kosgei, unaweza kurespond dakika moja tuende kwa booze.
Yeah, naweza kurespond juu unajua mimi kwa hii platform ndio nakwanga najaribu kubalance siasa yangu. Sikuangi NASA, sikuangi Yuda, kwa sababu napenda nijifunze kisiasa. Mimi bado ningali naenda mbali sana kwa umri yangu. Nimekuquote maneno yako na napenda kuzungumza Kiswahili kwa sababu at least napenda ule msikilizaji pia apende kujifunza neno kutoka kwangu. Mimi nikiweka wasi maneno yangu mimi ya kuwa in between DP ameanza kujirestore, ameanza kujiweka chini ya kuwa ni nini aswa, na nimependa vile umefafanua, na vile umefafanua ni vitu mbili, na pia tutakuja turudi kwa hii platform after 2022 pia kujifunza. Neither Mr. Kenyatta mwenyewe ameangalia, najaribu peel up my team, najaribu kuforce Jubilee waunge mkono baba, but at the end of it wameangalia tena huyu jamaa ameweka mizizi yake chini ya kuwa ameshika wale watu wangu ambao ni watu ya Jubilee, wale mtazamo wangu wote wamekuwa very strong kaja in terms of Mr. DP. Like an example, serikali venye tunaangalia saizi wameanza kuweka mizizi yao, hawaelewi ni namna gani siasa inaenda, but at least ukiangalia wale governors wenye walijaribu kusungumuza, mtu anasema hata kama kuna opinion utafauti yetu ya kisiasa, ni lazima tukama tufanye kazi kwa pamoja, ambao nilishindwa kujua ni nini haswa sana hao magovernors wanafunika juu. In terms of, kuna governor moja aliongea wa Laikipia, alisema hata kama hatuna ile umoja na nini, lakini ukijaribu kuangalia venye anajaribu kusungumuza ni kishingo upande, kwa sababu kina Professor Anyang' Nyong'o walikuwa kwa hiyo meeting, lakini hawakuja kwa press conference. Wao wenyewe walikaa nyuma ya tent, ambao mimi mwenyewe kama kijana mdogo nilijifunza something, nilijifunza kujua ni nini haswa sana hii inamaanisha nini kisiasa. Lakini my point ndio lose focus ni kinyang'anyiro, na bado mimi nasimama kimsingi. Mimi sijaamini endorsement juu haijaifanyika kwa Kenya, ambao mimi mwenyewe nimesaliwa. Endorsement ya Kenyatta ya Moi na Mr. President ambao ni sitting president for now aliendorse Mr. Kenyatta. Na hiyo wakati hata Kenyatta mwenyewe, if I'm so wrong, hakuweza hata kufika kura 3,000, alipata around 2 to 1,000, actually hakufika hata mahali. So the endorsement ya wananchi is very important than the endorsement ya the sitting president. So ile yenye inajaribu kujifunza kwa hii kisiasa ndio, yes, tunaweza sema kuwa DP anajaribu kujiosha, tunajaribu kusema DP anajaribu kujifanya nini, lakini anahatarisha hayaleti tena ile mfuto. In short, Kenya saizi ni kinyang'anyiro, bado mimi nasimama ukweli peupe. Kinyang'anyiro ya urais ni iko very nadri sana in between Mr. Odinga and Mr. DP, ambao hata tukitumia zile in terms of lies ya kuwa DP amefanya ABCD, haiwezi ikapunguza kwa mwananchi, haiwezi ikaleta ile picha ya wananchi kurudi nyuma. Kwa sababu gani? Tukiangalia kama Narok ni stronghold ya ODM, lakini tukijaribu kuangalia kisiasa venye inaenda kwa hii Kenya, ile stronghold ya Jubilee, ile stronghold ya NASA inaenda ikibadilika. This time round haiwezi kuwa stronghold ya NASA, ila itakuwa stronghold, an example ya UDA. Ile stronghold ya UDA, for example Central, inaweza kuwa maybe stronghold ya UDA ya ODM, of which wale maybe baina ya watu wengine watanielewa, lakini kisiasa utaelewa venye siasa inaenda. This time round stronghold ya ODM itakuwa maybe nusu ya wale wafuasi wengine, stronghold ya Jubilee itakuwa stronghold ya ODM in other terms. But as time we go, maybe at the end of this December, ndio siasa tutajua inaelekea upande gani. But for now, let's prepare that Mr. Odinga, even if we can use some lies or whichever or direct that DP is DP hakuna kitu hajaifanya kwa sahi wa Kenya, haiwasaidii anything. But for now tunaomba Mungu sana ili tunapofanya siasa at least waje kuwe ni siasa ya amani, ambao itapea mtu ile freedom na kujiexpress na kuuza sera zake, bali isikuwe ni siasa ya kurushana mawe. Kwa sababu gani? Naokopa siasa ya 2022 for now, for real, naokopa siasa ya 2022. Reason wa Kenya, especially the border people, they are going to mislead this country, especially in terms of 20 bob. Tumekuwa in case wala wanafuata platform ya kisiasa. Kitale ilileta shida mpaka baba mwenyewe akasema nimepea pesa mtu mmoja. Reason wameanza kutumia hata boda kuforce siasa ambao si mzuri, as the same as maybe DP ameanza kutumia pesa kwa siasa kwa platform nyingine. Inabidi mwanasiasa yote mwenye anaenda mahali popote atoe pesa ya wanabodaboda. Reason kwa sababu ni pesa sasa ndio inatumika, ndio upewe nafasi ya kusungumuza. Na nafikiri ndio hiyo maoni yangu, ndugu yangu Bernard.
Okay, thank you Kosgei. Mike, your hand is up.
Just a quick one, if you allow me a minute. An observation on what you have just said. I have slightly of a different view, but the end result is the same on what you talked about the meeting today of the DP and the governors. For some time, if you noticed, the DP has said that he has been sidelined. And this meeting he called for was very much publicized by his people to get the attention of Kenya to focus on that day and see the outcome. What he was simply doing is that he was building a case to confirm what he has been saying all along, that the government machinery has made sure that I don't even have a meeting with the governors and all that. But the system went ahead and neutralized that by making sure the meeting had the presence of politicians from all political divide. If you see Anyang' Nyong'o was there, if you see Nderitu was there from Jubilee, if you see Anne Waiguru was there from UDA. So all those people came technically to prove that if you are up to your task, we are available. But if you don't call us, we are not available. So don't blame us. So that one has worked against, has backfired on Ruto, because he was to now tell people, you see, I've been saying I've been sidelined, but now you don't believe. I call for a meeting. And by the way, for those of you who might not know, this type of meeting is a constitutionally, that's one of the tasks that has been given to the DP specifically. So he is also very careful to know that the tasks that are written in law, he honors them. So he was fulfilling that and also proving to Kenyans that he has been sidelined, but both worked against him. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Ochera Jim, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you, Bernard. How about you guys?
We are good. Go ahead and make your submission.
You're fine. Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, please stick to the 2 to 3 minute timing.
Okay, thank you. I will stick to that.
Okay.
For those who have been following the political activities of the recent, the last 1 or 2 months, will understand that the tricks or the tactics or whatever the strategies that the two leading contenders have been using in this campaign, they have really gone a notch higher, in my view. I'm of the view that indeed the 2022 general election is going to be a tough one. And it is going to be a tough one in the sense that it is going to either build or break Kenya. The decisions that we are going to make will either build us or destroy us. But having said that, I really love what Mike has said, and I resonate with his view that the today's meeting chaired by the DP, as much as it was performing a constitutionally assigned mandate, it was also, however, supposed to display something, which is whether indeed the DP has been sidelined from the government or he has been just crying, a crybaby or seeking sympathy. But also, I don't know what you guys, especially Mike, can interpret from the fact that the DP somehow, what the headline of the magazines was that he had summoned the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture, Honorable Peter Munya, and the Cabinet Secretary for for Finance, Honorable Yatani, what would you interpret from the fact that the two cabinet secretaries who are very key, very critical members of the IBEC meeting decided to give the meeting a wide berth? What would you interpret for that? From that, is it defiance, or the guys, the cabinet secretaries, were on some assignments of which are yet to be communicated, or people are yet to find out? Or what does that mean? Does it confirm that indeed there's some level of defiance or some level of sidelining of the DP, especially when it comes to having a sit down with the significant members of the cabinet and significant members of the IBEC body? That is number one, which I would like maybe Mike to respond to, maybe later, or when, if you give him a time. Also, one thing that maybe our contenders are failing to address, which I think is very important going forward, and which is really important if we are to realize the Kenyan dream, is the issue of corruption, in my view. And if these leaders can address it in their campaigns, I think it will be one of the best things that will shape the politics of Kenya going forward in 2022, because every government project and the success of every economic model depends on the level of the address given to this monster called corruption. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Mike, you can respond now.
Yeah, I might not have a foolproof answer on that, but what I'm giving is just an opinion because I'm not privy to the finer details. But what I can tell you for free is that Kenya's politics is very crafty. All these things have been well crafted. The people to attend were not by accident. The absence of those people was also not by accident. But what I know, and I can tell you for free, is that there is somebody who advises the people on what constitutes a quorum. So they must have known that even in their absence, as long as there's a secretariat that is available, the DP Ruto can still carry on the task and report to the cabinet. Remember, he sits in the cabinet. The governors don't sit in the cabinet. So they are also setting him up to go back to the cabinet and update the president on the deliberations with the absence of the finance minister. So they're actually cooking him. They're actually frying him with his own meeting, because he's the one who summoned. He has now been set up to go to his boss and explain the resolutions of the meeting. So somehow he'll be forced to talk to the boss with the absence of the other ministers. So, like I say, it's my opinion. It is very crafty, but it is very deliberate, as I can observe. Thank you.
All right, thank you, thank you, Mike. I want us to go to community ancestor.
Yes, Mr. Bernard. Nashukuru sana kwa kunipa nafasi hii angalau nichangie mjadala wa leo ambao mazee uko tricky sana. Kuzinapoangalia zile strategies ambazo hawa viongozi wawili wamezilei in as far as to hunt for votes, ziko so tricky sana kwa mwananchi mwenye maybe hata kuwa na macho yale ya ndani, but all in all kama sasa nikiguzia pande ya William Samoei Ruto manzi. William Samoei Ruto in fact hii mambo yake ya hustler movement, alafu ukiangalia na mambo ya hii bottom up approach, anapoielezea kwa umma namna hii manze, kwa mtu mwenye hajui enyewe anaona kuwa hii bottom up ni kama itafanya kazi, but in the real sense ukijaribu kuangalia mambo ya bottom up ambayo niliwaambia ama ambayo hata wachanganuzi wa maswala ya uchumi na nini wametuambia kabisa, bottom up it is literally a devolution, but hii devolution, unajua ile jambo haswa ambalo limezuia devolution matunda yake sisi kama Wakenya in 10 years tuyaone ni mambo ya corruption, kwa sababu manze pesa zinatoka mingi pale juu zinafika kwa county level, hazikuji mpaka kwa ward level, na kwa ward level wakati mtu wa chini anapoona kuwa anaweza anunua chakula aweke kwa meza, anaweza nunulia watoto wake manguo, anaweza kuwapeleka shule bila msongo wa mawazo, I tell you huyu mwananchi atakuwa anaimba nyimbo za kumsifu the president. But now look, kando na hizo pesa zote in fact ambazo zimekuwa zikiteremka chini, uzuri wa devolution, mwananchi hajaupata kusikia vizuri. So kwa yule mwananchi mwenye ataangalia ama atasikiza tu William Samoei Ruto anaposema kuwa yeye atainua mtu wa chini amleta juu ya meza, ambapo kings na queens watakuwa wanafanya nini? Watakuwa wanakula ile chakula ya kwanza yenye imepakuliwa kutoka jikoni. Huyu mwananchi ataona hakika huyu William Samoei Ruto atatuokolea. Lakini sasa kizuizi tu peke yake ambacho ambacho William Samoei Ruto hajakiaddress ni kuhusu mambo ya corruption. Cause hata ukifanya namna gani, hata ukileta pesa ngapi umwage kwa mwananchi, as long as corruption bado inaendelea kuaffect pale mahali utakapokuwa unatoa hii pesa yenye unapatia huyu mwananchi, bas huyu mwananchi still lazima utafute lazima pesa zake yani hizi pesa zenye ako nazo kwa mfuko, lazima hii pesa ukuje kuifuata kwenda kufill zile gaps ambazo corruption inaendelea kuzinyakua pale juu. So William Samoei Ruto hapo tu peke yake ndio hajazungumza vizuri, na in fact but William Samoei Ruto kama uchaguzi kama angeficha hii card ya mambo ya bottom up ama ya hustler movement, kama angeificha aende kuitoa maybe miezi mitatu kuelekea uchaguzi wa 2022, hizi kura angezichukua vizuri sana. Lakini vile alile hii kadi mapema, ndio unaona kuwa wananchi tumejaribu kuangalia kuchambua kabisa hii bottom up, tunaona hakika haiwezi ikafanya kama devolution imekuwa changamoto. Je, bottom up itatekelezwa? La hasha. Alafu jambo lingine ambalo nimeona in fact leo kuhusu mambo ya Mau Forest. Oh my God. Yani in fact hizi tricks manze, by the way, na propaganda za viongozi kama William Samoei Ruto nitampatia 100%. Kama leo amesema vizuri kuhusu mambo ya Mau Forest kuwa atahakikisha kuwa Mau Forest imekuwa fenced vile Mount Kenya ilikuwa fenced ama Aberdares. So this is the same William Samoei Ruto in 2007 wakati Raila Amolo Odinga alipoachwa mataa na Kibaki kwenda kupanda miche pale Mau Forest, ndiposa hii Mau Forest wale watu wenye walikuwa wameencroach pale wapate kutolewa. Wakikwisha tolewa, chemichemi ya maji ya mto Mara iwe inafanya nini? Inafaidi Samoei Ruto. In fact ali incite wakale na wakapiga kura against Raila Amolo Odinga, but leo mmeona amesema kuwa atahakikisha kuwa watu wote wametolewa Mau Forest. Na ilari hata juzi Murkomen alienda pale akaambia wakale msitoke kwa huu msitu mpaka muwe compensated fully. So mimi hizi triki zake ziko hali ya juu. So inastahili sisi kama Wakenya tujaribu kumwangalia sana, ndiposa asije akazidi kutupotosha. Alafu na leo mumeona vira ametudanganya peupe kuwa yeye hajakuwa akifanya campaign, eti hizi zimekuwa ni consultation za hapa na pale. Manze deputy president, nimeshangaa sana, but all in all wacha tuzidi kuchunguza hawa viongozi na hizi tricks zao, ndiposa tuone, je, kwa viongozi hata kama ndio wanatupatia wanakuja na hizi tricks zao, ni yupi ambaye ananena ukweli na anaweza tusaidia sisi wa Kenya? Asante sana Mr. Panad.
Thank you community. Tito.
Yes sir.
Karibu, toa maoni yako.
Thank you so much to give me this opportunity, Penat. I'm really happy to share with Kenyans and what is going on in our country. We really appreciate every time and the moment we talk about our country. We are looking forward to focus our country to be better every time. How we are discussing our political leaders, the way they are presenting themselves to us, the way they are hunting for the votes. It's very better youth to be very keen, because I'm saying this why the country is belong to youth. When the youth rely on false information and then they fall in a trap, they're the one going to sail the country into problems. Why? These people are coming to lead and then they go. Right now, who is going after 10 years? The problem remaining with the Kenyans. The problem remaining with who are politicians who are coming up, young one upcoming. One question. Me, I'll talk outside a little bit, and then I come back to the normal route, the way the question we are answering. Sio lazima Eric Omondi atoke nje akuja anza kupikania wasanii. Tuko na watu wameimba misiki wako ndani ya bunge na wanajua hii shida iko nje, wamepitia. Badala ya kwenda ndani, waanze nazo immediately, wa represent watu wa nje, waanze kufeel tuko na watu ndani ya box wanatusaidia. So we are talking about politics, yes, but people when they go inside, I don't know who normally inject them the injection to become the leaders of going to eat. I don't know. The problem comes where somebody is elected with people, and when he goes inside, he keep quiet. He doesn't care. He doesn't know what the people are passing through outside, especially those young people who are elected and that goes to the seat and are in the parliament right now. They're supposed to be making noise. I only support Babu Wino most of the time. That's the guy only making noise, but nguvu yake peke yake itawezekana. Indakana akuwe na backup. Alafu ndio at least Kenya itaenda kuingia kusama. So let me just come to the direct point. Politics ya Kenya sio mbaya, but tuko na bali penye tunatanganywa na tuko na bali penye tunaambiwa hii maisha itakuwa hivi. So both tuko na ODM, tuko na William Ruto na UDA yake, tuko na watu wa Oka. Watu wa Oka, they are not serious. Ndio tunawaheshimu, but ile kuheshimu tunawaheshimu, maisha ya politics lazima Kenya saizi depend kutoka kwa mwingine. Wameshikana, but ukipika circle yao wote vile wameshikana, ni kura ile wako nayo ni kidogo sana, amba bado hesi kuwa ni nusu ya watu wawili wale wako mbele. So they need to pack up one person, tujue sasa fed ya Kenya inaenda wapi. Hata pia wanatakana watusaidie tujue Kenya fed yake inaenda wapi, because watu wa UDA wamekuja na mbio sana. Hiyo speed wako nayo hata farasi yesi kimbia hivyo, but tunaenda kuingizwa kwa shimo na kujitoa itakuwa problem, kwa sababu serikali ichukuliwe kapatiwa young tax ambapo ni digital. It's not working. If it's working to give us depth. Tuko na madeni mingi, imework kutupatia madeni mingi sana. Kibaki ya kuacha madeni, hata kama aliacha kidogo, but wamework in digital way to give us big depth, ambapo mimi niko na mtoto amesaliwa na analipa hiyo deni sasa. So meeting yenye imekuwa na Vice President TP, it is okay, hiyo ni right yake kuhold meeting, anapika hesabu zake, anajaribu kucounter the president, kumuonyesha yako hapo. Hata whenever atakuja president labda anasaunga mtu fulani mkono, but anajaribu kumuonyesha ako na nguvu kiasi, na baada kwa serikali na anasakuwa na mandate ya kufanya kasi yake. Ya ina ubaya. So politics in Kenya, kama mtu atoka nje, mwambie the young tax that life is going to change, accordingly we are going to vote, na our voters is our voice and that's our right. Now whenever we make a mistake voting, it will change the whole system. For us, we are going to suffer so much more. Kama tunaendelea kurely kwa promises ambapo sitafanyika, because our TP is still in the government, is holding a meeting in the government, is holding the official meetings from the government. It's supposed to tell us this and this and this and this, I'm doing this and this and this and this. It's not I will do this and this and this. Right now inataka tupatie mwelekeo, amefanya hii na hii na hii. Hii ndio project ameifanya, imepakia hapa, anataka apewe chance aimalizie. But anatuambia ni hii project anataka kuja nayo. Kwa nini asifanye saa hii? Tukimuuliza hizo maswali anasemanga tumemuuliza swali mzuri sana, iko mtu amemsuia. Ule mtu amemsuia yuko kwa government, atasuiaje serikali kufanya kazi yake? How? Raila is not in government. Raila is just advising the government. Na mtu akitoa opinion kama utaki, kwa sababu mkikosana na wife, mimi nikuje nikuambie, kwa sababu nilikuwa kwa hii harusi yako, mkifanya harusi mimi niliwasikanisha, sasa lazima ukae na wewe bibi. Haidawezekana. Wewe ndio umekataa ama bibi ndio amekataa? Hata kuforce, just opinion. Mlifanya harusi, mkakuwa mbele ya watu, msifanye hivi, si mzuri. Utakuwa unatoa opinion na uende. at the end of the day harusi ilifanyika but ndoa haitakuwa. So Raila ni kwa advice Uhuru, kazi nafaa kufanywa hivi, inafaa kuwa hivi. But in real sense Uhuru akisema anataka kufanya hivi, asifuate ile Raila amemwambia, hatafanya, hii itakuwa kwa sababu it's not in government. So yeah, wanga na blame Raila kukuja kufanya handshake with Uhuru Kenyatta, alafu vitu zimecollapse. Vitu zi collapse, kazi inaendelea. Uhuru anafanya kazi ya tuko na highway imechengwa kutoka sijui wapi, nimeiona ikipita Safaricom ikielekea mahospitali zile tutokotoko tumechongwa kwa vitongoji. Hiyo sio kazi, but hiyo kazi haiko involved. But ikifika wakati wa kusema kazi itafanyika, yeye yuko. Ikifika wakati kazi imefanyika, anaanza kuhesabu sasa yeye yuko sasa. You see? So we should be very keen. Tuangalie na macho ya ndani, tuone who should take us the next level, Kenya to penetrate, Kenya to be the good country ambapo tunachifunia wote. So tusikakuwa tunapakuliwa, ukipeleka ID kutoka mahali fulani, huyu ni mtu wa mahali fulani. But Raila is just trying very hard. He has a tracking record. Amejaribu kwa uwezo wake. Saisi nimeona watu wameanza kurealize the value of this guy. Na wana at least huyu jamaa ako na kitu ndani yake ya kutaka Wakenya wakae pamoja. Si anataka kutukawanya. Amejaribu kwa uwezo wake. Na kama tutampatia chance, tupatie chance the digital, kama mmesama for 10 years na Raila asichukue, mpatie Ruto, we are going to kusama zaidi ya 20 years now. Just imagine mtu atoke digital atu promise kurudi kwa wheelbarrow and we expect tutaendesha V8. I don't think. Bado tuko chini. Bernard, si tumeisha sasa. Tumeisha.
Bernard, nipende kwa moja.
Digital kama itafanya. Alafu tunapromise wheelbarrow. Unafikiria tukipatiana 10 years again kwa the same digital, tutasail in the hole ama tutaenda juu ya shimo? Hatuta make. Mimi naona tukienda hiyo mkono hatuta make. But let us give the Mandela chance, tuone ile kitu amefikiria kutoka hiyo miaka yote ametaka kutupatilishia Kenya, tuone nini anazafanya. Kwa sababu watu wa digital tumewatest for 10 years, tuone vile kisha watakuwa wako wapi. Kwa sababu within the government of Kibaki tulikuwa na at least tulikuwa tuna feel hata ukifanya kazi unapaki na 10 bob unasaweka kando weke mahali. But digital life hata wanatanganya tuko na corona imeleta shida, lakini walikuwa washasamisha country iko tuko na deni kubwa sana. Sasa hatutatoka. Sasa wewe fikiria saa hizi tuko na trillions. Sasa tukiongeza 10 years tutakuwa na sijui itakuwa inaitwaje. Kwa sababu inaenda kukopwa zaidi. Tutasama zaidi. Na wanakopa pesa wakiweka kwa mifuko, wakiweka kwa makunia. Saa hizi bangi hasina maana, wanaweka pesa kwa manyumba. Sawa, thank you so much. So sorry kama nimeongea zaidi, mnisamee, but Kenya muichukue kwa next level. Please, youth, not old people. The only old people, they will kite you. We need Raila to kite us to the next level, not to lead the country, to kite us. To kite us is only 5 years. But the next person is supposed to come with all force to make the Kenya to be better. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Tito. Kosgei, shida iko wapi wewe?
Nda kujibu Tito na community. Alafu kwanza direct point kwa Tito.
Yes.
Tito, wewe ni mtu kwa na familia. Wewe ni mtu kwa na familia.
Yes.
Bibi yako leo akisema fanya hii, utakubali kwa sababu wewe ndio mkubwa wa hiyo familia. Mr. President, tuweke wazi siasa, tusiweke wazi siasa mpendeleo. Mimi ni demokrasia. Mimi si support UDA, si support ODM. Mimi napenda kuweka siasa yangu peupe.
Yes.
Mwenye ameharibu inji kidemokrasia ni Mr. President. Hakuna mahali DP atalazimisha president na ukope deni. Tuweke wazi siasa. Mwenye amekopa deni ya serikali ni Mr. President. Wenye Kenya inaenda saa hizi ni Mr. Uhuru mwenyewe ndiye ataokoa inji. Si DP, si nani. DP ni kama mwanamke mwenye mwewe kwa boma yako. Mwanamke leo tu nikupea tu.
Kosgei wewe.
Wacha nijibu Bernard.
Fuata katiba, usifuate
najibu kulingana na katiba.
Ngoja. Serikali iliyoko sasa inaitwa Jubilee Government.
Ndio hiyo.
Inaongozwa na watu wawili.
Nakuja kwa point.
Na William Ruto. Okay?
Nakuja kwa point.
Serikali imezamisha inji inaitwa Jubilee.
Ndio hiyo sasa.
Sio mtu mmoja.
Bernard, give me time. Hata kabla hajamaliza nimemuona mbali sana. Nitakujibu vizuri zaidi.
Mimi napenda kuweka siasa mbali. Bwana Titus amesema kuhusu agenda. Raila ameuza agenda ya 6,000 every man in families ujajiwezi, ni kama ile malipo ya wasee. Na unapata hiyo malipo labda wale wasee wote wajemudu kupata hiyo malipo. The same as Raila ameuza manifesto yake ya 6,000. Is it true? Si ni kweli manifesto ya ODM ni 6 billion ambao ijeko confirm. Hiyo ni sera. DP ameuza sera ya wheelbarrow, ijeko confirm, hiyo ni sera. Mimi napenda kuweka siasa wasi. Hakuna DP amesema ameweka kwa katiba ya kuwa yangu ni wheelbarrow ni permanent. Ameuza sera. Kenye Titus wewe uelewi ni
Kosgei.
Bernard ni pia time. Bernard mimi napenda kurely
subiri.
Wacha tumsikize.
Mtasema naonea lakini subiri
kwanza.
Huyu
jamaa amezungumza muda mrefu Bernard na hujamsawisi.
Ni mimi naongea sio yeye. Yeye muda wa kujibu. Okay? Kosgei. Nataka tuzungumze ukweli. Sawa sawa?
Si ndio hivyo ndio mimi napenda ukweli.
Ngoja. Nataka tupate a clear flow of thoughts, okay? In a proper pattern. Sera ya baba sio 6,000.
Ni ngapi?
Sera ya baba ni ukombozi wa 3.
Bernard, you are democracy. Baba anauza 6,000 baba.
No.
The family wako chini. Iko public domain kutumanie.
That is what you are saying. That's what you are saying. But what Baba is selling everywhere is
Baba mwenyewe amezungumza.
Amesema ni ukombozi wa 3. Ukombozi wa kwanza ulikuwa uhuru. Wa pili kuleta katiba mpya. Wa 3 ni economic emancipation ya Wakenya wote. One of the items of that is the 6,000 for the vulnerable families.
Sindio hiyo. Sindio hiyo inaenda kwa nani?
So if you are saying 6,000 minus the other items, you are misrepresenting information. So na wewe ni kijana mzuri, wewe ni mtu umesoma, hakuna haja ya wewe kuuza vichembe wakati kuna mzinga mzima.
Sasa huyu mwenye anauza idea, ako na evidence.
Sio
idea ako na evidence
kimoja alafu unakifanya ndio mzinga. That is my point. Thank you.
Tuweke, unajua sijamaanisha na ODM hajamaanisha. Hii ni siasa. Hakuna baadhi ya UDA na ODM, hakuna mwenye amepata serikali. Wanauza sera. ODM na UDA wanauza sera. Na hii ndio mjadala ambao tunajadiliana. Na ndio kitu ameweka wasi ya kuwa
Kenneth.
No. Wacha nisungumuse. Unajua kusema kweli itafika mahali ambao tunauza, itakuwa hii platform maybe inauza maeneo fulani than kujifundisha kisiasa.
Let us do this Kosgei. Let's do this. If we are not understanding each other and if you are not going to relate with respect one to another, then we are wasting Kenyan's time, of which we would not want to do that. Tunaelewana? If I explain something, you're free to follow me.
Give me time. Nipe time nisungumuse basi ndio uelewe kama sielewi.
Nikupatie time, kama hujanisikiza utanijibu vipi? You listen for my point, then you refute it. If you refute it in between, it means you are not willing to listen to me. You want me to listen to you. That is going to result into conflict. Sawa. And then story ya kusema the platform is biased, is one-sided. We have been hearing that since, and we will not fall for it. The truth is, if you want to find fault with what I am doing holistically. You don't cut one part and blow it out of proportion and turn it into the main meal when it's just a segment of the meal. We are young, we need to provide proper leadership. Find fault with what is false that our leaders are presenting to us, so that we are genuine Kenyans. But if you're falling into the trap of selling the same lies they are selling to us, we are part of the problem. And therefore, we would rather just join them and forget about trying to help Kenya. That's the reason
Where am I
why
wrong now?
So
where am I wrong now?
I did not say you went wrong. I am saying
Yeah.
you took the platform to respond to Tito. Okay?
Yeah, of course. Even
that's what you need to do. Okay? Point out 1, 2 things that Tito said, put them straight. Let's move to the next person. Remember,
let me
there is a lineup of people who are waiting to speak. So you can't speak forever.
Yeah, let me clear my
can't keep repeating what you already said. Thank you. So you have a minute to respond to Tito. Tito to respond for 1 minute, then we go to Jack Kindube.
Chenye mimi nilikuwa najaribu kufafanua kisiasa ni yale yote ambao tunapewa, kimtazamo yangu, whichever it's UDA, whichever it's ODM, whichever it's OKA, all of them are politicians. The way Jubilee waliuza manifesto yao kuwa tutakuja kupeana free education, tutakuja kupeana laptop and whichever, at the end of the day hakuna chenye ilifanyika kwa kisiasa. The same as maybe they have already started now, that when we come to the government, we are going to do this and this and this. Hatuna evidence ya kuwa hizi vitu zote zitakuja kufanyika juu ni siasa ya Kenya. My point is this, maybe inaweza kuwa mfuasi wa sehemu fulani, but maybe kwa mtazamo yangu mimi mwenyewe personal, na sina uhakika whichever it is ODM, whichever it is UDA, for real 100%. Siasa ya Kenya haina uhakikisho, haina ukweli, haina kidemokrasia. Siasa ya Kenya ni kuuza tu uongo. Na imebaini ya kuwa ni uongo. An example. Pesa ya COVID. Mr. President tuambia in the next of 21 days. Imepatikana.
Bwana Kosgei.
Wacha nimalizie point yangu.
Ngoja.
Point yangu ni
blanket judgment. On something
point yangu
without
ni muhimu sana
giving
Kenya.
Evidence. You're giving
Point
examples,
yangu ni
not
muhimu
evidence.
Kenya.
When did the politics of Kenya be authorized to be lies? Is it by the constitution? Is it by the act of parliament?
Which one did we die in laptops? Which one? It never promised empty. Which one? Niambie ukweli kama Jubilee wamefanya one.
Let us finish with Kosgei.
I think we are not understanding each other here.
Fernand, I thought Kosgei was responding to Tito's issues. So what is it?
Kosgei, inaonekana wewe unataka kukosoa serikali.
Hapana, sikosoi, napea Tito platform ya Kenya.
Huwezi kusema siasa ya Kenya ni uongo mtupu na ni
kweli kwa wapi?
Na hakuna kipengele ya constitution inasema hivyo. So Kenyan politics is governed by the Kenyan constitution. If you are not citing the part of the constitution that authorizes lies to be the means through which the politics are played, then you are perpetuating a falsehood just like every other person.
And that's why unaona sasa sina uwezo ya Kenya kuidraw kura yangu kwa Jubilee. Kwa sababu gani? Kura yenye nilipea Jubilee mpaka sasa hakuna chenye nilifaidi. Kwa sababu gani? Ile katiba ya kulinda nchi hakuna kufanya hiyo kazi. Kwa sababu reason kwa nini mnasikia uchungu kama demokrasia ya Kenya? Kenya kwa saa hii hakuna Kenya ambao mimi nakwambia. Hata baba akiingia, nisikize Bernard.
Hold on. We have prayed on that mountain too long. Let's break camp.
No, nataka kujifundisha, nataka kusema peupe watu.
Wewe unataka kukosoa Jubilee? Wewe unataka kukosoa rais?
Nataka kuambia Tito. Hapana, nataka kuambia Tito ya kuwa ile manifesto ya wanasiasa usifikirie ile manifesto ya wanasiasa watakuja kukupea 100%. No. Hii siasa yetu ya Kenya ni kama leo for example sitetei DP, lakini DP amesema Mau mimi niko kwa serikali na nimemfukuza watu. Napenda kuweka siasa yangu wazi, sitetei DP na sitetei ODM. DP amesema Mau na najifundisha kitu mzuri kwa kisiasa. DP mwenyewe amekaa na kuwa si mimi napenda sijui mbona uelewi siasa yangu mimi. Sitetei ODM, sitetei UDA, lakini natetea mwananchi, natetea Kenya.
Kwanza hapo ndio kuna makosa. Hapo ndio kuna makosa.
Si ndio natetea Kenya, lakini nikimmention DP unanipea time.
Kwa no man's land, when what you are selling, it is actually a UDA agenda of trying to find a soft landing for the lies that have been perpetuated all along to try to woodwink Kenyans.
If you give me 1 minute, if you give me 1 minute,
God, you can't be a deputy president, okay, for 10 years. The Mao eviction took place in 2007, after the crisis, okay. You have been all around, along all these years. Saa ndio umeona vile ulikosea wa Masai, ndio saa ndio unaanza kutafuta kuomba msamaha.
Bernard, si mbona unipei time nisungumuze venye unafungumuza? Mbona si usinipe time?
Acha munipe tu.
Mikuna saizi anaumia na ndio alianzisha baba. Na Mikuna saizi anaumia nje. 1 minute. Nimekubaliana na wewe.
Huko ni kwao. Akona passport ya Canada. Huko ni kwao. Aumii, ako nyumbani.
Okay, imeisha. Hata iko topic. Haiko hiyo topic, lakini tuangalie kidogo. Najaribu kufafanua kwa. Tito, give me 1 minute.
Order everybody. Thank you.
Between
Kosgei and Tito, hiyo kesi itamuliwa baadaye. Naomba to take break kwanza ndio turudi tukiwa soba. Inaonekana saa hii hakuna mtu anataka kukubali.
Nakula dakika za Ruben.
Ngoja tuenda kwa Ruben alafu Jack Kidube. Ruben alitangulia. Please, twende kwa Ruben moja kwa moja, tukitoka hapo twende kwa Jack Kidube alafu tutarudi huko kwa Tito na Kosgei baadaye. Thank you. Moon Joel, subiri hapo tutakuja tafadhali. Let's get first come first served. Thank you. Ruben.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bernard, fellow panelists.
Just hold on. Just 1 minute. Community ancestor. In case I am off, please chair the meeting. The next bar is Ruben Jakindube. By that time, I'll have come. Pasawa.
Oh, it's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, friends, for giving me this opportunity to contribute. Mimi niko na mambo mawili ama matatu nimalize. Sina story mingi. Kitu cha kwanza nimesikiza mambo vile yanaenda, and I have this to say. Ya kwamba hakuna mahali constitution inasema manifestos za watu ni uongo. Ni wenye manifesto ndio wanakuanga waongo. In 2002 wakati nilipiga kura mara yangu ya kwanza, we elected in mzee Mwai Kibaki in the year 2002. Na alipeana manifesto mpaka akaprint kakaandika ndogo ambako kalikuwa na nini anataka kufulfill for Kenyans in the next 5 years. When mzee Mwai Kibaki was living into the year 2013, alipeana the same scorecard na tukatiki kitu moja zile alipeana 2003, na Wakenya wakakuwa certain huyo mzee alikuwa ameaccomplish mambo yake yote kulingana na manifesto yake ya NARC government. So wakati unasema manifesto ya chama ni ama promises za chama ni uongo, ni waongo wenye walioambia Wakenya namna hiyo, hao ndio waongo. In simple, what is ruling us right now is Jubilee government ikiwa na leadership ya Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto elected by the people of Kenya. In fact, William Ruto ako na kura equal na president kwa sababu wote walikuwa kwa ballot paper moja, walipigiwa kura wakiwa pamoja. So if Jubilee government has failed Kenyans, William Ruto has failed Kenyans. Na hakuna mahali William Ruto atajificha nje aseme he is like a woman or he is somebody is like Uhuru's wife. hawezi ulizwa maswali na Kenyans. Ukiona mambo inaharibika, mbona hukueleza Wakenya ya kwamba mambo haiendi sawa sawa? In fact, when they were sharing government, ministry ile moja ambayo William Ruto alipewa ya mtu wake his lieutenants was ministry ya finance. Na hiyo ministry ya finance ndio key ministry ile ambayo inakuwa ni department hiyo ndio iko na mambo ya treasury, mahali kukopa pesa inatokea. Kama pesa ilikuwa inakopwa vibaya, mbona hatujawahi sikia William Ruto akiteta? So if Jubilee government wamekopa pesa ovyo ovyo, William Ruto is also culpable na anafaa pia anjibu maswali wa Kenya na akubali dhambi ile ambayo ilitendeka na Jubilee government. Na wakati serikali ya Jubilee inakuwa na makosa, William Ruto abebe hiyo makosa vile anabeba SGR kama mambo mazuri, barabara ikitengenezwa nzuri anabeba, damu ikitengenezwa nzuri anasema ni Jubilee government, corruption ikikuja anasema ni Uhuru Kenyatta, proliferage ya government ikikuwa ni Uhuru Kenyatta, mambo mbaya ikitokea ni serikali ya Jubilee, damu ikiundwa ni serikali yetu, mimi nikiwa na Uhuru Kenyatta. It cannot be double speak. You carry full baggage ya Jubilee government. Number 2, Raila Odinga has never been, he is not a member of Jubilee government. Yeye ni rafiki tu aliextend mkono wa kusaidia Uhuru Kenyatta wakati watu wale ambao wako allied to the deputy president waliamua kungaa the president and his ability to perform. Unajua mtu ni kama aliwekwa ile inaitwa blackmail in both houses led by Kipchumba Murkomen. Huyo ni ally wa deputy and wale mtu wa deputy. Hao watu wote wakakaa kama wamengagi the president, blackmailed him, he was unable to perform. Yeye alienda kutafuta mkono wa kumsaidia kwa Raila Amolo Odinga na jeshi yake kutoka ODM yaweze kurun government to full term. Kwa hivyo mambo zingine zile zinaongewa, mkisema mambo zingine ni uongo, sijui manifesto ni story, hiyo ni story tu mtu yule ambaye kwa aligned tuunda anataka kusema. I understand ya kwamba what Raila Odinga is saying atatekeleza. Huyo mzee mimi simjui akiwa muongo na mimi simu ya kutoka kwao, but I know this guy can fulfill and can really actualize his promises. About hii mambo ya political strategy ambayo ndio leo iko kwa meza.
Ruben, 1 minute. Yeah. You finish, then I'll come back to you.
Okay. Thank you. About the strategies zile ambazo zimewekelewa na Odinga na Ruto. Ruto wako mbele ya Odinga in terms of strategies, schemes, propaganda machines, hizo zote William Ruto ako juu. But what we understand is that baba hajaanza kampeni yake, ana launch his campaign officially tarehe 9 mwezi unaokuja, and we do not know what is in store for us. Kwa campaign hiyo ya mzee inaweza kuwa na mambo ingine tofauti sana. Okay, nikirudisha tu nataka dakika ingine tu 1.5, exactly 90 seconds ya kuongea about haya mambo ambayo yanaendelea kwa siasa yetu. Dakika 1.5 and I'll be very faithful.
1 minute for Ruben.
Sir, 1 minute, okay. Tukiangalia 1963 ni dakika 1 Kosgei please. 1963 tulikuwa na mzee Kenyatta 79 years akiwa president. Huyo ni mzee. 1978 tukapatia Moi akiwa na miaka 54, kijana ako na umri wa Ruto saa hizi, akapindua serikali, akapindua katiba, single party, akaongoza miaka 24, akaharibu nchi kabisa. Kenyatta mzee aliacha nchi ikiwa stable, shilling exchanging at 20 shillings to, akaingia Moi akaharibu nchi. 2002 shilling exchanging to dollar at 16 ikaenda all the way to 68 shillings. Hizo vitu ziko kwa vitabu za history, you can go and read. 2003 mzee Mwai Kibaki akakuja akakomboa nchi vizuri na akatuacha nchi ikiwa smart na hakuna mtu hakuwa na pesa kwa mfuko. Huyo ni mzee Mwai Kibaki at 72 years, retired at 82 years in the year 2013. Comes in vijana Uhuru Kenyatta at 44 years, akaingia kwa uongozi, akaongoza nchi wakiwa na kijana mwingine wanajiita digital. Wameharibu nchi yetu between wazee Jomo Kenyatta and Moi Kibaki at Kenyatta at 69 at 79 Kibaki at 2. Ni yupi unaona ni mzuri kuongoza nchi kati ya vijana na wazee? To me na feel safe kwa mikono ya mtu mzee kuliko vijana, because we have seen kijana Moi 1978 akiingia at 55 years, vijana Uhuru Kenyatta na William Ruto wakiingia 2013, mzee Jomo Kenyatta na mzee Moi Kibaki, how they ruled us, we can see and we can read. We are safe kwa mikono ya wazee kuliko kwa mikono ya vijana ambao mtu ako tayari hata kuoa bibi nyingine. Thank you.
Yeah, cause your question to Ruben.
Unajua Ruben hata amerudisha ile swali ambao mimi nilikuwa kwa ile point yangu. Already Ruben ambao ni mimi na yeye tulifought for Jubilee na amekuwa pia amemalizia statement yake ya kusema Uhuru amefail, of which kila mtu amekuwa maneno yake. The last minutes amesema Uhuru amefail na nani na DP. Na point yangu ilikuwa ni hapo ya kuwa hao jamaa walituhusia sera ya uongo ambao mimi na Ruben tulifought for that government na ni 100%. Ruben, mimi mwenyewe Kennedy nimefought for baba. Ya, waje niongee, ulikuwa umeongea na ulipewa time. Ninakubaliana na wewe 100% ya kuwa nina agree na Ruben ya kuwa
hata siku moja.
Nina agree na Ruben ya kuwa the Jubilee government wamefail 100%, na agree ya kuwa serikali kwa saizi inahitaji wasee wa kuongoza nchi ambao tunawaheshimu sana among the baba. Lakini ile yenye si agree na Ruben ni amesema ana agree na manifesto ya baba 100%. At same time anasema agree na manifesto ingine, of which mimi nasema kuwa unajua mtu akikwambia ndafanya ABCD na ijefikia ile atamu yake ya kufanya, sitakuwa na sure naye pia until wakati nimeona already hiyo manifesto yake imefanya nini, imefanyika. But for now the all manifestos and whichever, na nashukuru Bernard amesema baba hajeuza manifesto, amesema anafanya asimio la umoja. So hii ya Ruben mimi sielewi, juu sielewi ni manifesto gani, na at the same time the one that are leading has amesema for now we dealing with asimio la umoja, of which chenye naelewa kwa sahihi ODM wajeuza sera, wanafanya asimio la umoja. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you Mr. Kosgei. In fact ningependa kuambia kuwa both William Samoei Ruto, Raila Amolo Odinga, the likes of Oka, bado hakuna mwenye ametupatia manifesto yake au kusikia William Samoei Ruto leo amesema bayana kuwa hajaanza campaign, which means wakati atakapoanza campaign zake he will lay his agendas, his manifesto, then kutoka hapo tutaziangalia ndio tuanzie hapo sasa tumeagree. Baba Jakindu Bey, go ahead as he finish, Bernard take over please.
Kidogo tu 1 minute
kidogo. Ai, hapo ni lazima niongee kadogo tu tafadhali Ben.
1 minute.
1 minute.
Okay, order all of you. Thank you. Ruben, iko nini? tuanze na wewe, tuende kwa Tito. Tumemweka Jakindu bei sana. Aha, iko nini?
Mimi kitu kile ninataka kusema, nataka kurefute vyenye my brother amesema hapa tu saa hizi. Huwa tuna mark mtu kulingana na kazi ile ambaye ameifanya. Ukirudi nyuma huko una tick kazi ya mtu. For example, wakati serikali ya Kibaki iliingia kwa uongozi, mambo yale yalitendeka between 2012 and 2002 and 2013. Kwa yale mtu yule anabeba hizo zote zikiwa bonga points ni Kibaki. Ukitaka waziri abebe bonga points kwa serikali ya Kibaki, kama vile watu usema Ruto aliperform kwa ministry ya agriculture, then ni wewe ni kama ile type ya mtu ambaye main anabeba sifa ya upishi, chakula mzuri na ni amri ya bibi alifuatilia. So in simple, if you want, kwa sababu hapo ndio najua mtaingilia ya kwamba Ruto is a performer, aliperform kwa ministry ya agriculture. He was appointed by Raila Odinga. Kwa ministry ya education, he was appointed by Raila Odinga. Likarundi ikitengenezwa, waziri alikuwa ni Franklin Bet, alikuwa appointed na Raila Odinga. So in simple, hii mambo tunajua, ni vile tunanyamaza. Na Raila hajawahi kuwa na manifesto. Yule ambaye ako na manifesto na alikuwa ana kama poem kila siku ni William Ruto. Alikuwa anatueleza mambo ya Jubilee. We remember mambo ya Sandium, mambo ya laptop, mambo yote. We have all those clips. Na hakuwa ikuwa written speech, tuseme alipewa akasome, alikuwa anatoa kwa kichwa. So we know what he promised and what he has not delivered. Na kama haja deliver, he should come out clearly atueleze why the government of Jubilee and Uhuru Ruto has not delivered to their promises. Simple. We will just deal with them kulingana na tutatoa nini marketing scheme. Tutiki moja wakituonyesha ziko wapi. Simple. Thank you.
To clear the way. No, wacha nimalize mimi niendange.
No, Kosgei. Not you, Kosgei. Hold on, Tito.
To clear the way, watu wenye wamesaliwa chuzi kidogo watatusamee, kwa sababu si tunaongea kutoka na kulingana vile tumeona. Si ati tumeambiwa, tumesoma, hapana. Miki moja akifanya kazi nimeona, nilikuwa na kapendera nikisimama kwa barabara. Akikuja mahali shule sinafungwa, msomi muende na kivichiti mkiimba Baba Moi Tawala Kenya. So kazi moja alifanya nimeona na macho. Kazi yenye imefanywa na Kibaki, nimekuwa Nairobi nafanya kazi. Si hadi Kibaki akiingia nilikuwa niko shule, hapana, nilikuwa nafanya kazi. Ile maisha nilikuwa nikitoka town nikienda mahali popote nikiitisha shilingi 10 mtu angenipatia niweke kwa mfuko. Pati wakati tumekuja kufika kwa digital digitalize mifuko zote kila mahali. So we are following the track. Baba manufacture yake ijai wekwa kwa serikali. Amekuanga nayo kwa mkono na baada amesimama nayo kwa mkono mpaka saa hizi yako nayo kwa mkono. Sasa ndio tunataka tumsaidie aeke kwa meza tuone nini anazafanya. Msiai mlaumu na hajaiweka kwa meza. Ruto yake washaeka kwa meza na Uhuru na ichatusaidia. Na saa hizi anatuambia anataka kupendua manifesto saa hii ikuwe ingine itatusaidia. Sasa kama yenye amekuwa naye akiimba kama timetable ichafanya, ni kani anataka kupatilisha? Sisi hatuna hiyo time ya kumpatia apatishe manifesto, atupatie ingine. Wakenya wako wengi wamesoma, hata mwenyewe anasemanga wachinga waliisha. Sisi tulikubali na mambo msemo yake, wachinga waliisha. Wacha tupatie mtu mwingine, we are safe. Kama saizi wase wameona at least Raila tukiwa na yeye tutakuwa safe. Na si hata kwa muda mrefu. Msichoke, msako na 5 years to shape up everything, alafu tuchukue mwelekeo mpya. Alafu pesa tuone kama itakuwa ama haitakuwa. Tuone madeni tutalipa namna gani, kwa sababu kama waisi watapungua madeni italipwa. Kwa sababu pesa Kenya iko na mingi. Kuna ipiwa na pato kama mimi ndinarani. Hapo mnanipata? So future is in our hand. Mkipigia debe pesa mnataka wachimbe mashimo, sasa wakiweka wakibari pesa wataanza kusika pesa, kwa sababu hawataki pesa ipatikane, watakuwa wanasika. Sasa haweki kwa nyumba. Hiyo ndio mnangojea. Baba ana pesa, baba anaenda mkutano akipeana pesa? Hana. Ile yake yenye amefanyia kazi, na kazi yenye baba amepewa yoyote ya kuifanya, ameifanya na roho yake yote kama Mkenya. Hiyo mkubaliana na mimi. Kama baba ni mfisadi, mseme amekuwa mfisadi, hiyo pesa ameipeleka wapi? Kwa nini haipatanenge watu hiyo pesa? Yeye ameiba. Baba ako clean. Na kama ameiba, sorry, arudishe pesa pia na yeye. So let us vote wisely. Let us make our country be proud. Kama hamuna habari, Kenya ni country iko na kila kitu. Na mkiitunza mzuri, tutakuwa top of the world. Wacha kukimbia peke yake, tutakuwa na kila kitu top of the world. Thank you so much.
Okay, Tito.
Yes sir.
Tukwamia hapo. Kosgei ulikuwa unasemaje?
Mimi nimeshukuru juu naona mjadala inaenda vizuri na nimeshukuru venye kila mtu amejaribu kujiexpress. Unajua uzuri yangu mimi nakuanga mtetesi wa kila mmoja. Sikuangi mtetesi wa Jubilee, sikuangi mtetesi wa UDA na ODM. Ila mimi nataka kuniambia tu Tito, sikatai maneno yako ni mzuri sana. Baba ako na miaka 5. Lakini kiukweli at least maybe baba akuja ikuwe ni miujiza. Lakini Kenya yetu hii ya sahii ni ngumu sana vile ufisadi itatolewa. But naomba Mungu sana rais mwenye anashika kwa sahii akuja akuwe na ile mkakati. Nafikiria ndio tusipoteze na tuchukue muda juu cha Kindube amesimama sana. Unajua mimi napenda kuweka wazi na napenda kila mtu asungumuze. Sitaki kuchukua muda mrefu. Nafikiria ndio maoni yangu.
Sawa, thank you Kosgei. Tutegee papo hapo. Jakindube, njoo karibu.
Asanteni sana na nashukuru mmesikia mjadala na maoni yenu, lakini mimi nataka kuanza kusema msifikiri na watukana, lakini nataka kuuliza kama mtu anajua yoyote ambaye anajua tofauti ya mtu mjinga na mpumbavu. Kama mtu anajua nielezee maana ya mjinga na mpumbavu. Maana ya mpumbavu ni nini na maana ya mjinga? Yaani ni watu wa namna gani?
Mjinga ni yule ajielewi.
Na mpumbavu
ajui mbele, ana mbele wala ajielewe, ajui mbele wala nyuma.
Na mpumbavu?
Mpumbavu ni mpumbavu ni mtu ambaye anajifanya anajua lakini hajui.
Asante. Kuna tofauti kuna tofauti kati ya mimi ninavyoelewa ni kwamba mtu mjinga ni mtu unaweza kumfunza. Ni mtu ambaye ukimletea kitu atadua, lakini ukimfunza ataelewa. Mtu mpumbavu ni mjeuri, vile ulivyoelezea ni kwamba anafikiria anajua kila kitu. Na mimi naona kwamba katika sisi wana Kenya tuko na watu wengi sana wenye tabia ya upumbavu, yani wanafikiria wanajua kila kitu. Yani hata kama anadanganywa machoni mwake bado atakataa kwamba hadanganywi, kwa sababu yale mambo ambayo makamu wa rais anafanya ni mambo ya ajabu sana. Mtu kama sisi wana Kenya hatuoni. Nashangaa kwa sababu nimesikia saa hizi mtu akisema kwamba makamu wa rais anataka kusema tumejenga reli, lakini at the same time anasema president ni tapeli. Huyu ni mtu tumekupatia kufanya kazi, umepatiwa huyu kufanya kazi, umechaguliwa pamoja. Akiambiwa a resign anasema hapana, nilichaguliwa. Kweli jamani, huyo ni mtu tunaweza kumfuata? Hiyo ni kusema sisi kuna kitu mbaya kabisa na sisi. Kuna kitu fulani ambayo sisi kama wana Kenya mbaya na sisi. kwa sababu mkiangalia kama bwana Raila ni mtu ambaye mimi naweza kusema kwamba tumempoteza, yani tumepoteza kiongozi, yani tumemtumia vibaya badala ya kumtumia vizuri. Tumemtumia Raila vibaya tumekuwa tukiona ni kiongozi ambaye akipewa jukumu anafanya, na zile vitu zote Raila ameamua kufanya hakuna moja amesema uongo. Hakuna hata moja mimi na vile nikikumbuka ambaye amesema uongo. Wakati aliamua kwamba anataka kudai tuwe na party, multi party, alifanya, alikuwa karibu, alikubali hata kufungwa. Hiyo tuliona, alikubali kufungwa, alichukua, yani alifanya yeye pamoja na bibi yake na watoto yake, alikubali kupoteza kila kitu mradi wa Kenya wapate nini? Multi party. Ninyi vijana amkumbuka wale ambao hawakuweko wakati huo, Raila alikuwa amefungwa na bibi yake akafukuzwa kazi na watoto wakafukuzwa hata ndani ya nyumba. Sijui kama ninyi wenu wakifukuzwa mtakuwa mkisema, na msikii baba akisema. Raila asemi hizo vitu. Wakati alikuwa anasema aliamua kwamba lazima tupate katiba mpya, Raila alitupigania mpaka tukapata hiyo katiba mpya. So ni mtu ambaye tukimpatia kazi, au ni mtu ambaye akisema kitu fulani nafanya, anafanya. So mimi nataka sisi kama wana Kenya, jamani, tuweni soba, tuangalie, tusiende tu eti tunafanya siasa, ati siasa inafanywa na uongo. Uongo haitatusaidia. Uongo mwishowe huwa inaleta madhara. Chochote ambacho inafanywa na uongo inaleta madhara. Na mimi naweza kuambia kati ya hii ambayo tunasema ati mifano ambayo tumesema hapa eti tactics ambazo zinaonyeshwa hapa na vile hawa wanasiasa wanataka kufanya tactics kila moja. Mimi nikiangalia tactics za Raila, sioni mahali anaweka uongo. Sijaona. Si kwamba nampendelea, simpendelei kwa sababu sioni kwa nini nimpendelee, lakini sioni mahali ameweka uongo. Mahali yoyote anaweka uongo. Raila watu wamesema uongo juu yake, wengi wamesema. Mwisho mpaka leo mnasikia watu wanatoka wanasema mtusamehe, mnisamehe baba, tulisema uongo. Ndio kusema yeye alisimama na ukweli, na mnaweza kuona kwamba kwenye uongo ukweli, mahali kuna ukweli, uongo hujitenga. Tumeona kwamba uongo hujitenga. Wale watu walikuwa wanasema mambo ya uongo juu ya Raila, mwisho wamekuja wakaona hii uongo haiwezekani, haiwezi kuendelea. Kwa hiyo hizi mbinu ambazo wanasiasa wanataka kutumia, kama mtu anatumia mambo ya uongo, sidhani sisi kama wana Kenya, kama wapigaji kura, tunataka tuingie kwenye hizo mipango, kwa sababu ni vitu ambavyo tunaona. Bwana Ruto amekuwa kwa serikali, na unaona sahihi wanasema Raila ndio eti Raila alaumiwa namna gani? Yeye hayuko kwa serikali. Ruto ndio amekuwa kwa serikali. Raila analaumiwa wapi na serikali ya Jubilee? Ruto amekuwa kikampeni, amekuwa kwa hiyo serikali baada ya miaka 10. Raila hata wakati alikuwa katika serikali ya mseto, au wakati alikuwa kwa serikali ya Kibaki, kuna kila mahali akienda, zile kazi alipewa, watu bado wanakumbuka, wanasema hii barabara ulitengeneza hapa, hii kitu ulifanya hapa. Akienda huko bado wanamkumbusha. Kuna watu wanamkumbusha hata hii nani, huyu ndio wewe ulimteua, juu huyu ulimfanyia kitu kama hii. Ni mtu ambaye hana ubaguzi, hana ukabila ndani yake. So huyo ndio kiongozi tunatakiwa tuchague, na tunatakiwa tusikubali kuambiwa uongo kabisa kabisa. Mimi nawasihi tusikubali mambo ya kuleta uongo ati ndio tukubali. Uongo ambao umesemekana juu ya Raila, mimi nataka mzungumzaji ambaye ananifuata aseme kama Raila ametumia uongo mahali popote, lakini zile ukweli wake ambaye amekuwa akitumia, amesimamia ukweli. Wale watu wamekuwa wakisema uongo, wamejitoa, kila mtu anaona. Kwa hiyo lazima tukubali kwamba ukweli, uongo hujitenga. Kwa hiyo tutumie ukweli, tukitaka nchi yetu iendelee, tutumie ukweli, na lazima tukubali kwamba tuwe na msingi mzuri wa nchi yetu. Wale watu wakuweko wakati wa bomu ambayo ilifanyika Nairobi, mnakumbuka hiyo? Kuna wengine wanakumbuka. Kuna bomu ilifanyika pale roundabout. Kuna nyumba zingine zilikuwa pale, zilikuwa za ghorofa. Hizo nyumba haziko leo kwa sababu hazikuwa na msingi sawa, na zile nyumba ambazo zilikuwa na msingi sawa bado zinasimama. So tunataka nchi ambayo limejengwa kwenye msingi wa namna hiyo, msingi wa umoja, ambao hakuna kitu itatuvuruga wa Kenya tukatawanyika. Tunataka kitu chochote ikija tubaki wamoja. Kwa hiyo azimio la umoja ni jambo la muhimu, na mimi nafikiria kwamba hilo ndio inatakiwa sisi wana Kenya wote tushikilie hiyo azimio la umoja. Tuwe wamoja. Tukiwa wamoja, economy yetu itaruka tu mara moja, kwa sababu tutakuwa tunashirikiana, tutafanya vitu, tutaziba mambo ya wizi. Hatuwezi kubali mtu kuiba kama tuko pamoja. Hii mambo ya corruption, tukikubali kuungana pamoja, hiyo corruption hatutaona tena. Nawahakikishia hiyo ukweli kabisa. Tukikubali kuwa pamoja, vile Raila anasema, corruption itaisha the next day. Kama vile tu Kibaki alipochaguliwa, wale ambao waliona siku ile Kibaki alichaguliwa, Wakenya wote walikuwa wameungana, na kwa hiyo the next day, hiyo wiki, watu walikunywa vizuri sana, watu walikula hoteli sana, watu walinunua nguo. Hiyo iliinua uchumi. Hata ile pesa ulikuwa umeficha iliinua uchumi wetu bila hata kupewa pesa. Kwa hiyo lazima mjue kwamba umoja ni nguvu. Kwa hiyo umoja tu, hiyo kusema azimio la umoja, tukikubali huo mwito, economy yetu itaboom straight. Hakuna kitu ina nguvu kama umoja. Asanteni.
Thank you, Jack Kindubey. Patriot, how are you? Good to see you.
I'm very fine, Bernard. It's been a pleasure. It's been a long while, and I thank God I have the opportunity to see you guys today. I am here to say, as much as the network has been unfair for me, I have been enjoying the few clips that I've been able to see from your end. Salama sana, our elder. You are actually the Jacom of the debate. It's been asante sana. I think from today henceforth I'll get back to my real self. Kwa hivyo inawezekana mambo yarudi vile yalivyo. I appreciate that I am back. Thank you guys.
So thank you, Patriot. It is Moon Joel time. Moon Joel. Unmute.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Of course, okay. It is my first time being with you guys, and of course, okay, to discuss with you. And I saw a lot of things, of course, being said and talked and all that. And one, of course, is about the campaign thing and all that. Ruto is saying that, of course, okay, he hasn't started the campaigns, but he has been going around because government is manifestos and all that. Another thing is that, of course, okay, after that he went to Narok na kwenda kusema story na the Mau forest and all that. Yeah, I'm a Maasai, of course, okay, I came from that part. And one thing that I know is that on that bush, of course, and on the forest, tunaumia wote, not just the Maasai but all Kenyans. And of course, mpaka zinaenda huko Masai Mara, of course, tunakaukiwa. And of course, Ruto ni muongo zaidi, kwa sababu ukienda kuambiwa Masai, it is because of this and the other one, it is because of me, I've been in the government, and that is why watu walitoka. How? He has never talked about that one in any way. So of course, okay, he is in the campaign, that is just but a liar, and all the promises that is okay promising everyone are just but lies, like those ones of like, I'm not in the campaigns, I'm not in all that. Of course, okay, tuseme tu tuko, kuna wale ambao ni wadogo, kuna wale ambao ni wakubwa size. Majukumu pia mengi yako. So of course, ukikuja kusema kwamba left to vote for Ruto, my friend, that is a fire that of course, okay, you're just but okay, trying to touch it, and you know very well that of course, okay, it's gonna burn you. Kwa sababu hiyo ni moto, na utakuwa na majukumu, na nchi itaporomoka of course, when Ruto takes over. Itaporomoka, that is for sure. Not because of course, okay, he's young, but just because of how he is. Ni ule mtu tu ambaye ni mkora naturally. So of course you're not supposed to do that one. And of course, in every part of the country, and of course okay, on my own side, watu wa Narok, jichungeni zaidi. Kusemekana tu watu watotoloa msitu wa Mau, nobody will go back there. Mkichagua Ruto watu wanarudi Mau forest. Na tutaumia bado. It has always been our. Of course, I've carried nimebeba machete, nimebeba hizo vitu zote. Aro nimebeba, uta kwenda kupigana na majamaa just because of like, mnakuja mnaanza uchokozi, mnaingia kwa forest, mali ng'ombe wetu wanakulia, mnaanza kuharibu, kuchoma makaa, kukata miti. Of course okay, tunaambiwa kwamba Baringo, the lake Baringo imejaa maji, imekuwa flood kwa sababu ya ile kwamba the erosion yeah? From the Mau forest, of course, inajaza ile mchanga, inajaa kwa mito, sasa maji yote inaenda huko. Sasa watu wanakuwa displaced because of that. So it is because of the whole country. Of course, when you choose Ruto, mambo mgumu. Sababu people will go back to Mau, erosions will always be there. And of course, now all the promises, the digital life that we were once a time tulikuwa tunaambiwa, now it is about the wheelbarrows. Manifesto surely. Kwa sababu hata picha, just like a slogan, ukionyesha nchi zingine, ati picha ile kitu ambacho unaahidi wa Kenya ni wheelbarrow. That is madness of the highest order. Tuambie ile kitu ambacho tunaweza pata. Sisi pia ni wale watu ambao kesho tunapata watoto wengi, ama kama uko na watoto saa hizi watahitaji kula, watahitaji nini. But what are you going to do if you choose Ruto? Of course nchi itaporomoka na utakuwa kwa shida na watoto wako na kila mtu wako. Let us choose of course na ile kitu ambacho tunajua. Raila has been of course okay there. He has been the minister, all the roads. Of course ukijaribu kusikia in all the campaigns ambazo wanaenda, it is all about when I was in the ministry, in a given ministry, when I was in that, when I was a prime minister, that is when I planned this one and that is when it started. Kila kitu ilianza na yeye for sure. This is a man that of course we know very well that of course akichukua hii kiti, the country will of course rudi mahali ambapo tunahitaji rudi. So of course let us be very wise and choose wisely. And Mama say of course, and I'm gonna say to my old people, choose wise, but not because of the tribes, but it is because of a person that we know very well. Amepigania hiyo Mau kwanza kwa njia zote. He is a pioneer of course. Wakati watu walianza kutolerate, it is because of him. Now saa hizi hiyo ndio wakale wanampiga nayo sababu. But of course, you Kalenjins guys, of course it is not because maybe we hate you or something like. Hata nyinyi mtaumia kwa hiyo msitu. Wote tunaumia na hata nchi bado tutaumia. Hata mkijaribu kuangalia ile vitu ambavyo Ruto amewaletea tangu aingie hiyo kiti, hakuna. Nyinyi ndio mnalia wakati wote. Mambo na ukulima sijui tumeumia, fertilizer inaenda juu. Ruto has been the minister there. Na wakati huo ndiye alianza kuwaumiza zaidi kuliko wote. So of course let us choose wise and tuangalie njia zingine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Moon. I believe that's clear enough. Where's Ochieng? Ochieng is gone. Daniel Yugi, you said you have something before we bring in Patriot.
Okay, good evening. I think, like I mentioned earlier, I think most of us, we are not dwelling so much on the topic. The topic is whether Raila's tactics and strategy and Ruto, who will win at the end of the day. Tukikaa chini tukiangalia zile pendekezo za Ruto na za Raila, which one sells to Kenyans? All of us have gone to school. We understand how some of this politics is played in the country. Who sells something that resonates well with the people? One is selling about bottom up. The other one is selling about Azimio la Umoja. Now, when I want to talk about Azimio la Umoja, it is like the BBI. Remember, Raila Odinga is a very serious politician when it comes to strategy. When you look at the BBI, it was all about inclusivity. Every county that Raila Odinga would go and launch the BBI or sell the BBI, the leadership of that region would write things that are affecting the region of that area, of that particular region. That is why the MCAs across the country did not have a problem with the BBI na wakapitisha, kwa sababu walikuwa wanasema zile vitu zote ambazo zilikuwa katika BBI, almost 70%, even the judge who made the ruling about BBI walisema all 70% ziko sawa zile pendekezo, lakini 30% ndio ziko na makosa. Sasa tukiangalia BBI na hii Azimio la Umoja, look at how Raila plays his politics. Every area region that he goes, he must be introduced by the leadership of that region. If he's in Mount Kenya, you see the likes of Akina Nyoro, the likes of Akina Kimemia, the likes of Akina Kanini Kega. Those are the people who understand the problems affecting the people of Mount Kenya. For example, me, I'm in Mombasa right now. That is where I have been from my childhood. But I always go to Kisumu. But I wouldn't know so much of what is affecting the people of Kisumu. If Raila comes down to Mombasa, you remember when he was in Kilifi, alikutana na watu kama kina Mungaru, akakutana na watu kama kina the senator of that region. Wao ndo wanajua whatever is affecting the people of Kilifi. Right now there's a huge hunger. Kuna ukame wa chakula huko Tana River na Kilifi County. Raila Odinga ataangalia tu kwa magazeti, is not in government, but akikuja huku viongozi ndo watampatia zile pendekezo. Today the former prime minister was in West Pokot. Uliona zile pendekezo governor wa West Pokot Lonyangapuo alijaribu kuleta na kuambia Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga zile vitu ambazo zile pendekezo ambazo alijaribu kuleta na zikasomwa na huyu mbunge anaitwa Po. Siwezi kumbuka jina yake, lakini alikuwa katika ile kamiti ya transport ya ku nationalize KQ ikuwe under nationalization. But the truth of the matter is you must involve the leadership of a region when you are going to their region. That is when, because they are the ones who understand the problem affecting their people. Now, when I come to William Ruto, I was very shocked today when he called for a press. Ruto is saying that he has not been campaigning. Well, the man makes 150 campaigns in a month. When he welcomed Anne Waiguru to his party, it's not a campaign. Kenyans elected William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta in a Jubilee ticket, on a Jubilee ticket, and they want the presidency as per se. Today, William Ruto is not in Jubilee, he's in Jubilee by default, but in reality is in UDA. UDA is his party. He has even said it publicly that wale wengine waseme wako kwa chama gani. Yule mwingine, yule mzee wa kitendawili, yeye ako kwa ODM. Na wale wa Oka hawajui wanaenda wapi shauri yao, wasije wakajiapisha kama ule mwingine alijiapisha Uhuru Park. Yeye mwenyewe anasema chama yangu ni UDA, agenda yangu ni bottom ups, presidential candidate ni mimi, wale wengine. So that is somebody who is already campaigning. Sasa leo akisema ati ya campaign, alipokuwa huko Karen aliitisha press akasema he has not been campaigning, immediately akaingia kwa chopa akaenda Narok. So does it mean that Kenyans do not understand the nature of his politics? So the truth of the matter is this: Raila Odinga'S strategy at the end of the day might emerge, and I'm not saying win, but I'm seeing a situation where his strategy might emerge victorious at the end of this process, because the agenda that is selling: one, rural industrialization; two, equal inclusivity; three, shunning tribalism, so that wewe ukienda kwa kampuni, your name should not be able to define where you come from. Kama unapewa kazi kulingana na qualification yako. I think mimi nitawachia hapo, na kama kuna mtu ako na swali anaweza niuliza. Asanteni. Community ancestor, nilisikia kama una swali unataka kuniuliza.
Mimi sina
Hapana, naambia Patriot aendelee. Your points zimeingia vizuri.
mimi sina swali, na kupongeza tu kwa huo mchango ambao umechangia. Kama vijana wengine wanasikia, nafikiri watafaidika, ndio wasifuate wasifuate tu mtu kwa bila kuwa na lengo ambalo la muhimu. Lengo, ukiangalia kati ya hawa wawili, lengo ya Raila ni kuleta watu pamoja, umoja wa Kenya, na Ruto anasema yeye anataka bottom up. Bottom up economy hata ikiwa ni nzuri, kwani kule Somalia hawana economy kwa sababu hawako pamoja, nchi haifanyi. Lazima nchi muwe na umoja ndio nchi ifanye, yani nchi iwe ni nchi kamili, iwe ni nchi ambayo ina umoja. Asante.
Okay, thank you, Jack Kindubey, thank you, Daniel Oyugi. I want us to go straight to Patriot, and then Francis Ochieng. Francis Ochieng, we looked for you. You had gone, but little patience. You will come in after Patriot.
Thank you, fellow comrades. It's been a while, and as we had, of course, brought forward, the network has been unfair. We accept it's our country, and that's where we are in as far as technology is concerned. But I'm sure one day we will get the promised land where we will have plenty within our borders, services that are reliable. So if there's anything that I want to be my preamble today, is to tell Kenyans that for sure your future and my future will be a greater tomorrow. Tomorrow is a greater, opportunities, the leadership. Of course, starting from that, we are going to see the light at the end of the tunnel, and we will see the complete tunnel in the future. So my motto today is to tell my brothers and our able sister who is not here today, that is Penny, that we have realized that tomorrow will be greater than today. That's my motto. And I want that one day Baba admits to use the new song, which we are trying to push them to accept that for sure we can go beyond the reggae that you are playing, and it's not bad to also play Christian reggae that talks about the future, because we all belong to one creator and who is our God. So thank you. Let me dive straight to today's matter that we are discussing, and I'll start by saying this.
Patriot, just a minute, one moment. Maurice Albert, if you're able to get me, Maurice Albert, you're logging in with two different devices, and your devices are not well connected. Please get out and then get back. Make sure you allow StreamYard to control your audio and camera for us to be able to add you to the studio. Thank you. Patriot, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Bennett. Yeah, so as I was saying, let me go straight to today's matter that we are discussing about. And my immediate, sentiments will focus on how I'm looking at the model that is being discussed here for some months now. The model that is, that has featured in our discussions far too long. I think it's good to look at the other twist on how we are, contributing to the same. So I want to say this. I will want to take a new stand to say that the best economic model that will take Kenya ahead, that will make Kenya a better country than the way it is today, is the bottom up. And I have reasons, and I'll have to define my way, and that's where I want us to, discuss and look at why I think the bottom up is the best economic model. One, the DP is speaking about the bottom up. Baba is speaking about the 6,000. I want to demystify what bottom up means, because we know what bottom up means, and we want to give the true meaning of bottom up, which I want to approve. Bottom up means the bottom, you have a wheelbarrow, then you have UDA, then the up, you have the 6,000, then you have the Azmio La Umoja. So I think I should be taken seriously when I say that the best economic model is bottom up, meaning UDA will remain at the bottom with the wheelbarrow.
Sorry, Patriot. It's we wait for you when you return to continue from where you left. Thank you very much. Francis Ochieng. Francis Ochieng, unmute and speak, please. Hey, Francis, yupo kweli? It's like he has he has dozed off or something. Bwana Francis, we are patiently waiting for you.
Hello.
Yes, karibu unmute. Endelea sasa.
Hello?
Yes, go
Nice,
ahead.
yeah.
We can hear you now.
Yes, yeah. The today's contributions are going on well, but the net seems to have a problem, man. Yeah?
Yes, net ni mbaya, lakini
Eh,
tutasurvive.
inaenda on and off, on and off. Yes. For me to contribute on the strategies of Ruto and those ones of Mzee Raila, as we can observe, Raila is really very strategic and very grounded. That is, his strategy is that of targeting the people who can control the counties, the leaders. Like when he goes to a place, he goes and introduces himself to the owners of the county. And as you have seen, this is annoying our friend, because that is why he's abusing the governors and those he thinks that are giving Mzee Raila an advantage over his strategies. But we should remember that in politics, especially the politics of Kenya, Raila is an enigma. And he's the teacher who taught all these guys. Like Ruto is trying to use Raila's tactics. But he's using Raila's tactics, the tactics that Raila used some 10 years ago. So Raila is ahead of him, and he cannot match Raila. And the strategy that Raila has employed, especially in his climb to Mount Kenya, is really going to work. And going forward, people will be surprised by the turnaround of the electorate in Mount Kenya. Those people are listening and they are watching, and the real voters of Mount Kenya are not these people who jump around with Ruto and what have you. Another thing that I find very strange is that Ruto seems to be surrounding himself with the people who cannot even be, people who lose character, people who are either having a court case, or they have stolen, or people who even if given a platform, like Dindi Nyoro. Dindi Nyoro, when given a platform, cannot even express himself on an economic model. He cannot even explain a strategy, or he cannot even say something to promote Ruto's agenda. He will always abuse people. He will always talk of challenge Uhuru, abuse Uhuru. And such people, like we were discussing with some of my friends, that given that Ruto will win the presidency, look at the people who are surrounding him. Whom will he appoint the minister in charge of internal security? Or whom will can he appoint Waititu, the minister for finance? Eh? Have you ever imagined Waititu being the minister for finance in this country? Or Nani, Waiguru, the minister for finance? Eh? Will we really have a Kenya? Will we ever have a country? So, and Raila has announced his presidency, which is going to do on 9th. And after 9th, right now, what he doesn't know that is that Raila, in every county, when he meets all those people, he is appointing his his team per country. Not like the way he's looking at things. He's looking at an amorphous group who are going to campaign for him. But Raila's strategy is that of every county, there will be a group of people. Like he started yesterday, was it yesterday or the day before yesterday, in Western, including Sabatia. In fact, those who are talking about Mudavadi should look at the kind of crowd Raila pulled in Sabatia, or the kind of people he surrounds himself with when he's in Western. So, all in all, we can say that the strategies and the tricks and the tactics that this young man is trying to employ will fall flat on his face. He will not succeed the way, And you watched this evening in Narok. Kumbe that crowd was paid. Later on, they were shouting, Baba, Baba. So, and you see, people have realized, and they are really going for that money, and he will not get votes. And if he wants to look at history, my friend, if money can give you the presidency, then Matiba wouldn't have died without becoming the president of Kenya. Because I'm sure hata kama huyu kijana akona pesa hawezi match ile ya Matiba. Matiba tried, and so Bwana Bernard, I only wanted to request you one thing. There's a Mr. Kosgei. He's a young man, eh? So please, when you give him a chance to talk, please allow him to talk up to the end. Then we can correct him. We are in a learning atmosphere. And such people are very good. Like you saw, you confused him until he was now criticizing his own nini. But that is not the way. The best way is you give him a chance to talk all through. Don't interrupt him. Then when he finishes, then we start correcting him step by step. And such a person is very good. When it changes his enthusiasm, he can become a very good supporter of Baba. That is all, Bernard. Thank you very much for giving me that chance.
Thank you, Mr. Francis. I'm well guided. We'll try. At times, we intercept because when lies pile up and people are watching, they can think it's our declaration.
No, but also when you are interrupting him, when you are correcting him when he's talking, he feels alienated. You give him just that space to mess himself up. Such a person, you give him throughout. You just give him the minutes that.
When he's a young man, he needs to articulate matters accurately. You allow him to justify that politics are built on lies and all politicians are liars, all these people are thieves. He's creating a narrative that he wants us to swallow, as if that is how Kenya works. And when you allow that and it passes and it passes and it passes, we will soon be broadcasting lies only. But we need thank you. I'm well guided. We will do our best to see to it that we navigate from every corner rightly.
Yeah,
now,
thank you very much.
We'll go to Patriot. I hope the net will save you this time. Go straight to the point so that before you fall out, I'm not prophesying. We must have gotten what you said.
Okay, thank you so much. Sorry for the net. Actually, the mistake was mine. I am not using a Wi-Fi. I am using personal data. So that was a problem. I had not updated that. So today it will be unfair for me to actually say the network is bad. I'm surprised. Today actually the network is good. It's my data that had just expired. Sorry for that. So what I was saying is this. I think it's good at some point for us to agree that we can agree to disagree and we can disagree to agree. I was saying this, that the best economic model that I think we must discuss and bring forward for Kenyans to understand is the bottom up. And I was saying the bottom that the DP is trying to sell to Kenyans is all about the wheelbarrow and mama mboga, right? Which we do not deny. Wheelbarrows are there, mama mbogas are there. So let's talk about the app. The app is 6,000, okay? And as Mio La Umoja, we need unity, we need 6,000. Because there's no way you can have the wheelbarrow up there. It can only be down. And in fact, UDA insists that the wao wanaanzia huko chini. Since up is already occupied by 6,000, then let's accept that we don't want to alienate the position of the wheelbarrow because it's already down there too. So in my view, in as far as economic model is concerned, we are going to have a bottom up. So those who want to have the wheelbarrow and they want to go UDA, they want to remain at the bottom, then that is where they belong. But those who want to be up on that scale of bottom up, because it's a choice in my view. You either be up or you are at the bottom. So let the DP, tell Kenyans how the bottom will assist those who want to be at the bottom. And let Baba discuss about how 6,000 will be up there because it is one of the, one of the adjectives that defines the bottom up. So I was just trying to say that for sure, I will not be wrong to say that the best economic model is bottom up. There is the up, 6,000. That's Mio La Umoja. There is the bottom, wheelbarrow. So it's your choice. If you want to be at the bottom with wheelbarrow, go the bottom. If you want to be up, you go the up. But from the research and the questions that have been presented with people when we raise this thing at some point, people seem to have difficulties to have the wheelbarrow up there. They are actually okay to say that the wheelbarrow will be bottom and will up there. So does Kenya need the upper part, the upper level of economic model, or it needs the lower level? So and you can see it. Let the people decide. If you're going to have people who don't want 6,000 and they'll go for the wheelbarrow, let's see how many are those that are going to do that. That is the essence of democracy. But in my view, it is very few people who don't understand the value of money that will go for the wheelbarrow, that will go for the bottom. If you have a chopper that must take you somewhere, and you have a very nice Mercedes, Aluo will ask you, why drive when you can fly? It doesn't make sense. So you go for the flight because the flight is comfortable. You will have mineral water there. You will have those air hostess dealing with you well, and you will have that kizungu ngumu inaongelewa hapo. So what I was trying to say on a light note is that Baba has the best strategy. We can borrow from the two ideologies to define where this country is going. And so the strategy of Baba, in my view, is talking about the better tomorrow for Kenyans. And the better tomorrow for Kenyans is to say, yes, at some point, we have used the wheelbarrow, but it's in the 21st century, for sure, we must go beyond the wheelbarrow. We have worn shoes that were sandals. There were shoes we go with to the bathroom. You would bath at the same time you are cleaning the shoe. It didn't require you to polish it. Those plastics, they were called sandals. They were with us. And we cannot deny that is history, and it is good history in my view. But you cannot tell me because I was Sandak in my life, you tell me you associate my name to Sandak. No, it is time that we realize that things must change. Aluya will tell you, vindu vichenjanga, vindu viachenjile. The things change. So if you don't live with change, then you will only be defining history to distract your focus to the future. So the strategy of Baba, conclusively, just to be precise, is to say the strategy of Baba is working, in my view. Baba identified very clearly the problem he had was the animosity that was highly animated with sloganeering that was happening in Mount Kenya, because Mount Kenya controls, as we said here, 40% of the GDP of our country, and should be told. So this kind of group or sector or a community or party for such a serious country contribution cannot be taken lightly. So their decision politically means a lot on how we go forward. So I think it is true that Baba must focus on reducing the sloganeering that was to his detrimental image, because the Mount Kenya have come out to be very honest that the campaigns they did against Baba was purely because he was running against one of them. And that's why you see the DP trying to claim that he's actually the man who is the kingpin. He wants to call himself Kamau, and the last time I checked, his name had nothing close to that. So he comes from Sogoi, and he's our brother from Rift Valley. And the culture of Rift Valley and the people from the mountain is very far. These ones, they trade fairly so much to do with milk and animals. The other brothers, they deal with money. So the thing that has really made him become endeared to the mountain is because they thought that the money that he stole, now that he was not caught, he will share this money with them. Because as far as mountain is concerned, a thief who has gone with money is actually a trader. He's a businessman. And I think Baba has realized that when we go to the mountain and you tell the Kamaus that there is a thief here, you're actually giving them somebody to trade with. So we don't speak about a thief, and I'm happy Baba has realized this thing of talking about thief. Let Kenyans know. Hata wakiwa Western wanasema mwizi ni nani? Is the people who say, not Baba. So the strategy, Bernard, is working because Kenyans are seeing the reality. The last thing I want to mention is this. It is true, and you all know, you can lie to some people sometime, not every time that you will lie to everybody every time. So that is what is coming out very clearly. But the other last thing that I also want to mention as I let this go, because I'm sure I'll make a contribution now, of course, there's still an opportunity, is this. We are a God-fearing nation. We are a God-fearing nation. Whether we are Muslims, we are Christians, I know God will not leave us. He will not leave us in the wrong hands. For sure, we are safe in some hands, which are affairs, of course, and God knows that some hands will not take us to the promised land, as it is properly anchored in our national anthem. Plenty be found within our borders. That is a reality. That's a promise to Kenyans. And I'm sure God will not let this country come to the end. Before Jesus Christ comes, we must have plenty within our borders. And I'm sure we are in safe hands. For me, the strategy for Baba is working. We shouldn't be worried. And it is coming to that. The dawn is coming. We will see a brighter future. When I look at the calendar, I am seeing very few days to the new year. Trust me, the answer today to the strategy, Bernard, oh my goodness, it is working. It is the GSUs, is the police, is the Kenyans who are taking care of Baba. Baba is the president in waiting. Don't worry. People are seeing it. People are, well, I have all reason to describe it. But let me say this. I want to thank Kenyans because they are not making the numbers. Wajinga waliisha Kenya na ni werevu peke yake ambao wamebaki. Thank you so much. Back to you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Patriot. I want to go straight to Themba. Themba.
Yes, good evening, good afternoon. How are you?
We are fine. Here is good morning. Arandwa Jr. says this. Arandwa Jr. says this. So look at that banner. And as you begin your submission, you can respond to this.
The issue of Dr. William Samoei Ruto suggesting that he hasn't been campaigning. He's been inspecting government projects. I liked that question. Whoever asked it, I think one of the journalists asked him, and then he carefully said that, and then immediately he jumped onto a chopper and went to Narok to criticize and said a statement that the government, the big four agenda of the government was yes, community access. What is it?
Yeah, ambia Francis aangalie kwa private chat eh?
Francis Ochieng. Okay, sasa Francis, umesikia? Angalia private chat. Now, I want to tie that up with what I'm supposed to be giving Bernard, and it's an interesting thing because it happened when we were coming to have this debate today. First, let me address myself to the topic that you are talking about, that is strategy of Ruto versus Raila. Which one is likely to win? Now, I want first of all to make a general statement. A strategy is judged by its deliverable. So you may not judge a strategy before it delivers. So as soon as it delivers on the expected goal, then you can say this strategy was successful. Manchester United, sometimes when it goes to play some very small teams, it is beaten. Like the other day, it was beaten 4-1 from a team that apparently might have had a very inferior strategic approach. But that team managed to beat Manchester United. So if you were to compare the two teams strategy-wise, you'd have said that Manchester United is superior in strategy. But whatever strategy the other team used was able to deliver the goals. So a strategy is judged upon its deliverable. However, I would want to compare the two approaches, Ruto's approach vis-a-vis Raila's approach. Raila's approach has been, let me work with elected leaders. Let me try to bring more Kenyans together. Let me try as much as possible to open up, to be, in fact, the running call for his strategy is that I'm looking for partners, not supporters. So he's been going around looking for partners wherever he's going. On the other side, Dr. William Samoei Ruto has been running a solo campaign, a one-man show. And he said each time without a number that if you are to come and join us, in this side we already have a presidential candidate that I am. He's already said that anybody coming into his party, there will be no nomination for the presidential candidate. He's already had that. He is the one who knows what is the perfect thing for this country, right? And while on the other side, Raila is saying that we are going to sit together, listen to you, and then we work at what is going to bring where the country is going to go. Now, I want to point here that in the history of Kenya, only twice has any candidate or someone who has gone against the government has risen to power. The first one, it was during independence, where the Kenyatta rose to power. And the second time was 2002, when Kibaki rose to power. All the other times, the candidates that have been there have been supported by the government of the day. All the other times. Moi time, it was Moi winning all through. And then, of course, Kibaki came in, you know, and when Kibaki came in, there are two things that defined his rising up. One, euphoria, and two, charisma. So during Kenyatta's time, it was time for independence, and the colonizers did not have a choice; they had to do it. During 2002, it was time for Moi to go. So the euphoria was like, we are tired with Moi. The only time 2022 that someone else that is not supported by the system can go to power is if there is that tiredness of the leadership that has been there. Is it there? Can we read the air? I don't think that is there right now. There's no such a euphoria that now we are tired with this particular system. I don't see it, I can't read it. So in this, judging by that, because we are told that the history has a way of helping us understand what is likely to happen in future. The perception and what is coming out right now is that the system seems to be more friendly to Baba's candidacy. So that means, therefore, unless Ruto one commands a euphoria and is charismatic, and the people on the ground are completely tired with the system, there's very little chance of him rising to power against the system, right? So if it happens, that will be the third time we can count. Now, on to the other thing about Ruto and his campaign strategy. I pick that he's probably carrying Kenyans for a fool. Number one, I'll talk about IBEC, the thing that he chaired today. He called them and then he tells them they're looking at how to share revenue around the countries. And then he says that they're doing something in Laikipia. In the same breath, he says that the government before agenda stopped. Now he's saying they're going to support the devolution and the borrowing by Laikipia County. But then in the same breath, he's saying that they are going to give 10 billion to Mama Mboga and Tuachini. So what Ruto says in the morning, in the evening, he actually nullifies. He says one thing in the morning, in the evening, he nullifies the same thing. And I like the question that he was asked, are you campaigning? He said, no, I'm not campaigning. I'm actually supervising and I'm doing public participation, which is part of my government role. So what happens to what they have been saying, that his duties were taken away, he doesn't have work to do in government? What was happening today when he was chairing IBEC? So in essence, there is something that he's supposed to do. We are supposed to be seeing him chairing many IBEC meetings, which should have been going on for the last 8-10 years. He has not been doing that. So he's been absconding to attack the government. Now, finally, I listened to one INY guru trying to explain the bottom up. And I said that if there's anything that has eluded everyone to explain is the bottom up thing. Even INY guru, as much as she called herself an economist, she could not explain that bottom up thing. She was saying that we will take money from up, then we take it down. That's already trickled down. And then she's saying that, when trickle down, according to her, is investing in infrastructure projects. And then, of course, that money goes to big companies. Who is the person who has been accused of corruption that has taken enormous money, not only in NYS, but also in Kirinyaga County? What is making us struggle in Kirinyaga County right now? And she's saying it's working in Kirinyaga County. It is kind of even a problem to them explaining. And you see, you can't tell me that, it is wrong to invest in road system and infrastructure, and yet you want to empower Mama Mboga. Who is going to take Mboga from the farm? What are they going to use if the roads are bad? What are they going to use if you don't have proper infrastructure? So you cannot, in one hand, condemn the infrastructure investment, and on the other hand, you're saying you want to empower mtu wa boda boda. If you have a boda boda and the roads are bad, you cannot run that boda boda even for a month, because you'll be always going for repairs. So you cannot condemn infrastructural projects. So I think even them, they don't understand what this bottom up is. Until they themselves get to understand and explain it, it will not pick up. And as at now, I don't think anyone, even the deputy president, has even explained it. I think deputy president's idea of he's not campaigning was informed by the soon to be Jubilee NDC. So he was trying to save face for that, and then it was informed also by Chebukati's assertion that they have not yet released the calendar. So he was trying to be clever so that they can use that. But you remember in a debate here, we said he has set different councils. So he's trying to do what is calling public participation. And he mentioned it today. I think he has people who are coming here and going to inform him that you need to craft your thing in a way that can be helpful. But it's okay. So if you ask me, I think the deputy president is trying to make Kenyans look as if they are fools. And I think constantly we need to interrogate these ideas, ask them questions. Let us listen keenly to what someone says today and what they say tomorrow. Is there consistency? Let us choose leaders who are consistent in what they say, not one who at one point they say this, at another they're saying a different thing. And in my view, I think the deputy president is actually campaigning against himself by the statements that he's making at every time. That is what I can say for now.
Okay, thank you, Themba. I agree with you. We have a deputy president that blows both cold and hot at the same time. He's this driver who wants to join the main road and sends signals in both directions. So if you are about to cross the road, you need to disappear in the bush because he can either turn left or right at the same time. And it's funny, but in my judgment, I think he feels cornered. He feels cornered and he needs to re-strategize and revamp his campaigns. He is ready to count everything but done. Everything he has done for the 4 years, he wants to put it together and throw it away and start afresh. That's what I see. Because when he begins to fumble, he touches on this, touches on this, touches on this. He's a man who is not on his feet. And that doesn't sell him as being reliable. Let's go straight to Joe. Joe, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
We are good.
Hello to everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I had a great weekend. I had my family here, so I'm in a high mood. I'd like always to start with sticking to the topic. The topic is normal as usual. Your topic is usually suggesting what we should say. Because if you say the Raila Odinga'S political strategy, that when it comes to Ruto, it schemes. So I don't know whether we should talk of strategy first, yeah, Raila, then we talk of schemes, yeah, Ruto. But anyway, all the same, I think strategy is a plan or an action plan to achieve a certain objective. And a scheme is, I think it's a way of scheming out to get through something difficult. In this case, I think the objective is to get the presidency, and the strategy we are supposed to use is on the voters. To me, I think Ruto, the Gabi Ruto talking, he is very good, eloquent. I can pass messages very fast, and it's understood on the ground faster than what Raila talks during public rallies. But the problem with Ruto is, do people believe him? Is he consistent? People do not believe him. That one I know. And it's coming out now clear to everybody. And then again, he's not consistent, as most of us have said. The other problem Ruto is having is he's actually targeting the most vulnerable people in the society. The jobless, the mamambogas. These are people who are actually going under very hard financial times or economic times. They can hardly put food on the table. So he thinks it's easy to promise them money so that they fall into his trap. But then again, you see these vulnerable people, they listen to the leaders. because already on their own, they have not made it in life as they want to. So they're most likely to seek advice for those people who have made it in life. And these are the people that Ruto is not targeting. So I think his strategy, or whether you say schemes, are likely to fail. Because at the end of the game, these most vulnerable people will listen to people who are higher than them. On the other side, Raila is going for the leaders. And I think it's the leaders that talk to these people who are vulnerable. So at the end of the game, the people Ruto are targeting will listen to the people Raila is targeting. So most likely, Raila will succeed, and we can see him succeeding. The indicators are that he's been on the campaign trail for barely 3 months. And already you can see, as the opinion poll showed, he's gaining very fast. He's getting on Ruto, who has been on the campaign for about 5 years. So right now, Ruto is panicking. He's really panicking, and you can see what he's saying. He himself does not believe in them. And when you're a leader and you're saying things that you don't believe in, then most likely your followers will also get tired. It's called fatigue. Because what he says, the followers has to also, escalate this thing to the bottom. And they are finding it very difficult to explain what Ruto says every day, and he changes every day. So at the end of it, the people at the bottom will also get tired. And the followers of Ruto will also get tired of these lies every day. So in the long run, I think Ruto is going to lose. I don't think he is going to. And going by things, I'm seeing these elections to be a one-man show, not even a two-horses race. And you know, when you say it's a one horse, it's not a race anymore. It's just a show. So most likely it's going to be a one-man show because Oka ndio hiyo imesambaratika. They were trying to put a face after things went wrong. But I don't think they're going to make it because people have been saying that for a long time, that they are going nowhere. So if you take Oka out, Ruto is here sinking very fast, then this thing is going to be a one-man show. You saw in Turkana, the man that Ruto put as a spokesman is called John, has now did an about turn. We saw it in Trans Nzoia. And I think this is going to be the trend. In the end, I don't think Raila might even have a very big, and he's got the states behind him also. So in the end, I think it's going to be a one-man show. I don't see any difficulty that Raila is going to get. He's got the money, he's got the states, he's got the right strategy. So I don't think he's going to have a tough time. That's what I can contribute for now. Maybe as I hear more people talk, I'll get something to say again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Thank you. Inawezekana?
Yes, Mr. Bernard, how are you?
I'm well. Karibu.
Asante sana. I've had a lot of guys giving points. Yeah, can I speak after 5 minutes, please?
Okay. Thank you. Now our end lady has come. Penny, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Welcome. We've been waiting for you.
Thank you.
Now, just before Penny gives her submission, I want us to please ensure that we observe our media conduct as we come on the screen. As much as we allow people into the studio without vetting them, we can't, it's not proper for somebody to either show on the screen is drinking alcohol that violates our rules, or if you are not well dressed, please put on a shirt so that there are no issues, because this video is permanent. Internet never forgets. So let's not think that this is pencil. We will erase after the show. This show remains here. It will be here. Our great grandchildren will see it if YouTube continues to exist. So please, let's ensure that we do that. And more so, we are mature people who would want to lead the way, not to show a bad example. I request for us to observe that. It's been always that way, but it's like we have more new people joining, and they have not looked at the standing order. So please, let's ensure that we do that. We watch our language, we watch our conduct, and be able to be civil. We just debate freely for a better Kenya. Thank you very much. Penny, come in.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, today's topic is about Raila Odinga'S 2022 political strategy versus DP Ruto'S schemes, tricks, and tactics. So I think I was in the background and I was listening to the presentations by fellow panelists, and I think they are doing a very good job. Like I think Themba described what he defined what strategy is all about. And strategy to me is something that is noble, it sounds a very positive thing. But now when you go to the schemes, I was just trying to look at the meanings of these words. And from the dictionary, I found out that a scheme is to make plans in a devious or with the intention to do something illegal, So a scheme is not something that is very nice. It's definitely something that is not nice. A trick, from the definition of a dictionary, is a cunning act, a cunning act intended to deceive or outwit someone. And then it also refers to someone who is a double dealer, Yeah, so if you're in a relationship and you are referred to as a double dealer, it's not a very good thing. It's got to do with advice. So, and tactics, they are more or less the same things. So when we go to, I think I'll try and maybe make a comparison between what Raila is doing, the strategies he's using, vis-a-vis the tactics and the tricks and the lies and stuff like that. So I think a lot of the points have been exhausted. So maybe I'll just reiterate on some of the most important points that I think are of interest in this discussion. There's today the DP, when asked, I think today the DP came out and denied the fact. He denied the fact that he's not campaigning, that he's just been listening to people's opinions and problems. While it is in the public domain that he has had, I think, around 133 rallies in 30 days. Yeah, so I think the trick that he's using, he's very good in using lies. He speaks lies, and he's a master of doublespeak. So how do you come out denying that you have not begun campaigning, while it is in the public domain that you have had over 100 rallies? He attends like 5 or 7 rallies in a day. So all these can add up to the over 100 statistics that we are able to come up with from his campaigns. And then about his lines again and his doublespeak, he's one person who paints a picture that is not in the government, that he was ousted out of the government by Raila. When Raila did the handshake, he implies that he was thrown out of the government. So most of the time when he goes for his rallies, he still takes credits for the building of the roads and the electricity, denying that he's not, taking credit. And then you wonder, what time has he had to build the roads and fix electricity, while all he has been doing is campaigning and using his official residence in Karen to receive politicians, and people, so that he can forge his political ambition. So his political ambition has been so much on the forefront than working for the Wananchi. And I think when that has come, so it has come alive to the public domain that he's using his resources to to campaign. He's using his resources to channel his own political path than to work for the people that he was chosen, the people who voted for him to deliver services. He's no longer interested in delivering for them services. Rather, he's using the resources at his disposal to campaign, and that is very selfish because the times for campaigns have not yet reached. Likewise, on the other hand, when you look at how Raila is approaching issues, yeah, when he's told about the challenges, he does not deny the fact that the challenges are there. He accepts, he acknowledges that the challenges are there. Then he comes up with the way forward. Like he promises in the rallies that he's going to talk to the president, or even makes a promise. He makes realistic promises on how the issues are going to be addressed. So one of the tactics that and the tricks that the DP has also been using is the use of abuse, name calling, and intimidation. And we all know very well that the DP has disregarded the fact that his fellow opponents or competitors in the political field are also fathers, they are parents. So when you keep referring to your colleagues with very bad names like ule mtu akitendawili, disregarding the whole fact that this is a father, this is someone's husband, this is someone's father, this is someone's could be someone's grandfather, and you still go on to refer to them as ule mtu wa kitendawili, ule mtu wa kurusha mawe. So I think those are the kind of tactics that he more so uses in his campaigns to bring down his opponents. But on the other hand, you find that Raila is normally very consistent in his discussions on his Azimio la Umoja. He promises, he's very consistent with his promises, like especially with the welfare kitty, which he was talking about, that because of the level of poverty, at least people who are not earning money, anybody without families without income will at least be given some 6,000, and he has been very consistent about it, and even going ahead to explain how that money will how he will allocate a budget for the money, and the mechanisms that he will put in place in terms of reducing the budget by 25%, and curbing things like corruption. So you can see that he's very consistent. Like recently, we had the incidents of the DP, referring to the governor, Meru governor, Mr. Kiraitu Murungi, as a mfala, and this is someone who is so learned, he's very noble. He's a politician with a very high standing. So the kinds of names and things that he was talking about when referring to them were not very good. And I think they came out and condemned him. Then in his rallies, Baba is very consistent. If he has to do something, if he has to give something, he tries to use a structured way. Like when he went to Mount Kenya, he donated a machine worth 10 million to a hospital. And you see, this machine is going to benefit a whole community, unlike the DP who gives money to specific people. And the money that he gives is meant to satisfy the immediate basic needs of people, which is so short-lived. And like when you give something to a community, the whole community is going to gain, and it is rather long term. You know, when you go to a rally and you give 2 million to be given to the youth, the money will it will narrow down to every person getting maybe 200 shillings or 300 shillings. They'll go buy alcohol for that day, you know, they'll go and merry-make, they'll probably go and buy food for those who are sensible. But you see, that is a very short term. That is a very short term of solving people's problems. Yes, we acknowledge that the times are very difficult, but I wish these kinds of monies were given in a structured manner. Rather, in every rally, the DP has always purpose to give out money, and in that we say that he's involving himself in tokenism, politics of tokenism, handouts, and bribery, with the intention of hoodwinking the voters so that they can forget about the promises, you know, so that people can forget about the laptops that he promised. He came out and promised stadiums. You know, there are so many things that he promised, but rather he's coming to hoodwink them with the wheelbarrows, you know. And he seems to be you know, tricking the mamambogas and the boda people that he cares so much for them. And he never says what he will do for the youth who are graduates. Yeah. So by just addressing problems, economic and social problems of one sector of a community, and you leave out the other people and terming them as mabwenyenes, you know, it leaves people wondering whether your government will be a government of inclusivity, you know. So I think those are the kind of tricks that he is using to make the gullible people to vote for him. And then he has also embarked on it. He goes to churches with the aim of rewarding them through harambes, and he also gives the bishops and the pastors. Some of the pastors, he even buys for them motor vehicles. And it is so disappointing that the church has lost conscience, and they never seem to bother where the DP is getting this money. It is very clear the amount of money that he earns in terms of a salary, and even his allowances. They cannot amount to the kind of money that he has been dishing out since he started campaigning. So I think the church has failed us. They have accepted to receive bribes from the DP and the money and the harambes without questioning where this kind of money has been coming from, and they have actually been bought, you know. So I think our Muslim brothers are doing way better. Christianity in Kenya has turned out into a business, and it is very, very discouraging. Yes, we have some Christians who are able to come out and say that we will not receive your money. You know, we do not want politicians to come and stand in the altar and begin to politic. But I think a number of these pastors have disappointed us by receiving money and even requesting for harambes and stuff like that, which is contrary to the doctrine of our Lord Jesus, you know. And then Raila has used the strategy of embracing the small parties, and he very much acknowledges that multipartism is something that is engraved in our constitution, contrary to the DP, who keeps referring to other small parties as tribal. And he has even put it as a condition that for you to join UDA, you have to fold your party. So you see, these are tricks and you know, and schemes that are not going to work for Kenyans. Kenyans have discovered the fact that we very much fought for the Section 2A of the Constitution to be repealed. So why on earth would we go back to the single party system and begin to join someone's party and folding our parties so that we are only left with one party called UDA? What if something happens and the leader begins to do things that are contrary to what we agreed? What are you gonna do? So I think Raila, on the other hand, has embraced the other small parties, and he even calls upon them to unite with him. Like you know, he's not against working with the likes of Raila, Kalonzo, and many other parties that are willing to form a coalition with him. He does not mind working with them. The other thing that the DP Ruto is also doing is shunning the wealthy. You know, he does not speak well of the rich. He keeps referring to them as he does not speak so fondly of them. He seems to hate them. Well, on the other hand, Raila acknowledges the fact that he has to work with the people with money, the rich. He has to listen to the rich because at the end of the day, they are the owners of the tools of production. They are the ones who have employed a lot of people in this nation. And even the bottom-up thing that the DP is talking about, I think we have an example of the CEO of Equity Bank, Mr. Mwangi. He has done a lot in terms of the bottom-up thing, which now the DP is claiming ownership over. They have given a lot of scholarships to a lot of needy families. They have done so much for this country. So I think Raila is doing very well by working with the kingpins. He acknowledges the fact that he has to work with the kingpins, and he also has to work with the rich, and he also has to work with everyone else. So he's quite inclusive in the way he approaches his politics. So I think I'll leave it at that for now, and I can see the community wants to say something.
A question. Yeah, Mr. Bernard, I go ahead.
Make it brief. Make it brief.
Yeah, I want to ask Madam Penny. Let me put volume. Yeah, Ruto was heard
Yeah.
on our television set denying
Yeah.
that he has not been on campaign trail. Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Ruto said that he has been going all around the country to
Yeah.
oversee the
Yeah.
Jubilee developments.
Yeah.
No, can I be right to say that all successes of Jubilee Circle, all failures, including even this KEMSA scandal, which William Samoei Ruto is running away from, be attributed to Jubilee Circle equally to him and my able President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So can I be right to say so?
Yeah, he should. While he's taking credit while he so much takes credit for the things, for the achievements, while he takes credit for the achievements that the Jubilee government has made, he also has, on the other hand, to accept liability for the messes. He has to take responsibility for the failures as well. So he cannot only be identifying with the achievements and refusing to take responsibility for the failures. He has to, if he's in Jubilee government, he has to be ready to take responsibility for the failures as well, because he's part of the government.
Okay, thank you, Penny. Thank you. Since DP Ruto is the self-proclaimed inspector of government projects, then he should take the greatest blame, especially for the projects that have failed, because he has been going around the country inspecting government projects. So any project that failed, he should explain to us why it failed. And if the government projects have been Mama Mboga and Boda Boda and Mkokoteni, then he should also tell us when that was tabled in the cabinet and passed. And then he was charged with the responsibility to go and ensure that it is being executed. I think DP Ruto is somebody to watch. Careful. We are taught in Bible school that now this is, by the way, it says that if you have to feed your in-laws when you're married, and you have to feed your in-laws, that is they are unable to feed themselves, and you want to be you are coming in to help them with their food and everything. So if you have to feed your in-laws He said, take the bread, put it on a long stick, and feed them from afar. Now, that is the wisdom of the elderly to help young marriages manage their relationship well. DP Ruto seems to be a person that needs to be kept away from power by all means, because what he's doing right now is abusing the power he has as a deputy president and using it as if it's a joke, as if it is just a by the way. I don't think he takes his office serious and he takes his position in this country serious. If this is what he is looking like, siku njema huonekana asubuhi. If he's looking like this as a deputy, making him president is the greatest mistake this country can ever make. I stand to be corrected, but from what I perceive, DP Ruto is a disappointment. Thank you. Let's, James, are you still there? Before we go to Dato. Oh, hey, nimesahau inawezekana. Inawezekana.
Yes, Bernard,
Dakika zako
I'm
tano
sorry.
ziliisha.
Yes.
Bernard, inawezekana usahau a very serious supporter of the debate, like inawezekana. Kwa hivyo inawezekana.
No, inawezekana lakini sio kusahau yeye. Ni vile nimekerwa na DP. DP, mbona DP anatubeba wajinga hivi?
Sasa kuna hii inawezekana, kuna ingine inatakana isiwezekane. Please, hii inawezekana, we need to limit it. Okay, sorry, it was just on a light note. Thank you, my brother. Move on.
No, sir. Thank you, Patriot. Inawezekana, endelea tafadhali.
Yes, it's true. The DP is a very dangerous person, if I must use that phrase. He is not a serious person, as Bernard has put it. Someone who chooses to go to Kisumu wakati amekatazwa na intelligent forces, anaambiwa usiende huko, kutakuwa na mambo mbaya ambayo unaweza patikana nayo, and he still chooses. He does not care about the consequences that will happen to the country. Yeah, yani with such a simple example, you can just utaona tu ni kitu, he's not supposed to take that seat. What I wanted to say is a very short thing. The DP strategies, I think they are short-sighted, myopic, short-lived. I think, yeah, he just shot himself in the foot. You know, alianza 4 years ago. You know, akadhani he was running around the country, akadhani he is the man. You know, when you look at the kind of group that he targeted, you know, him as a presidential candidate, you know, Baba is amechagua wananchi wote, amechagua unity for the whole country. Mr. Ruto as a presidential candidate, he targeted one group ambayo ni wale watu wasiojiweza. When you look at it, unashangaa, what kind of a leader is this? Yani, he admits that the whole country is full of watu, because he believes that's the winning team. Yani, hapo ndio majority wako, watu ambao ni maskini ambao hawajiwezi. That's an insult to the whole country. So his strategies ni he likes to pull rivals wanaoshindana na yeye, anapenda kuwaita wakuje katika debate yake. That is his kind of strategy. Anataka kuwaleta kwa nini yake so that wapingane in that manner. I don't know if I've put that point clearly. Another point, he likes to use he likes to deny, he likes sympathy vote, you know, like demonizing a certain community, anasema hawa ndio warusha mawe, while in the other end, because he is a master of double speak, while on the other end anasema Wakenya hawafai kupigana, Wakenya wanafaa kuwa pamoja. But akisimama akienda kwa another area, like when he goes to Meru, anasema wale watu wa the lake ni watu wa kubomoa reli, watu wa kurusha mawe, watu wa kubomoa chama, you know. This is not the kind of a leader that as Kenyans we should choose. This is not the kind of leader. Mr. Ruto likes to use propaganda. Anapenda kutumia propaganda sana. Led by his team ya Mr. huyu anaitwa aje, nimesahau jina lake. Mr. Itumbi. They like to use propaganda. Wanatuambia, you know, Baba is not Uhuru, Baba is not Uhuru's favorite candidate. You know, such phrases they like to use ndio, so that we can justify that this is not a good candidate. Huyu ni mtu mganga, huyu ni mtu ajiwezi. Another thing is the kind of politics Mr. Ruto is playing the politics of handout. You know, this one, Mr. Munya told us juicy that this is very bad politics. You just give out handouts, people will not even listen to you, to what you're saying. People just want you to give them money, they go back to their home. You know, to conclude, as I was saying, he just shot himself in the foot, because the kind of target group that he has targeted, Mavijana, these people did not turn out to register as voters. These are people who just want money and go back home. And I believe on election day, these are the kind of people who will just go and drink wakunywa pombe, and maybe they will not even turn out to vote. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Inawezekana. Let's go straight to Hype Dado.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning from Nairobi. Good afternoon from elsewhere.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Bernard, for this amazing chance to join the panelists again. I've not been around for the past, I think, 2 days, but today I've got that chance. Okay, I will start straight ahead, and all I can say is that as a young man and as a youth, this is one of the seasons that I've longed for in the politics, in the political arena, I can say, because this is that season of truth against false, you know. So giza na mchana, you know, that in your season, I can say. So it is very good to see my fellow panelists giving great submissions about this topic, this issue, and this season of politics. So I can say about strategies, all I can say is that beginning of this political journey for Ruto, he had a very clear strategy, I can say, a very clear one. And his strategy was to inherit the latter support, the support of Mount Kenya, the support, the former support, you know, of Mount Kenya and all that was put for him, which he thought was put for him. That is demonizing Baba and all that, but he forgot he forgot that Baba was ready for him, and since he's out there saying that he has a lot of MPs and all that, but he forgot Baba was the one who came up with this, who championed for this constitution, and he knew every bit of it. So that's why you see him now working with, let's say, almost most of the governors, because he knew the work of the governors. He knew what the governors had on the table. So that's why you see like people like Joho Kingi. He played a very big role in making them governors, because I heard that people like Kingi, he advised them. People like Nanok, he advised them. Someone like Orengo was advised to become a governor in his county, but he opted to be a senator. But now is when they are realizing that these seats are very powerful. So Baba knew the power the governors had. So now that Ruto is saying he has 150, almost, I think 150 plus, if I'm not wrong, MPs, which is shocking me that he's complaining. He has come to an extent that he's complaining that that the governors are not working with him now. So that one, like, I am wondering so much. So I can say that he forgot Baba he championed this constitution, so he knew very well the people to work with. Second thing I can say is about Azimio la Umoja as a strategy for Baba. Baba has always known the history of this country, the history of our country, Kenya. And if you go to history, and before there was independence, when we got our independence, Jaramogi knew that this country cannot move forward, if there is no unity. So that's why he championed for the release of Jomo Kenyatta and the others, and they came with the liberation, the first liberation and all that. So when we check after Moi, there was no liberation, I can say. And then there is the 202, the 202 where they came together, the second liberation, we can say, where they were to remove Kanu and all that. So he believed that when we come together, when we come together as politicians, as Kenyans, we will have a better Kenya. That's why from 202, we had an amazing government, I can say, from 202 to before 207. We had a very good governance. We had very good governance, and after 207, things happened. So he knows that the best way to get a better Kenya is through unity. That's why the Azimio la Umoja is selling now, and he knows it is the best weapon, to kukomboa Kenya. And to Ruto and bringing people together, it has been a problem for him. I don't know why, because he's out there abusing. Today is abusing, tomorrow is supporting. So which I cannot understand myself. But all I can say is that he needs to check himself. He needs to check himself. So I think in terms of strategies, Ruto has a long way to go. He has a long way to go. But competing with Baba's strategies, sioni kama anaweza mfikia. Sioni kama anaweza mfikia, because Baba alikuwa amejipanga from the word go, from the handshake and all that. He knew. That's why I think he's very consistent, and he's not really worried, because he had set his things very well. He knew it's all about. That's why you see Ruto is always changing everything. Mara it's bottom up. Mara it's we need to abuse these people. Mara it's we need to create division, and all that. And I think Baba's strategy will come and prevail. it will come and prevail. And this Azimio la Umoja is the best way to go, because with unity, that's when we'll get prosperity. So I think that's the best we can think of now. We can look towards. So I think that's all I can say for now. And thank you.
Okay, thank you, Data. Thank you very much. I was from your statement, I was making calculation here for you to advise DP that the 155 members of parliament he has, they are currently members of parliament, and according to our tradition as Kenyan voters, 85% go home. So of the 155, he should subtract 131, and he remains with 23.25. So that is actually what he has to.
Yeah, I I think I think he has a long way to go. He made his calculations wrongly. He made his calculations wrongly, and by sideline, he was sidelining other leaders, thinking that they were of no importance. He thought that if he was in control of the parliament, he can do anything. But it is interesting that up to now there is nothing he has done with the 150 that he has now. Even policies like BBI and all that, he had the MPs, but nothing happened and all that. So that shows that he's still weak in terms of governance and all that, I can say. And him misusing the seat that he has now, it will further bring him down, and all that. So they said, I agree with you. They say that among the MPs that are in now, the 150, the current ones, most of them will go home. So he should be ready that even I think in coming times, when we get into 2022 before the election, most of the MPs I think will have to defect, because we'll have to defect back to Jubilee. I think that's why even someone like Uhuru is not worried about these defecting MPs, because he knows that he has intelligence, and he knows, he gathers intelligence daily as the president, and he knows that the kind of support base they have, and most of these MPs were vifaranga via computer. We know, it is out there in the public and all that. So coming back to the seats, it will be very hard. I think that's why Jubilee, I think from the NDC will see and know the new aspirants, because new aspirants are coming up, and I'm sure Jubilee is doing.
Okay, ni kama unapimiwa hewa, samahani.
I think they have figured out there are strong aspirants out there. So with time we'll see some defecting back. As Sabina Chege said, they defected early. They defected early.
That's true. That's true. Thank you. I think we in my opinion, we are missing William Ruto's strategy. William Ruto's strategy is not bottom up. William Ruto's strategy is not Mamamboga. William Ruto's strategy started in 2017 when he presided over the Jubilee nominations. And what was the strategy at play? Make sure that there will be no strong challenger for him come 2022. So his, we would say, as they say in our, where I come from, okay? When you are a short man and you live among tall people, you have two choices, either to grow taller and meet them or cut their legs so that they come to your size. Then you become the tall among the short people. Now, William Ruto's strategy is that one of cutting the tall people's legs so that they come lower, then he remains up. Instead of him developing a political muscle that will make other people endorse him, he forced every other person to endorse him by ensuring that anybody strong in especially in the mountain, they are cut off as far as the politics of 2017 are concerned. Then in the process, he came up with these new people he can call and tell what to say. You see the way they are parroting. They parrot exactly what they have been told to say. That is not how to grow politics. For us to advance the country, we need higher strategies, well thought out plans, superior imaginations and creativity. Not for you to destroy every other superior creativity and leave us a mediocre kind of mindset. Then you want us to buy into that mediocre mindset. I don't see William Ruto going forward by dragging the country backward. If he needs to lead this country, he better come up with something new, something big, something great. Not all these hizi mbia anatukimbiza hapa na akituzungusha kwa point moja. The best man, we must first of all be the best before we are fast. Not we be fast, then we look on how to be the best. He's on record saying, cha muhimu kabisa ni kupata serikali. Ukishapata serikali, then you can think on what to do. I don't think we need that kind of leadership. We must have somebody who has the reason he wants to get in government because he has something to do. Not that we get the government first. After we have gotten in the government, then we can think of something to do. That is wrong number. Najua nitapigwa mawe lakini niko hapa. Naomba tuendelee na tunaanza kufungasha. Masaa vile yanakaa, tunaanza kufungasha. Bado tunajenga taifa huku. Naomba tujukue dakika zetu mbili tuanze kufungasha. James, nimekutafuta, sijui kama umepatikana this time. Inaonekana James hayuko. Patriot. Okay. Community ancestor, wewe anza kutuchukulia hizo dakika zetu mbili tung'atuke.
Yes, asante sana. Mimi ningependa kumalizia nikisema namna hii. In fact, huyu William Samoei Ruto ile kitu ameweka mbele manze ni vile yani in fact miaka 10 manze aliachilia vitu zingine zisifanyike ndiposa akuje kuzitumia ndio zimpropel into that top house which is on the hill. Kama sasa mambo ya corruption, yani badala angenini, in fact angalia hii deni yenye tuko nayo hii 7 trillion, hata kama ataingia in 2022, how is he going to ensure that hiyo deni imekuwa repaid, then from there Wakenya tupate pesa kwa mfuko? It will be something ambayo itakuwa ngumu sana, na ndio ninaomba manze, come 2022 before general elections we have a presidential debate whereby yani iletwe umma kwa maredio, itangazwe kabisa, tujaribu kupoke holes zile vitu zenye William Samoei Ruto walitupromise na hawakuachieve. Then kutoka hapo wale wa Kenya maybe wenye wako undecided wanaweza decide vizuri, wasimfuatie kuingia kura. Na jambo la mwisho, William Samoei Ruto, I'm opined on this channel nikimadvise that swali lolote lenye anaulizwa astahili au anapeana an outright answer. Kama sasa leo yeye hakuona kuwa lile swali aliloulizwa na mwanahabari kuwa mbono unafanya campaign, lakini sasa William Samoei Ruto anataka kuhepa aseme yeye hafanyi campaign, mwenye anafanya campaign ni Raila Amolo Odinga. Angalia huyo William Samoei Ruto vile ni mjanja, kuzia anasema kuwa mimi sifanyi campaign, vile mnaniona nikivaa hizi vitenge zangu nikiwa juu ya gari ni miradi ninaenda kuangalia ya serikali. So anataka kuacha Raila kwa mataa, ndiposa maybe IBC wakitaka kuja na kiboko wasimpige, wapige Raila Amolo Odinga. That is the trick ambayo William Samoei Ruto ako nayo. Lakini sasa yeye mwenyewe alijipata akiwa ameingia kwa shimo, whereby amesema kuwa hakika hata hii BBI hiyo ni project ya serikali imefail kwa sababu yake yeye mwenyewe. So the big four agendas kama sitafail kwa sababu hakutia nguvu akiwa in government. So hizi ndio vitu ambazo inastahili tukuje kumuuliza before tumpatie kura zetu. So yeye wakati anapouliza swali na kujibu immediately, baadaye inakuja kumponza, hiyo inakuwa ni advantage kwetu. So mimi ile kitu naomba William Samoei Ruto mahali huko, wakati unapoulizwa swali yoyote na mwanahabari, please usitake time, wewe answer tu direct. Ukiingia kwa shimo, it is up to you, because tumekuadvise, utaki kusikia. May God bless you, Mr. Bernard, Madam Penny, Themba, all our chairman and chair ladies wa hii panel. Mungu abariki Mtembei, abariki panelist wote na ndugu zangu na dada zangu wenye wako comment section. I thank you all. God bless you and God bless Kenya.
Thank you, community. Let's go straight to Joe. Your point and closing remarks.
My closing remarks. Okay, fine. It has been a good evening. I don't know whether it's morning to others. At least today, the debate was not disruptive. Everybody was given a time to talk. Not like when some of us are here. Bernard, I also like to point out, when you're not a panelist, you wewe na ndeto disawa tu. Una disrupt sana. What I want to say, maybe after thinking of the schemes Ruto are using, they could be working for him somehow, because these are the schemes that he's used since YK92, and has brought him this far up to the deputy president. It means he's been using the lies all the time. And like now, you see, the more he talks about lies, the more people talk about him and attack him of the lies. But to him, he's targeting the most wale wasiojiweza, whose memories are also very short. So when people attack him, he goes out there and says, Munaona, everybody's attacking me. You know, like most people might not be listening to what he says in other forums. You see, like the people he's targeting cannot be in this forum. I've seen a few of them manage to come to this forum, but you see they're out of order. Kwa hivyo, wakati anadanganya watu, anasema urongo kule, watu wanakuja wanamwattack viongozi wengine. Then he goes to the people that, you know, he is targeted. Na naambia, so nasikia, they're attacking me all over. So he gets sympathy. You know, he's a king of mtu kutafuta sympathy. So he gets sympathy from those people. So maybe to some way it's working for him. Let's not just wash it out, but maybe it's working for him because Jirongo anamwattack, Flani anamwattack because of his lies. But you see, when he comes out and tell those people he's targeting, well, ambayo their memories are very short. They say, ni kweli they're attacking him, kwani wote mbona wanamwingilia mtu mmoja? Then he gets the sympathy of those vulnerable people who are not good thinkers. And unfortunately, most of them did not register voters, as somebody pointed out. Hata mama mboga, most of them are not registered. They don't have time. In fact, there are people who have lost hope and they don't see any need of taking their time, kwenda kupanga line, to register and all these things. So that way it will fail him. Yeah, but in somehow, maybe, I don't know, it's working for him somehow. Yeah, when everybody's against you, you get sympathizers. Maybe that's what I want to say as my closing remarks. Let's think about it. It could be working for him somehow. Sababu hata yeye sio mjinga, ndiye afike hapo, sio mjinga. And generally Kenya's memory are very short. They don't think of history and everything and who said what. Those who think are people like us, middle class or something like that. But he's not targeting us as much. Ruto does not want a history. Ushasikia mtu akitaka history. Ama Ruto akitaka kuongea na intellectuals. No, he does not want that. He's never gone for that. Hataki kabisa. He doesn't want to surround himself with intellectuals. He doesn't want anything to do with history, because if you come to history, basi hizo vitu zake zitalipuka, zitakuwa zinamharibia. So he's out of history, anataka kuongea hii kitu leo na kesho kutwa basi. Hakuna vitu ya past ambayo anataka. And maybe it's working for him. Thank you, Bernard, for tonight.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Let's keep moving. Who is this? Jakindu Bey, upo?
Nipo, asanteni sana. Nimeshukuru sana, nimesikiza mchango wa kila mtu. Ni vizuri sana, lakini nafikiri niseme kwamba kuna mambo mengi sana ambayo mimi nasema sisi lazima haya mambo tuyatupilie mbali. Mambo ya kusahau, mambo ya kutofuata vitu au kuuliza maswali, kumuuliza mtu maswali au kujiuliza maswali hata wewe mwenyewe kwamba hii kitu unataka kuifanya ina faida gani. Kwa sababu mimi huona tuseme kuna wakati mwingine ambapo tunafanya vitu ambavyo hata kama hiyo kitu itatuumiza tunaifanya tu, kwa sababu naona kama kwa mfano mambo ya kusema tuchague, mimi nilisema kwamba Ruto hafai kuchaguliwa, hafai sahi wakati huu hafai kuchaguliwa. Ni kwamba kwenye katiba yetu inakubali kwamba achaguliwe, lakini ukiangalia hata ukisema kibinadamu au niseme inaleta matatizo, inaleta utashi mkubwa kwa kumchagua wakati huu, na hata tunaona. Lakini naweza kusema kwamba kwa sababu ya sisi kukataa kusikiliza au kuona yale mambo au kuangalia history, nafikiri naweza sijui kama nikumbushe watu tu kidogo. Wakati Daniel Toroitich, marehemu Daniel Toroitich alipokuwa president, kura zote wakati kulipokuja multi-party, kura zote za Rift Valley bado walikuwa wanampigia kura. Watu wa Rift Valley walikuwa wanampigia kura, kura zote zile za Rift Valley walikuwa wanapata percentage kubwa sana, karibu walikuwa wanampigia, hata kama walikuwa wanaona kwamba anaongoza vibaya, lakini bado walikuwa wanampatia kura. Na ndio naona mpaka hata wakati huu kwamba wanaona kabisa kwamba Ruto tayari ameongoza, amepewa kazi ya kufanya, amefanya vibaya, lakini unakuta kwamba watu wale wa kutoka Rift Valley bado wanashikilia kwamba Ruto ni wao, kwa hiyo wanampigia kura. Hii imetuletea hasara kubwa sana, ambayo ndio maana nakubaliana kabisa na Bwana Raila kwamba hiyo mtindo tuitoe, tuweke ile kitu inaitwa umoja ya Wakenya, kwa sababu tukiwa wamoja hatuwezi kumchagua mtu ambaye hafai. Tusipokuwa wamoja ndio tunachagua mtu ambaye hafai. Bwana Ruto hafai kabisa kuchaguliwa kwa wakati huu. Inafaa Ruto kama anataka kuchaguliwa awe sio president, aone, akae kando ndio aone kwamba kazi inatakiwa ifanywe namna gani, kwa sababu wakati huu mkimchagua atafanya kazi mbaya, kwa sababu ameshindwa wakati huu kufanya kazi. Kwa hiyo tukimchagua, nafikiri tutakuwa tunakosea.
Jakindube, umemalizia hapo?
Mnanisikia lakini?
Yes, wauliza umemaliza ama unaendelea?
Nilikuwa nazungumza lakini taachia hapo.
Okay, hicho kipindi chetu kinaanza kesho. Kesho saa 10 unapatikana? Saa 10 ya East Africa. Jakindube, upo?
Saa 10.
Saa 10 ni mapema ama?
Ifanye saa 10 ndio kwa saa 7. Sawa, saa 7 ndio. Itachukua muda gani?
Saa 10 mpaka saa 11 hivi, ama ikienda sana itaenda mpaka 6.
Sawa, sawa.
Okay. So wewe jiandae
Bernard.
Yes. Yep.
Can my charger is failing me. If you don't mind, can I do my submission as I conclude, because I'm actually doing 1% and my charger seems not to be giving me a favor. If you don't mind.
Go ahead. Look for you are not there. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, my brother and my sister Penny. It's been great seeing you. I think let me put on the video so that we are able to see each other. And I want to thank God for the opportunity that He's given us. So lastly, as I conclude, it's been great to be a Kenyan, and I think we are all proud to be Kenyan here. And we must celebrate the fact that we all come from different, tribal origins. Call it it's not our making. Sorry, this is how God designated that Kenya will be a country where everybody will feel home, regardless on how you call on your food that is on the table. It might not be nice terminology to your neighbor, but we are Kenyans and we love that. So I want to say that the first thing we celebrate as Kenyans is the fact that we are able to live with diversity, but agree to discuss matters as a country. So That being the case, then I am only obligated to say the following. This country belongs to all of us, and we must respect that very order that God put before us. So the strategy that will work is a strategy that involves a God-fearing person. You might not be the person who shouts the loudest in as far as how you relate with God, but you know, the bottom line is there's somebody who knows the sincerity of that mouth that talks about it and that doesn't. So my views are, for one to be a leader and a true leader, it must be well understood that your relationship with God matters. Whether you pronounce it verbally or you don't, that really counts. And it's so because this country is a single entity that God is looking forward to actually preserve for generations to come. So you're not going to take God for granted. You're not going to take God for a ride. You can only try to lie to a few people, but at some point, God will make revelations that you are not the right leader. So I am one person who sits back knowing that this country will actually go the right way. We will get the right leader. That goes without mentioning. In my view, between the two, your guess is as good as mine. One is a God-fearing person. He might not be saying it, but God has shown us the revelations that the God-fearing person is just one among the two. And I believe that that is what we're going to stick to. I believe this country is going to be a country that our children will celebrate, to know that those who came before them, including ourselves as parents, we are, you know, the foundations of their future, and we made it correct by choosing the right leaders. That is true. So the strategy that Baba is using, just to be more specific, it is a strategy that has been tested. He knows the best way to beat your opponent is not to abuse him. Insult do not give you votes. They actually make you an enemy of the voters. Unfortunately, Kenyan voters seem to be wiser than the politicians. These guys, you ask them to come, as long as you're giving them something, they will come. They will not tell you what they are thinking. You will assume they are your supporters, but God will speak to them in the night. And I'm sure by morning, they know who they will vote for. So I am not a worried person because I fear God. And I know this country will not go to the wrong hands. God has given us the right pair of hands that will be safe for us as a country. May God bless you, Kenyans, and my fellow panelists. Until we meet again, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Patriot. Thank you very much. That is clear. Everybody, I believe, has got it. Before we go to Dato and Penny, Themba, you'll be the last one as you give the shout out, as the traditional entails.
Nimemalizia leo kusita kuongea mambo mengi hapa because you know.
We had the gossip, but we are. I want to play out this video first, then we go on. Before we continue with our closing remarks, there is a short video here that I want to share.
Tuzalishe uchumi wa Kenya kwa 10% na kwenda mbele. Kama kwanza tutawapa vijana wetu ujuzi wa kiteknolojia wa kisasa, kwa sababu tunaelekea
ni kama imekwama
21 ambayo uchumi inaendeshwa na teknolojia. We are moving to
Themba, are you able to get me?
Technology driven
I can hear you, sir.
And we must arm our
Yeah,
youth,
we can hear
young
the
men
clip.
and women with the necessary technology to contribute their talent, their energy, their expertise in transforming our economy so that we can grow it by double digits and eliminate poverty in our country.
You said you're going to create 1 million jobs every year. Every year, 1 million jobs.
I think Bernard dropped off. Penny, you can give your closing remarks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, in conclusion, I will just say that for anyone aspiring to be a president, there are some very important qualities that are important, for one to have, and there is no excuse about them. A leader, anyone aspiring to be a leader or a president for that matter, must exhibit some qualities such as integrity, the ability to say the truth, consistency, and a credible leader. So it is upon us as Kenyans to vet all these presidential candidates and ensure that they have the kind of characters, they have the kind of a character that is needed for them to lead us. Because if we end up choosing leaders without character, leaders without value, then they're going to plunge us into more problems, you know. So as Kenyans, let us come out and vet for ourselves, decide for ourselves, even without being compelled by anybody to vote for anyone. We are not appealing for everyone to vote for Raila. We are not appealing for everyone to vote for DP or Mudavadi or whoever. But it is upon us as Kenyans to, put these leaders into account and vet their character, look at their history. What is their history like? Because when you go for an interview for a job, you're normally asked about your past, your past places of work, You're asked about yourself. Where did you go to school? Tell us about yourself. The one most common question is normally to tell people about yourselves. So let us vote very wisely. And point number two, I would also like to reiterate that being a Christian is not a prerequisite. I don't know whether Bernard will agree with me on this, but I think Christianity has very much been taken advantage of by politicians. We think that any politician that comes and says that they are Christians, that is a ticket. Christians tend to identify with leaders who say that they are Christians. So these same people who are professing to be Christians in church and, worshiping and giving big chunks of money as arambes and gifting the pastors and stuff, like people like that, they are the same people who are full of scandals. They are the same people who are very abusive. Like the previous day, I think Aisha Juma was addressing people in a public rally, and I think for a mother, I think she's a mother and she's a grandmother and she's a parent. For her to come out and speak very, she spoke very badly. I found her speech very, very inappropriate. So let us vote our leaders, and Christianity can only be an added advantage. It is not a prerequisite. And an example is Samia Suluhu. She's not a Christian, she's a Muslim, and she seems to be doing very well. So this idea of posing as Christians and wanting to trick Christians and identifying with church, because that is where the masses are. We are 80% Christians, so you know that when you say you're a Christian, you think that you're going to win the masses. I think Christians should also be very careful about that. For me, anybody that meets the requirements, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter their religion, it doesn't matter their faith. As long as you have the universal character that is required for you to be a leader, as long you meet the requirements, I think you are eligible. Yeah, even if Joho now comes up in 2027, though he's a Muslim and he meets the criteria, we should be very, very fair to him and elect him as the president if we so wish. So point number three is I'll conclude by saying that judging from the history and what has been going on in Kenya, for me, I think the DP is not yet ripe for the president position. I think he needs to go back to the drawing board, and there's a lot that he has to do in terms of his character. He has to work on his character, because as far as character is concerned, it will, even if he clinches presidency and he has no character, a lot of these weaknesses will bring him down. So I think he has a lot to do in terms of his character. He really has to work on his character. So otherwise, I'm really grateful for this channel, and I wish my fellow panelists a blessed night, and all the other viewers. Thank you so much for this privilege.
Okay, thank you, Penny. I appreciate your input on the issue of Christianity, Muslim or otherwise. We don't have a religious state as much as the Kenya Constitution has the freedom of worship and all that. It is clear it separates religion from state. And so, just like you have well put, the character of the person we are voting in it comes into play for the voters to decide, but it doesn't have to be a Christian, it doesn't have to be a Muslim, because the constitution we are working with is not for a religious state. So whoever goes to State House, they are not going there to be the bishop or the archbishop of any denomination or anyhow. And it's also true that politicians have kind of divided this country into different demographics, and they call them votes. So they are looking for a Christian vote, a Muslim vote. It's looked as a constituency. So when they begin to present themselves in a certain way, is because they are targeting that. And it's unfortunate that we allow ourselves to fall on it. But having said that, in defense of the Christian faith has the highest level of code of conduct if it's followed to the letter. But not all that call me Lord, Lord shall enter the kingdom of God. So it's possible to identify yourself as a Christian when you're not. And so if the Christian church stood on the code of conduct that Jesus left for his disciples, then we should be the people to produce the most faithful, the most integrous, the most truthful leaders. But people who use the Bible to lie, they are the best liars. May God forgive us all. We are moving forward. The video
Okay,
I tried.
Okay, Bernard. Like I said, Christianity is it can be an added advantage. It should be an added advantage, but it's not a prerequisite at all. In fact, from my experience with these people who call themselves Christians, I dread anybody coming to say they are
Penny,
Christians
it's
for us
not
to vote for them.
Christian. We are talking about all religions.
Penny, Bernard.
Yeah, yes, Temba.
Let me give my 2 minutes so that I leave you guys as you continue.
No.
Since
We
you're
are
opening the debate
closing this
further.
thing. We are closing this thing. If I only intervened because my name was mentioned, number one. Number two, let us be clear on this, okay? We are not a Christian state. We are not a Muslim state. We are a civilian state. The state and religion are separated according to the constitution, and we stand there. And whether you are Christian, a Muslim, or Din Msambwa, if you can provide leadership to a nation called Kenya, and you have demonstrated it by demonstrating proper leadership, you are a presidential material, not camouflaging to be, or acting to be, or pretending to be. There is that essence of you being able to hold this country together and move it to the next level. We give you our vote. Thank you. I am Dada, ulikuwa umeongea?
Bado.
I want to attempt to play that video again just to see if it plays. If it doesn't, Themba utashikilia hapa alafu tu Dato wewe alafu tumalize hii maneno.
Kana tuzalishe uchumi wa Kenya kwa 10% na kwenda mbele. Kama kwanza tutawapa vijana wetu ujuzi wa kiteknolojia wa kisasa, kwa sababu tunaelekea katika karne ya 21 ambayo uchumi inaendeshwa na teknolojia. We are moving to a knowledge-based, technology-driven economy, and we must arm our youth, young men and women, with the necessary technology to contribute their talent, their energy, their expertise in transforming our economy so that we can grow it by double digits and eliminate poverty in our country.
You said you're going to create 1 million jobs every year. Every year, 1 million jobs. Now the 8th year, there should be 8 million jobs. The rate of unemployment has gone up from where we left it in Grand Coalition government. Where are those 8 million jobs? You've forgotten that you promised 8 million jobs. Now you're saying you want a mama mboga, mtu wa mkokoteni, mtu wa wheelbarrow. Where wheelbarrow? You say modern jobs. Where are the modern jobs? Mr. 6 months. So you're going to build modern stadia, each and every county, 47 counties. Each and one of them will have modern sports complex where the youths are going to be able to train. Where are them, Mr. 6 months?
Okay. If there was anything that made me give Jubilee a benefit of doubt in 2013, was that statement. And we are in an information age, okay? And the economy will be technologically run. We are moving to the next level. That gave me, made me have benefit of doubt on Jubilee as much as I was advocating for COD at that particular time. What changed? This is my question to Kenyans. What changed? Did the information age go back to Stone Age? Or did the information age, was it postponed? It will come in 2050? Or what has changed that we now turn around and say, kazi ni kazi, it doesn't matter, we ukue mkokoteni, we ukue wheelbarrow, we ukue mama mboga, kazi ni kazi, don't worry about moving to the next level. That really confuses me. Dado, chukulia hapo, alafu tuende kwa tembo tufunge.
Bernard.
Yes.
Bernard.
Yes. Who is...
Ni mimi nasema,
yes,
kama vijana wako na teknolojia, in fact campaign ya baba inaweza kuwa rahisi sana. Ni kurelay tu hizi uongo hizi ambazo Ruto amekuwa akisema, tunaweka kwa mtandao na watu waone, iliwekwa zingine kwa TV watu waone vile alikuwa akisema na zile vitendo. Maanake hiyo ni ukichezesha unaanza kucheka. Kama mimi naanza kucheka tu kwa sababu imefanyika nini? What went wrong? Hawezi hata kusema ni nini imefanyika kwa sababu ni aibu. Hata anapozungumza na bwangu, unapowatch hiyo clip ni aibu, unasikia embarrassed na wala sio mimi nilisema, lakini nasikia embarrassed.
Bernard.
Thank you.
Can I come before that, because I realize that the 2 minutes are stretching and I really have to step out.
Okay, sawa, go ahead. Dato, tuko na wewe, tutafunga pamoja.
Yeah, let me just make my closing remarks on the topic today. I think we can safely say that based on the arguments by all the panelists, our deputy president has shown that consistently he is inconsistent. However, like we said, he has a right as a Kenyan to follow his dreams. Every politician must have dreams. And if you don't have dreams as a politician and ambitions, then you need to quit politics. So I think he's in the right path as a politician. However, again, someone says that people get leaders they deserve. If indeed at that time comes,
Themba, we are losing you.
Are you getting me?
Themba, your audio is going off.
Me, I can hear him.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
It is you have issues. So it is also said in the Bible there was a time that God had not purposed that Israelites would have a king they can see. But when they demanded, God allowed them to have Saul. So at times you might get bad leaders, not necessarily because of any other thing, but God allows for that. So it is up to us as a voter to choose which leaders we want. The leaders have ambition. Even Hitler led people. And the worst leaders you can think about have always led people. So we want to, first of all, to get back as a population and interrogate. If we accept that the lies will prevail, then we'll get the leaders we deserve. But if we as a population decide that enough is enough, then we have the power within our hands to change the trajectory of leadership. At the moment, considering everything, even the clip that has been played, you can actually see that there's no consistency in the person of one Dr. William Samoei Ruto. Let us critically view what is going on. Let us listen to everybody, but at the end of the day, let us make a decision because our future is in our hands. Thank you so much, Bernard, and all the panelists. I'm sorry I have to leave. I'll see you again next time.
Thank you, Themba. See you then. Asante sana. Dato, you can now take it.
Yes, my closing remarks, all I can say is talking about Ruto. I think politicians like Ruto should be disbanded from the political scene because the dishonesty is too much. The dishonesty is too much, and you know, you can lie a little, but from him there is no integrity. He does not stand for any integrity because since 2013 he knew very well they are not going to do anything. They are not going to build the stadia. They are not going to industrialize the economy and all that, you know. And still he comes. It is 2021, promising the same things that he promised back in 2013, you know, and we are still listening to him. I think if there was, he should be disbanded from the political scene. That's my opinion. And as Kenyans, we should really open our eyes, you know, because we are tired. We should be even tired. Yeah, we should be even tired. Personally, I'm tired, you know, and it's time that we move to another level, you know, and elect leaders who care about our lives and our livelihoods and all that. And talking about this project issue, I just wanted to say that they're saying Baba is a project and all that, but back in 2002 when Uhuru was a project of Moi, you know, the ingredient that was missing is Baba. You know, Baba was on the other side and all that. And if you can remember, even when Kibaki got and was involved in an accident, the other leaders decided to step back and all that, but he championed and continued campaigning for Kibaki. So he's the ingredient in all the liberations that we see, you know. Even back in independence, his father, you know, the Odinga name, it was an ingredient for independence. 202, it is an ingredient for the second liberation. So this time when we call him a project, it is far-fetched, you know. He himself is a project, as I said before. Himself is a project. He's a self-made project, you know, and being supported by another project, you know, which is two projects can make one very powerful project, so I can say. And I think now the ingredient which was missing in the first project, which was back in 202, you know, has been put in this 2022 dish, you know. And I think it is a very big, it's a very tough card to beat in 2022. So I think Ruto should, I don't know if he should strategize again, because he has gone too far, and I don't know how he will come back to, because even I'm seeing after 2022, his politics will be okay. If he doesn't win in 2022, I don't know how the next years it will be, because I'm sure if Baba takes the 2022 presidency, he will prove he will have he has to prove, you know, he has to prove himself, and I'm sure he will prove himself, because that's the only thing that he has to offer, you know, because he has been through a lot, you know, 207 and all that, winning and not given the chance and all that. So he has no other option but to prove himself that he can deliver. So, and since they are saying it is a Mandela moment, I think after 2022, when we reach 2027, I think people will want him back as the president again because of what he has done. And that's what he's championing, you know. And that's why I can see in some of his rallies very emotional, you know, he's very emotional, trying to tell these people, trying to tell the masses that he's promising, he's saying ahadi ni deni, you know, he's meaning what he's saying, you know, and looking from when he was prime minister and all that. So I think it is his time, and we should give him, because he's willing to prove himself, you know, he's willing to prove himself, and I think he won't fail us. I know there will be challenges and all that, but I think he will prove himself, since he has been championing for everything, the constitution and all that, and even the Vision 2030 and all that. So I think it is time we give him that chance if we want to move forward. So I think that's all I can say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That is clear enough. Community, what is it?
Yeah, in fact kulingana na hiyo clip yenye umepiga, na mimi ndio ninarudia, na Wekesa leo alienda wapi? Wekesa huenda ako karibu na baba. You know, it is very simple. Kama baba hawezi aka afford ile kitambaa ya kuonyesha sinema na projector, clip kama hizi ziwe zinapigwa kwa rallies yenye anaenda, sisi tunaweza amua kuchanga, tununue hata ile, tumnunulie hata ile TV screen mrefu, whereby wakiweka kwa ile nini, ile truck kubwa ile inawekwa hapo nyuma ya truck, ifungwe hapo before baba akuje. Clip kama hizi zinapigwa kwa rally manze, cause William Samoei Ruto, nitapongeza huyu ndugu yangu Dado kuwa in fact ndio, kama hatuna nguvu ya kumdisband kutoka kwa political scene kwa sababu ya hizi uongo zake, what we are supposed to do ni kutumia tununue hiyo screen kama ni 55 inches tununue, alafu kutoka hapo clip kama hizi zinapigwa manze, watu waone vile alikuwa anaongea, na kama 2013 alikuwa anasema kuwa anataka Kenya iwe digitized, alafu na saa hii mambo ya wheelbarrow vile alikuwa anazipeana iwekwe manze. William Samoei Ruto tumpeleke nyumbani kabisa Sugoi, it is high time we Kenyans, we are supposed to tuje pamoja, hasa watu wa baba, we do something ndio cause baba, wacha niwaambie baba, kama 2022 hatachukua hii uongozi, it is done and dusted, cause angalia miaka yake imesonga. So William Samoei Ruto na hii uongo yake ataipeleka mpaka until 2032, cause hataenda term moja, ataenda until 2032. Kama 10 years hajafanya chochote na tumpatie again another 10 years, 20 years of nothing. Hii Kenya hakuna kitu, watoto wetu manze hatujui mahali tutawaacha kama tutaondoka kwa hii dunia. So it is high time we do something. Thank you, Mr. Panel.
Thank you, community. Thank you, everyone. Probably, if I would say something about what Datos talked about, where will Ruto be in after 2022? In the likely event that he loses the election, one of the things that he has deceived himself to think he is that he is Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga can invent himself. He has invented himself so many times and remained in the political limelight. I don't think William Ruto is able to do that, especially now that he will need to lead his brigade in parliament when he's out, and be able to sustain that for 5 years. Itakuwa ngoma kali, but is wait and see situation. All the same, I want to conclude the show tonight beginning
tafadhali dakika moja.
Okay, sawa.
Nataka kupongeza sana Dado na community na Penny. Contribution ile wamesema leo imeniingia roho kabisa, rohoni kabisa. Dado, umesema kitu ya maana kabisa, lakini mimi nataka kuongezea kwamba baba akichukua 2022 Ruto hata kuwa tena, kwa sababu kuna tofauti. Baba amesurvive kwa sababu ni mtu mwenye kusema ukweli, na ukisema uongo na mtu anayesema ukweli aje, uongo wako utaonekana. Kwa hiyo baada ya 2022 Ruto hawezi kuchaguliwa kwa sababu uongo wake wa Kenya wataona, na watu watakuwa wameona asali ile baba atakuwa ametuwekea juu ya meza. Hakuna mtu atakubali hiyo asali ije iharibiwe na mtu mwingine, kwa sababu nina hakika, mimi na hakika Raila akisema kitu ana make sure ameifanya. Mimi nawaambia hivyo kwa sababu mimi Raila ashaniahidi kwamba naenda Kenya, nitarudi mnihost. Sikuamini. Raila alisema to the letter. Si mtu ambaye anakuambia kitu na hatimizi. Unaona? Kwa hiyo ni mtu mwenye kupenda haki, na ukiangalia historia yake yote hakuna mahali Raila anasema uongo. Ndio maana zile vitu anasema stick to people. Asante sana Dado, asante Penny, asante community, asante Bernard. Nimefurahi sana.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. As we conclude, I want to apologize. We started this show with a lot of problems. My internet providers had issues and I wasn't aware. So the beginning of the video is very problematic, but it stabilizes as it goes. We'll see to it that we may revisit this subject later on, but all the same, let's work hard at ensuring that we are shaping the future of Kenya and building it on the right information, not everything that everybody coughs out. It is important that we be choosy and selective to see to it that this country is secured in the next level of leadership. No abracadabra, no guesswork. chagua kiongozi ambaye atasaidia nchi, sio kiongozi atakayetumia nchi kujisaidia. Let it be clear. Well, I want to appreciate Alan Onyando. Thank you so much for keeping at Mtembei TV. Asili2 TV, thank you so much. Penny Nyagaka, we appreciate you. Dennis Ondiek, we salute you for your faithful followership and continued comment on our channel. We encourage you guys, especially those of you following us on YouTube, make sure you subscribe to Mtembei TV and click on the notification bell so that anytime we go live, you will be notified. Tomorrow, which is today, we'll be having 2 shows. The first show will be In the Eyes of the Elders, where we'll be hosting Jakindu Bay to tell us how Kenya has navigated through elections all through. It will begin at 4 and run 4 o'clock East African time. That is in the evening, all the way to around 6 o'clock. Then we'll come back for the open forum at 8 o'clock. So prepare yourself in the same and watch out for both programs. One more shout out goes to who? Wow. All right, Ondiek is everywhere. Nyagaga. Kwan leo kumeendaje? We have Martin Wilson. Thank you so much. Martin is one of our faithful followers here and committed subscriber to Mtembei TV. Please, let's keep at it. We have this Arwanda Junior. Thank you. Let's continue sharing this channel. Share the video with everybody. Invite as many people to join us for our subsequent shows. We appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. And we will close with a word of prayer. Let's pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you for the privilege to share our views on this particular platform. We pray for this platform, for its prosperity and its divine purpose, that let your will and purpose for this channel prevail as far as this nation is concerned. We commit the nation of Kenya to you. We ask you to protect it, to keep it, and cause it to prosper. Even as we anticipate the transfer of power, change of leadership, may you speak to every heart and every mind of every Kenyan as we go out there to vote. Let's vote in those that you have picked on for the betterment of this great country. We thank you for every county. Thank you for every community. Thank you for every family. We ask you to keep and preserve each one of us wherever we are around the world, that we will continually be under your protection, your direction, and your prosperity. We love you. We bless you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, guys. Let's do this again later on in the day.